Good morning and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice with my sidekick, Superball. Superball is saying good morning to you all. How are you guys doing? She always seems to pick the right time to get settled in. Okay, you settled in now? She's... Yes. Oh, it's a good girl. Yes. Okay. Hi. All right, so thank you for joining us. We have a really special show for you today. Hope you guys all had a good weekend. For those that celebrate the weekends, we here in the United States are celebrating President's Day. Super Bowl, because it's it's Washington and Lincoln's birthdays around this time. So the courts are not going to be open today. So we thought we would bring you what's on our radar for the upcoming year, or trials that have caught our attention. So just want to say, Dream Landry, good morning to you. Shirley Roth, great to see you. Just shows to go, yeah. Good to see you. And Fala, welcome back. Good to see you. I know you had some issues with your electricity and internet, and you got another storm coming, it seems like. That's never fun. Hey, Julie, good to see you. Thank you. Therapist, good morning to you. Let's see, who else is with us? Irish Amy, hello. Hope you had a great weekend as well. Aw, we'll pull that one up, Fala. To everyone, thank you so much for the love you guys sent. It was a rough day that day, and I desperately needed to smile. You guys did that. My TTVL fam. No one else even IRL. I'm not even sure what that means. Made me smile like that. In real life. Okay. You got to forgive me for the kid speak. The kid speak. Ah, kitty. Yes. Kathy Smith, good morning to you. Good to see you. Julie BME, good morning to you. Ah, Irish Amy. Yes, Super Bowl. Gina Farley, good morning to you. Little Miss, hey, great to see you. How are you doing? Irish Amy, good to see you. Little Miss, what are you up to these days? Oh, Hellcat, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us, you guys. All right, so so we've got, how many do we have? I think we have six queued up. We have 6 queued up, and these are all trials that we're going to be keeping our eye on. They may be this year. We're hoping they're this year. We think they're going to be this year. But let's see. First up is going to be South Carolina versus Brandon Barnes. So let me switch over here. Now, here are the cast of characters in this sad play. So the upper right is Jessica Ursulaine Barnes. She is 20 years old, and she is married to, or was married to, Brandon Barnes. He's the defendant number 1. There are 3 defendants in this trial. So they had a child, but that child was stillborn. So Brandon is 21, and then we have Victoria Tippett, and we have Kendall Mims. They're both 20. Now, Brandon and Kendall, you see that they're married, and they have one daughter, one child. Now, just a little bit of background. So, let's see. August of 2024, Jessica Barnes was reported missing. Now, her remains were found on September 20th of 2024 near Twin Lakes Boat Ramp in Pickens County. Now, this is all in South Carolina. Remains were positively identified then October 1st. Now, authorities have determined that her husband, Brandon Barnes, strangled her on August 2nd, and he was subsequently arrested and charged with murder. So you see his charges there. Now, this is where Kendall and Victoria come in. So Mims and Tippett. Now, they're both 20. Now, they were also arrested. They face charges of accessory after the fact, obstruction of justice, and failure to, obstruction of justice and misprision of a felony for allegedly assisting Brandon in disposing of Jessica's body and failing to report the crime. Now, investigations revealed that Brandon was had simultaneous intimate relations with both Mims and Tippett. He fathered a child with Mims while being married to Jessica. Mims and Tippett reportedly admitted to helping Brandon conceal Jessica's passing. All three individuals are currently in custody awaiting trial. Now, Brandon and Jessica were married January 28th, 2024. So they were only married for 8 months. This was also in South Carolina. This was approximately 6 months after Brandon had obtained a marriage license with Kendall Mims on July 31st, 2023. So Brandon married Kendall first, then he married Jessica.
So he's married to 2 people.
So he's married to 2 people at the same time.
And then we're going to do bigamy, but they decided to drop the bigamy charges.
Okay. Aaron says they were going to charge them with bigamy, but then they decided to drop them. Now, Brandon's marriage to Mims was still valid at his time time of his marriage to Jessica, and no divorce had been filed. So the authorities had chosen not to pursue bigamy charges, focusing instead on the more severe charges related to Jessica's passing. So, pretty interesting from the get-go. Hey, Florida PI Sam, how are you? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Kathy Smith. Hello. Welcome in. Debbie Blair, good morning to you. So, while we don't have any trials per se, we have announcing of charges, we have motions, we have news reports. We're going to get to know these characters. And again, we have 6 altogether. This is just the first one that we're going to do. So, let us get settled in. And let's get ourselves going here.
Everyone for coming today. I appreciate the turnout. I definitely appreciate the family members of Jessica being here. Jessica's the most important part of this, and at the end of this day, we always want to remember that Jessica should be remembered past anything else. The police department, as well as SLED, has worked hard and tirelessly to try to bring those to justice that have harmed Jessica. But again, going forward, we always want to remember that she is most important. And her mother has been a constant rock. She has assisted me with as much information she's been able to provide and as much information and insight into Jessica's life and how important and what a vibrant young lady she was. And I want everybody to understand that she will be missed, and she was an important member of the Pendleton community, and we enjoyed what I've learned about her. I wish I would have had more time to meet her and speak to her, and we want to go forward from this. Currently, I'm going to read our update. On September the 10th of this year, Miss Cecilia, Jessica Barnes' mother, reported her missing to the Pendleton Police Department. Officers began investigating the facts and circumstances surrounding her disappearance. On September 16th, I contacted the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division for assistance in locating Jessica. Agents for SLED began to provide assistance to Pendleton officers on September 17th. They were here the next day. Details surrounding the disappearance were vague, and material and personnel from SLED were required and needed for this continued investigation. Pendleton officers and agents from SLED as well as assistance from the Clemson University Police Department and Pickens County Sheriff's Office, were able to locate a potential site in the Twin Lakes area of Pickens County along Lake Hartwell. During this search, remains were found and later identified as human. SLED agents were able to collect forensic samples, and the SLED laboratory continues to process these samples at this time. The Pickens County coroner was called to assist and provide recovery, assistance, and autopsy services in conjunction with the Anderson County Coroner's Office. Also, a forensic anthropologist from Clemson University helped identify the remains as human. The husband of the missing girl, Brandon Barnes, as well as the two roommates, Kendall Mims and Victoria Trippett, were then interviewed at this time. On October 1st, Pendleton officers and the Pickens County coroner were notified by a forensic odontologist that the remains were identified as Jessica Barnes. A forensic odontologist is someone that studies bones, specifically teeth, jaw structure, things like that. Officers from the Pendleton Police Department and agents from SLED brought Brandon Barnes and the two roommates, Kendall Mims and Victoria Trippett, to the Clemson Police Department to conduct interviews. After those interviews were conducted around 12 a.m. this morning, all three of those individuals were then arrested and charged by the Pendleton Police Department. The following charges were made this morning: Brandon Barnes for murder, Kendall Mims, accessory after the fact, obstruction of justice, and misprision of a felony, as well as Victoria Tippett for accessory after the fact, obstruction of justice, and misprision of a felony. All the agents and officers that worked tirelessly and diligently on this, I would like to thank these agencies: the South Carolina Law Enforcement Division, the Clemson Police Department, Clemson University Police Department, Pickens County Coroner's Office, the Pickens County Sheriff's Office, as well as the Anderson County Coroner's Office. This case does remain active, and the investigations continue as we gather more evidence. We hope that as we do this and as this information gets out, I call for any members of the public to, if they have anything or have any kind of knowledge of the actions of the suspects or their whereabouts, that they would report them to the police department. They can come here to town hall, they can speak to any of my officers, they can call SLED and speak to any of their agents, and we will do our best to follow up and gather more information. Prosecution will continue, and we expect and hope that the 10th Circuit solicitors will prosecute everything to the fullest extent of the law. We owe that to Jessica, and we owe that to her memory. Everything that I know about her, again, she was a fighter, and she stood strong. She believed in what she believed in, and we look forward to honoring her memory. We have to do what we have to do. There are some questions I hope to be able to answer, but I hope that everyone does understand that it is an ongoing investigation, and that ourselves and SLED want to make sure that we preserve the investigation in order to comply fully with the law and with the solicitor's office so that prosecution does take place. Before I take any messages or any questions, I will turn it over to Cecilia. I believe she has some statement to speak about her daughter.
Okay.
It's okay. I do it all the time.
Okay. Thank you all for coming and for being here with me and for all the prayers and support. And what can I say? Jessica was full of life. She believed in Jesus and God, and she loved God with all of her heart. And now she's with Jesus. And we're all sad, but we know that she's better over there than in here. She's not with her abuser anymore, and she's in heaven with Jesus. And I thank God and everybody who helped her find it. And I want to thank everybody who prays for us and for the family and for the siblings. And I'm gonna continue to be a voice for Jessica and to spread like awareness for her and for the horrible thing that happened to her. And I know that God is in control and God is with her, God is with us. And thank you all for coming, and we keep on hoping and praying that God will intervene to all the cases and everybody that is watching and take an action. Any victims of violence, domestic violence, will stop. And that's all. We just pray and hope that God will give us strength and to continue to do that, to be a voice for her.
Thank you, Cecilia.
Yeah.
Right now, I'll open the floor for any questions if anybody has anything, and I'll try to answer to the best of my abilities. Yes, ma'am.
Do we know when Jessica was last seen? I know it was August 1st. roughly.
Jessica was last seen at her residence on Laurel Drive.
Who saw her then?
Her husband and roommates.
So he confirmed seeing her, but then after that, that's where the information stopped.
Well, the information sort of stopped, and the information was kind of getting put out convoluted via social media, and that's what took some of the time to process the intelligence coming from social media and to filter that out. But we do know that Jessica was at her residence all the way through September the 2nd.
Do we know what, through September 2nd? She was in her residence through September?
I'm sorry, August 2nd. I apologize,
Okay,
August 2nd.
Thank you. And I don't mean this as a criticism, but how was it that Pendleton Police got involved a month and a half later, that it wasn't sooner?
We were notified by Miss Cecilia here. It was normal for Jessica to have limited contact, and it was infrequent, so to speak, good days or good weeks with her mother. And when her mother hadn't realized that she had spoke to Jessica after about a month, because she typically calls on the birthday, at that point she became concerned and she reported it to the police department here on the 10th of September.
Ms. Navarre, it was your birthday. She didn't call you your birthday.
She did not go.
When's your birthday?
August 26th.
August
26th.
26th. You didn't hear from her. I understand.
No.
Okay. And then the Twin Lakes boat ramp, is that Anderson and Higgins County? Is that like jurisdiction?
There is a little bit of the Twin Lakes recreational area that is inside Anderson County. Where the remains were located were in the Pickens County portion of the Twin Lakes area.
And you called SLED because you knew it was outside of the town of Pendleton and it was going to be multi-jurisdictional?
We called SLED. Our resources here in Pendleton are very good. They also are limited in some aspects of investigations and some of the tools that the larger agencies around us do have. And with once we realized that our bandwidth had kind of reached its maximum, I knew at that point that we needed some of the assistance from SLED, and they would be able to provide it without any question.
And any idea cause of death at this point?
Based on the coroner's report, there was no confirmed cause of death. The coroner's report only listed as a homicide.
Do you anticipate additional charges in Pickens County, or?
I believe that SLED is working on continued investigation inside Pickens County, and SLED would be the best to answer about Pickens County, because Pendleton, we ended our jurisdiction and within Anderson County. Mm-hmm. Yes?
What detention center is he housed in, or are they housed in?
They are currently housed at the Anderson County Detention Center. Their warrants have been served on them, and they should have a bond hearing at 4 p.m. today 4 p.m. is the scheduled bond time in the afternoon for the Anderson County Sheriff's Office.
Also, do you have a picture of the mugshot? I know their site is down right now.
I do not. They are having critical infrastructure issues with some of their electronics, CAD and dispatch and things like that, and their software program that works that does not. So I currently do not have one.
And also, the Anderson County Coroner's Office sent out a release earlier. When did they get involved? I know since she was found in Pickens County.
Yes.
When did Anderson County Coroner's Office actually get involved with the case?
They got involved when Pickens County Coroner decided to move the remains to Anderson County for a full autopsy. So Greg Shore and his team, along with the ME, was able to conduct that at Anderson at ANMED.
And also, was she killed in Anderson County or killed in Pickens County?
She was killed here in Anderson, inside the city limits of Pendleton.
So it's the understanding the remains were moved to Twin.
The remains were located at Twin Lakes, and we're continuing to look into it and conduct some more investigation to how they got there.
Had she been, I understand just from some of the force media reporting that there were some text messages going out after August 2nd.
Yeah.
Cecilia, you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I received some messages, I guess it was from him, telling that she went to Michigan with her friends and her accounts were deleted. And she doesn't want to give me the phone number, but I believe it was from him.
Okay,
So
that she was
those-
in Michigan with friends.
Yeah, he was making a story.
So I can't help Miss Cecilia with that. So contact was made with authorities in Michigan as well as the Department of Homeland Security to make sure she had not left the country due to the fact that she did have a passport. And that was confirmed she had not left the country, and welfare checks were conducted at the residences that we had listed in Michigan, and those turned up negative as well.
Did Jessica grow up in Pendleton? She Pendleton High School?
No, no. We moved here 2 years ago. 2.
And your whole family's here today?
Yeah, all her siblings are here.
If no one else has any further questions, I hope to continue to be able to provide updates as they move along. Again, working in conjunction with SLED and especially waiting on information that comes out of the lab in Columbia. They do a great job and they push out as much as they can, as fast as they can. And we are being tagged as a priority case, so we hope to get as much as we can as soon as possible. And again, hopefully the information, as soon as I get it, I can be able to continue to push it out to everyone. Yes, ma'am.
I did wonder, this is quite rare, right? Pendleton is not seen.
That is correct, ma'am. The town of Pendleton and the almost 4,000 residents here, the violent crime rate in this town is almost nil. I believe based on the last count, the last homicide that we had in town was in December 2019. If no one else has any questions, I would like to introduce the mayor of Pendleton, Mr. Frank Crenshaw. I believe he wanted to speak or had some words.
Yeah, I just wanted to say it's truly with a heavy heart that I come here today. And I'd like to echo the chief's remarks. I appreciate the professionalism and the great job that our department did and all the other agencies. But first and foremost, I just wanted to say that our hearts and prayers at the town of Pendleton go out to Cecilia and her family. This is just terrible things. The first time I've had to come to something like this is mayor, and it's a terrible loss for our community. But we just will continue to pray And I know that as Cecilia had mentioned, she's going to be in a better place today. We'll just trust in Jesus and trust in the Lord, and everything will work out from there. But thank you. That's about all I have.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I guess last parting thoughts again was to keep the family and everybody's thoughts and prayers. We are going to work with Cecilia and her family as long as we can for whatever is needed with her. We plan to support her and do what we can to provide information and to provide justice for her daughter, Jessica. And again, one last, if there's anything else.
Troy?
Oh, yes, I apologize. I believe Troy had something to say. I'll turn it over to him real quick.
The family has prepared a statement. We're deeply saddened to share that Jessica is no longer with us. In her 20 years, she lit up every room she entered. Jessica had ambition, she had dreams, and her soul was a constant witness to others through her faith. We are profoundly thankful for the dedication of all agencies involved in this case, especially the tireless work of Chief Robert Crosby of the Pendleton Police Department, who devoted himself to finding the answers that we have shared here today. With heavy hearts, we humbly return Jessica into the hands of Jesus, where we know that she is now safe from her abuser. Her spirit is renewed, and she is enveloped in the love she so longed for so deeply while she was with us here on this earth. We hope this serves as a message to domestic violence victims everywhere. Please reach out for help. Jessica was strong, but piece by piece, her strength was stripped away. We kindly ask for continued privacy in the coming days as we fully commit ourselves to being Jessica's voice, and we will seek justice for her as her own voice has been diminished. We ask that any media inquiries for the family be sent to press@bluntforcemedia.com. Thank you.
Thanks, Troy. And last thing, I tend to speak a lot, unfortunately. Last thing, I do want to, all the agencies are involved, but I do want to give all the credit to my police officers. My police officers work primarily patrol. They do a great job for this town. They protect the residents, they protect the citizens, they protect the visitors as diligently as they can. But three of them stood out. That is Officer Steve Westcott, Officer Kaylor Bishop, and Officer Gabriel Biddlecombe. And they have worked tirelessly interacting with SLED as I have tried to step back and let them work. And they've done an outstanding job. And if it wasn't for their efforts and all the hard work and long hours that they put in, we would not be standing here today. Thank you for everyone for their time, and feel free to reach out to me. Everybody here has my contact information, and I can answer questions moving forward after today. Thank you all.
Thank you, Chief.
So that was via Fitz News. Fitz News is a great source of information, so thank you for providing that. So yeah, to answer you guys' questions, we're going to be doing trials that they're not at cases that aren't at trial just yet, but these are developing. They're in motions, they're in pre-trial, they're all these people have been arrested already. So I just want to say, so this Barnes is he's a real piece of work. So there was a woman named Catherine who was with him. So they were so Catherine and this Brandon Barnes met online in 2021. Now Catherine's not a part of any of this, but she's giving some backstory here. While they were living in South Carolina, Catherine gave birth to the couple's first child, a daughter. Barnes fought often with Catherine's father, and before long they were asked to leave the home he had given them. So then they moved to Apopka, Florida, to live with Barnes's legal guardians, Richard and Catherine Johns. Now, according to Catherine, the already abusive relationship deteriorated further. When we were in Florida, When we went to Florida is when he progressed to trying to choke me and leaving marks all over me to the point I have scars on my body. When asked if the Johns knew about the abuse she was enduring, Catherine said they knew. They actually kicked him out of the house for 2 days, but let him back in, stating that he changed when I begged them not to because I know he didn't change. It was so bad that he used to lock me in my room with a padlock on the outside of my door, and he would drug me up with Benadryl so I'd sleep all day and couldn't go anywhere. So this guy is a real piece of work. And then he hooked up with Jessica Urslian and then Kendall Mims. Oof. And then this woman, Catherine, was pregnant with the child's second couple. My goodness. So she ended up in the hospital from alleged assault from Barnes. The nurse actually came in and talked to me, told me that she knew of a place where I could go and hide. So she finally, this woman, Catherine, finally got out. October 22nd, a judge issued an order of protection for Catherine and her young daughter. So, yep. So this guy Brandon Barnes is not a good guy. All right, so we have a couple more. We have a few more clips to show of him and his defendants. So hang with us. We're just getting started for today, guys. It's going to be about 7 hours of, we have six trials to show. And it's going to be an all-day thing. Okay, so now this is really interesting. This is again from Fitz News. So Fitz News, thank you for having this available. Let's see if you guys have any questions for us. Miss Prison, okay, thank you, Lil Miss, for the typo. You win the internet for finding the typo. And where would that typo be? Is that in here? Did we miss prison? How did we misspell prison? Misprision? Okay. All right, well, I'm not going to fix that now because that's a graphic, but thank you for pointing that out. All right, let us get back to some video.
All right, sir, I'm Judge White. Tell me your name.
Brandon Barnes.
Full name.
Brandon Richard Barnes.
All right. I'll make you aware that we have Troy Stiles, who's representing the family of the victim, Merrill Harbin, victim's advocate with the Sheriff's Office as well as the news present. You've got a charge for murder, which does carry up to life in jail or the death penalty if you're found guilty or if you're found guilty or plead guilty. And your initial appearance date is going to be December 3rd at 9:30 at the Anderson County Courthouse. You are required to appear. If you miss any court dates, they can issue a general sessions warrant. If you're picked up on that, you can be held until a trial. You have the right to have an attorney present going forward. If you can't afford one, you can request the public defender's office represent you. You also have the right to plead not guilty and request a jury trial on your court date. Within the next 10 days, you have the right to request a preliminary hearing. It's a hearing before a judge who would hear the state's evidence to determine if it was sufficient to issue the charge. To request that hearing, it has to be done by you within the next 10 days. You'll be given that form when we're done. Any questions about the preliminary hearing?
When's the court again?
Do what now?
When's the court date?
The court date's going to be and it's just an initial appearance, is December 3rd. That's just your initial roll call date. Okay? And that'll be on your paperwork as well. They'll give you another court date after that to keep up with as far as appearances are concerned. Okay? Mr. Stiles, you'll have to speak a little bit loud.
Room that she entered. Jessica had ambition. She had dreams, and her soul was a constant witness to others through her faith. We are profoundly thankful for the dedication of all agencies involved in this case, especially the tireless work of Chief Robert Crosby of the Pendleton Police Department, who devoted himself to finding the answers that we have shared today. With heavy hearts, we humbly return Jessica into the hands of Jesus, where we know she is now safe from her abuser. Her spirit is renewed, and she is enveloped in the love she longed for so deeply while she was here with us on this earth. We hope this serves as a message to domestic violence victims everywhere. Please reach out for help. Jessica was strong, but piece by piece, her strength was stripped away. We kindly ask for continued privacy in the coming days as we fully commit ourselves to being Jessica's voice. We will seek justice for her, as her own voice has been diminished.
Well, you'll have a chance on your court dates to enter a plea. You are going to be ordered to have no contact with the victim's family in any way. If you violate that, this bond can be revoked, as well as you can face additional charges. Now, the charge of murder is a non-bondable offense by a magistrate judge, so you'll be held here at the detention center, and a circuit court judge will determine whether bond's appropriate at a later date. You have any questions on anything I've gone over?
No, but my ring's been missing since suicide box. It's not in my house.
That's something the detention center will address. All right, if you will step over here, they'll have you sign the paperwork that we've gone over. Thank you. All right, come right here. Tell me your name.
Victoria Tippett.
All right, Ms. Tippett, I'm Judge White. I'll make you aware that Merrill Harbin with the Anderson County Sheriff's Office, Troy Stiles, the family representative for Ms. Barnes, as in the news, are present. Now, you've got 3 charges.
Yes, sir.
The first is for accessory after the fact of murder, which carries up to 15 years in jail if you plead guilty or if you're found guilty. Misprison of a felony, and obstructing justice. Both of those, the fine's going to be up to the court to determine at what's appropriate if you're found guilty or if you plead guilty. Okay?
Yes, sir.
The initial court date is December 3rd at 9:30, and that's at the Anderson County Courthouse. You are required to appear. If you miss any hearings, they can issue a general sessions warrant. If you're picked up on that, you can be held until a hearing is had. You also have the right to have an attorney present. If you can't afford one, you can request the public defender's office represent you. You also have the right to plead not guilty on your court date and request a jury trial. Within the next 10 days, you have the right to request a preliminary hearing on these charges. That's a hearing before another judge who would hear the state's evidence to determine if it was sufficient to issue these charges. To request that, it has to be done by you, and you'll be given a form to complete when we're done. Do you have any questions about the preliminary hearing?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Mr. Stiles, I understand you.
We're deeply saddened to share that Jessica is no longer with us. In her 20 years, she lit up every room that she entered. Jessica had ambition. She had dreams. and her soul was a constant witness to others through her faith. We are profoundly thankful for the dedication of all agencies involved in this case, especially the tireless work of Chief Robert Crosby of the Pendleton Police Department, who devoted himself to finding the answers we have shared today. With heavy hearts, we humbly return Jessica into the hands of Jesus, where we know she is now safe from her abuser. Her spirit is renewed, and she is enveloped in the love she longed for so deeply while she was here with us on this earth. We hope this serves as a message to domestic violence victims everywhere. Please reach out for help. Jessica was strong, but piece by piece, her strength was stripped away. We kindly ask for continued privacy in the coming days as we fully commit ourselves to being Jessica's voice. We will seek justice for her as her voice has been diminished.
On these charges, based on them, I'm going to deny your bond on all 3 charges. You'll be held here at the detention center. A judge with the circuit court will determine whether bond's appropriate at a later date. Do you have any questions? No. All right, you can step over there. They're going to have you sign the paperwork of everything we've just gone over. Thank you.
Yeah, it's very odd. I've never seen this before, and again, this is coming, I guess, from Fitz News. I'm not sure how they got all this information, all this video, but yeah, it's very odd, right? Yeah, Irish Amy, so strange, so weird. I'm really not sure what purpose it serves. I can understand saying it at a press conference. I'm not sure the defendants really listen or care. Gives the family a voice, Hellcat? Yeah. Very odd. All right, we'll listen back in.
All right, I'm Judge White. State your full name.
Kendall Faith Mims.
All right, Miss Mims. I'll make you aware that Merrill Harbin with the Anderson County Sheriff's Office, Troy Stiles, a representative for Miss Barnes' family, as well as the news are present. You've got 3 charges. First is for accessory after the fact of murder, which carries up to 15 years in jail if you plead guilty or if you're found guilty. You have misprision of a felony and obstruction of justice. Both of those carry a fine that's going to be determined by the court at a later date at their discretion if you're found guilty or if you plead guilty. Your initial court date's December 3rd at 9:30 at the Anderson County Courthouse. That's for your initial appearance. If you fail to appear there, they can issue a general sessions warrant. If you're picked up on that, you can be held until the trial is had. You also have the right to have an attorney present represent you going forward. If you can't afford one, you can request the Public Defender's Office represent you. You have the right to plead not guilty on your court date and request a jury trial. Within the next 10 days, you have the right to request a preliminary hearing on these charges. It's a hearing before a judge who would hear the state's evidence to determine if it was sufficient to issue the charges. To request it, it has to be done by you, and you'll be given that form when we're done. Do you have any questions about the preliminary hearing? Okay. Mr. Stiles, I understand you have a statement you want to make on behalf of the family.
We are deeply saddened to share that Jessica is no longer with us. In her 20 years, she lit up every room that she entered. Jessica had ambition. She had dreams, and her soul was a constant witness to others through her faith. We are profoundly thankful for the dedication of all of the agencies involved in this case, especially the tireless work of Chief Robert Crosby of the Pendleton Police Department, who devoted himself to finding the answers we have shared today. With heavy hearts, we humbly return Jessica into the hands of Jesus, where we know she is now safe from her abuser. Her spirit is renewed, and she is enveloped in the love she so longed for while she was here with us on this earth. We hope this serves as a message to domestic violence victims everywhere. Please reach out for help. Jessica was strong, but piece by piece, her strength was stripped away. We kindly ask for continued privacy in the coming days as we fully commit ourselves to Jessica's voice. We will seek justice for her as her own voice has now been diminished.
Ms. Mims, this hearing is being recorded and it can be used later against you in court, but do you have any statements you want to make or anything else you need me to know before I discuss your bond? Okay. Based on the charges, your bond will be denied on all 3 charges. You'll be held here at the detention center pending a bond hearing before a circuit court judge at a later date, and where they'll determine whether bond's appropriate at that time. Do you have any questions? You also have to have contact with the victim's family in any way going forward. Okay? If you'll step over there, they'll have you sign some documents that we've gone over. Thank you.
All right, so they're just processing her right now. Yeah, I don't know why. That's Mims. We saw Barnes, and it was Tippett. Tippett, I think her name Tippett. Right, I'm still getting used to these names too. Tippett. I don't know why she was in street clothes, and this one is like totally chained up, whereas Barnes was like free to walk around. And why does she have AC/DC on her back? Right? And she's like all chained up, and Barnes, who's the ringleader, he looks like he could delete any one of these people, and he's walking around free. I don't understand it. So again, thank you to Fitz News. You guys provided that. Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, so let me... So there we go. We corrected Miss Prisian. Miss Prisian? I thought it was Miss Prison. That was me. I put that in. Miss Prison. Miss Prisian. What exactly does Miss Prisian mean? M-I-S. Miss Prisian. What does Miss Prisian mean? The deliberate concealment of one's knowledge or a treasonable act or a felony. Miss Prisian. So that's what Miss Prisian means. All right. I thought it was Miss Prison. To misprison somebody. To put somebody in prison unlawfully. Okay. All right. So what does that word mean, however it is spelled? Yeah. Well, I just described it. So, all right. So let's see. So we saw their bond denied. We have now let's see. Here's a bond hearing for Kendall Mims. That's coming up next. And for those that are new, that just joined us, we're going to be looking at 6 new trials or cases that are going to be going to trial. They're kind of in the works. People have been arrested. And this is the first one that we're doing. We're doing a few more. We're doing 5 more after this. So, yes, answer your question as you typed it. There you go. Something to do with misrepresenting? Well, let's see. Do I have to say it again? Let's say it again. Miss Prisian. It is the deliberate concealment of one's knowledge or a treasonable act or felony. Here, I'll put it in here. That is Miss Prisian. Miss Prisian. And in the Merriam-Webster, okay, here's Merriam-Webster. There's Merriam-Webster. Neglect or wrong performance of official duty, concealment of treason or felony by one who is not a participant in this treason or felony. Little Miss is saying failure to report a felony. That makes sense. That's what they did. Gosh, there's so many different definitions. Hey Tina, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Okay, I guess this one is closest enough. Neglect or violation of official duty, failure by one not an accessory to prevent or notify the authorities of treason or felony. I guess that's the closest that we're going to get. All right. Okay, so let's move on. We're going now to, this is going to be Kendall Mims. She's the one on the far right. She looks like, she's like 4 foot tall. She looks so tiny. And again, when I saw these pictures, I'm like, these kids look like they're 15 or 16, but all right. Let us get back to this. And thank you guys for getting us to 6,000. We hit 6,000 subscribers, so we're actually at 6,004. So thank you to all you new subscribers. Appreciate it. All right. All right, I'm going to have to, let's see, move myself around a little bit here. Pop myself over here for the moment. And we get to this. Okay. All right, so this is Kendall Mims, and this is going to be her bond hearing.
Judge, I don't know how we got here today. And I want you also to know that Kendall is heartbroken over the loss of Jessica. Even though it was a weird, strange dynamic, she loved her like a sister. Kendall did what she had to do to keep her baby alive, to keep herself alive, and to keep her grandfather alive.
There's 3 total co-defendants. They took the body down to a location near Lake Hartwell, and they disposed of the body by burning the body in a plastic tote. Ms. Mims served as a lookout during the burning of the body, and she also was just intimately involved in the process of getting rid of the body.
My sweet daughter was also a victim who happened to survive this monster, his path of destruction. He was abused and tortured in every possible way, just trying to survive. She had to fight for not only her life, but her precious child's life.
Kendall, a quiet, naive spirit, introverted, and finding it hard to speak up for herself, became a victim of a narcissist sociopath who deceived her, came into our home and stole her away as he has done to so many others. Please have mercy and let our girl come home from this tragedy. Thank you.
October 1st, Ms. Mims was charged with obstruction and misprision of a felony and obstruction and accessory after the fact. Brandon Barnes is her co-defendant, is charged with murder. Ms. Mims' involvement is after the murder took place, Ms. Mims assisted with disposing of the body and concealing that the crime had taken place. There's 3 total co-defendants. They took the body down to a location near Lake Hartwell, and they disposed of the body by burning the body in a plastic tote. Miss Mims served as a lookout during the burning of the body, and she also was just intimately involved in the process of getting rid of the body. So that's our factors as to danger to the community. As to flight risk, during the investigation, during the missing persons investigation, Mrs. Mims, Mr. Barnes, and the third co-defendant, Victoria Tippett, they took off from South Carolina all the way out to Colorado, and they were out in Colorado debating whether they should try and flee law enforcement. They ultimately decided to return to South Carolina. Also, as to flight risk, on the night of the incident, Miss Mims and her co-defendants were down in Georgia, presumably, according to law enforcement, looking for a place to dispose of the body, even though it ultimately was disposed of in Pickens County. And the last prong to flight risk is that Miss Mims' family is from North Carolina, so she's got out-of-state contacts in North Carolina. And she also has a history with Mr. Barnes, the defendant charged with murder. She has a history of basically up and leaving her family and losing all contact with them, which we think is concerning to flight risk. And if I could go back to danger to the community one time, Your Honor, she also has a small child. I believe Ms. Wise said that the child was 9 months old, currently is 9 months old. The small child was present at the time of the murder, and the small child was allowed by Ms. Mims to continue to live with Mr. Barnes for weeks after the murder, which we thought was an extreme danger to that child. So, Judge, that's why the state would oppose bond this time.
Is there a representative of the victim's family that wishes to address the court?
Yes, Your Honor. The victims are present, and law enforcement from the Pendleton Police Department are present. But
did you hear anything the state wants to present out by the attorney for Ms. Wise?
They're just present. They do not want to present. They don't want to speak to the court.
All right. Ms. Wise?
Thank you, Your Honor. May it please the court. Standing in front of you is Ms. Kendall Mims. Your Honor, her family is present in the courtroom, and at the appropriate time, her mother, father, and grandfather would like to address this court. Judge, Kendall is 20 years old. She is the mother to a 9-month-old baby. She is a sweet, gentle, kind young lady. I know you've just heard terrible, terrible things about her. But that is not an indication at all of her real character. She is a loving mother, and she fell victim to Brandon Barnes, as did so many other women. Judge, he has a history of domestic violence. There are other women who were able to flee and get away from him. Unfortunately, Kendall and Jessica were not that lucky. Kendall is quiet. She's used to not being the center of attention. And she met Brandon online right at 2 years ago. He love-bombed her. He told her she was beautiful, that she was the most perfect thing in the world, that no one understood him the way that she did. He gave her attention. He showered her with affection. And she fell for it hook, line, and sinker, Judge. She did. She absolutely did. However, when she did leave North Carolina to go live with Brandon in Georgia, things took a turn for the worse. He assaulted her for the first time. And then, of course, he came back to her and said it would never happen again, that he couldn't live without her. Please don't leave him. Once again, she fell for his lies and his deception. Soon thereafter, she became pregnant. And when that happened, she was trapped. She thought that staying with Brandon would provide a stable home for their child. She was raised to think two parents needed to be in the home. And even though it wasn't perfect, she was trying hard to make it for her daughter. She eventually ended up in the pool house that was restructured into basically a small apartment, maybe about 400 square feet, where her grandfather lived in Pendleton. Judge, Brandon destroyed the inside of the pool house. He killed several animals and would tell Kendall that the cat choked itself on a hair tie. And, you know, I was moving the couch and I didn't realize the cat was in it. Kendall isn't capable of these kinds of things. And so she never imagined that the father of her child would be as well. The physical abuse included hitting, pushing, strangling several times. He sexually abused her. He forced those women, Jessica included, to perform sex acts on him and together. She was humiliated. She was belittled. She was tortured. Because he kept telling her that if she left, if she said a word, he was going to kill her daughter. He threatened to kill her grandfather. He threatened to kill her family members. And he threatened to kill her repeatedly. When she was 4 weeks postpartum, he told her she had to go back to work. She worked 2 jobs, 4 weeks after giving birth. He wouldn't allow her to breastfeed. Instead, he wanted the victim of this case to breastfeed their child. He took her money from her. He used her credit cards. He emptied many of her accounts. He destroyed everything that she had. He destroyed the relationship that she had with her family. Standing here in front of you right now is a shell of the young woman who she used to be. I don't even think she understands how much of a victim she is from Brandon. I also want you to know, Judge, I am the one who told her that Brandon admitted and confessed to killing Jessica. She did not know. They told her over and over again, Miss Tippett and Barnes, she killed herself, she killed herself, she killed herself. He wouldn't allow her to have any contact with her grandfather, even though he lived like 100 feet away. He wouldn't allow her grandfather to have any contact with her child. He controlled every single thing she did. When he was working, he would make her go sit there so that he could keep an eye on her while he was at work. Judge, I don't know how we got here today. And I want you also to know that Kendall is heartbroken over the loss of Jessica. Even though it was a weird, strange dynamic, she loved her like a sister. Kendall did what she had to do to keep her baby alive, to keep herself alive, and to keep her grandfather alive. The people that she worked with spoke to the police. They told them that she would come to work with marks all over her. She was so scared of him. He wouldn't let her take the baby to work. That baby was with him unless she was there. She couldn't get away from him. Since she's been incarcerated, she has started experiencing stroke-like symptoms. She's lost the feeling in the right side of her body. She's doing a lot better today. But there's a tightening or a shortening of the carotid artery in her neck, which is indicative of a stroke. It could be caused by strangulation. I do have her medical records present with me today if you would like to see them. Judge, we ask that you would give her a bond. She needs to be home with her child. Her 81-year-old grandfather lives alone in Pendleton, and while He is a good man. He alone is responsible for taking care of a 9-month-old. Kendall desperately wants to get home to her baby so that she can bond with her and be the mother that that child deserves. At this time, Judge, her family would like to address the court.
What's happened to Jessica and others involved. One day I was passing the pool house and heard cussing and yelling.
While he was passing the pool house, he heard cussing and yelling. He looked to see what was going on. Brandon was directing his outrage at Kendall. I opened the door to tell Brandon he couldn't talk to my granddaughter that way. He stopped at the time, but a week or so later, he came out in the yard and he told me that I was lucky to be alive. Brandon would not allow us to visit with Kendall at all. In fact, when she came into the house, she had to have her phone on the entire time so that he could hear everything she was doing and everything that was being said. My wife's retirement picture from Redfern had been hanging in the bedroom for over 20 years. I noted it was missing and asked Brandon where he had put it. He said that he put it in the corner because the glass had busted out. He also busted out the 55-inch flat screen TV I had in the bedroom. I later found it behind a warehouse. The microwave was also busted up and behind the warehouse as well. There are also 4 doors that are damaged, and these are just a few examples of Brandon's explosive emotions, his lack of control, and his disrespect for others. He burned several holes in the carpet, saying that it was always an accident. Due to our mistrust of Brandon, when he asked me to help him get cars to go to work, I was fearful that he would take off with Kendall and her daughter. We might never see them again, so I had trackers installed on the cars. I also had Ring cameras on my house, and I told the police about the cameras and turned over all of that information to them. I assumed that helped them find Jessica. Brandon required Kendall to wear headphones so that he could hear everything she said. He also required Kendall, her daughter, and others to come sit at work so that he would have complete control over her. He also had control over the cash in the house. And in July, August, and September, Kendall earned over $5,700, deposited it into her account, and then he transferred it out, at least $5,000, to his own Apple account. I considered this financial abuse.
Thanks, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor. I am Teresa Mims, mother of Kendall Mims. As awful as the story is, and that we are so sorry that this tragedy ever took place, my sweet daughter was also a victim who happened to survive this monster, his path of destruction. Kendall is a surviving triplet who has been fighting for her life since she was born at 2 pounds and 8 ounces. I've already lost one child, and I honestly cannot stand to lose my only daughter. Over the past year and a half, I have watched this monster, Brandon, love on my daughter and slowly slip away her life as if he had a noose around her neck. And pulling it so tightly until she was just a shell of a human. I watched my beautiful, loving, innocent, sweet-spoken daughter who's never been in trouble in her life transform her hopes and dreams of becoming a biomedical engineer to help design prosthetics for veterans to a shell of a person who was abused and tortured in every possible way, just trying to survive. She had to fight for not only her life, but her precious child's life, but also her granddaddy's, her brothers, Mom, and her dad. I knew from the very start that Brandon was pure poison, and we did everything in our power to keep him from taking her from our loving family. He was instead a thief who came to steal, kill, and destroy, because he did that. I saw him cut off her communication with family and friends, humiliate her, and demean her in every possible way. He even cut off her ability to have her EpiPen and antihistamines to help prevent her from going into possible anaphylaxis, since she had a chronic idiopathic urticaria diagnosis. He even had her catatonic like, where she could not sit on comfortable furniture, eat her favorite foods, or take warm showers, because she feared she would have to get used to his way of life again. He controlled her move in every way, including telling her she could not make any noises during childbirth. And he bragged about this fact.
Charged with a very complicated set of facts. There's obvious disagreement between the parties as to the facts of the case. At this point, I'm going to deny bond. This is stated that the community will allow this to be revisited in 90 days, to give the attorneys time to get reports back so that you may be able to flesh the facts out. So that'd be the order at this time.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Judge.
Sir, Judge.
All right, so that was Kendall Mims' bond hearing. Now, next up, we're going to have Kendall Mims and Victoria Tippett together. So far, we've seen bond denied for all three. We've heard a little bit of backstory about Brandon. He apparently was abusive to not only people, but to cats. He had relations with at least 3 women, had kids with at least 3 women, although Jessica, I guess her one child was a stillborn. But yeah, what are you guys saying? Only fan, it'll do well for the 2 girls to take a plea and testify. Yeah, I agree. Fala says, I am in the belief but verify camp. Automatically assuming that these girls were under a spell isn't fair to the victim. They'll hold personally responsibility. Real Happy 33. Hope she does testify against him. Agreed. Brad Caldwell. Dude must be a smooth talker. I'm not sure what they saw in him, but my goodness. Yeah, it seems like there's a little cult element going on here. Little Miss, only fan, that would be a really good question. You off to animals, so that's a cult element. Yeah, I agree. Irish Amy, she sounds like an awesome lady. They are the best and raise us the same. Oh, you guys are talking about your moms? Trial Junkies United. I understand when somebody abuses someone and no one knows, they live right there. No, that would have gone down that way if my mama was there. Little Miss says Jessica was so pretty. She was, yeah. She seemed like she was so full of life, you know, as well. Hey, one sunny day. Thank you for joining us. Sorry that you're, well, it is trials. This is the ugly. I was going to say the good, the bad, and the ugly, but it's rarely good. But it is the depravity that is the human condition. So one sunny day, messed with cats, that's a bit much. That's where I draw the line. Don't mess with cats. Don't mess with dogs. Don't mess with animals. All right, let's go on. Let's carry on. Now, this next one's about 2 hours. It's an hour and 55 minutes, so you guys can settle in and watch. A lot of these are quick, you know, but this particular one is 1 hour and 55 minutes. And again, for those that are kind of joining us new, these are all the trials that we have upcoming, possibly this year. They're cases that are in the works. People have been arrested. The incident has happened. There's pretrial motions. We've got a lot. We've got like 6 to cover today. So instead of, well, I was going to say court hopping, but there is no court today. That's why, you know, courts are off because of President's Day. So we figured this would be a good opportunity to kind of look forward. Instead of doing a rewatch or catching up, we thought we'd look forward. And we have 6,000 subscribers. So thank you for all of our new subscribers. And appreciate you guys being here. So let's continue on. So this next one is an hour and 55 minutes, like I said. And let's see.
We're going straight down.
All right, I want to show this real quick. Okay, so we're going to show this. Don't want to do that, Chris. I want to do this. Okay. Hold on just a second. All right, just give me one moment. Uno momento while I do this. Yeah, so it's you know, this poor kid. I mean, and they're all kids, right? I mean, they're all kids. You know? I feel so sorry for them. So there's Jessica, right? She looks like a really sweet kid, of course. Brandon. All right, hold on a sec. I gotta do something else. Sorry, just bear with me for a minute, guys. Okay. All right, so this is going to be Victoria Tippett and Kendall Mims. This is going to be a preliminary hearing. All right. Yeah, Kathy Smith, they look like they're 12. I agree. Okay, let's it's just a little intro. Okay, here we go.
So we can maybe do them together. The defense attorney says they were good with that. Okay, well, do you want to try to do that now? I know it's not over, but I got to see if all the lawyers are here.
Jake, which one would you want first?
Well, I think we're going to try to do them together, but I need you to confirm that with it. Okay, bro.
We're going straight down the line. This is going to be our next.
Judge, they're getting some stuff together, making sure everybody's good with doing them together, but they just need a few minutes, so you just want to do one or two more in the meantime.
We're going to do this whole round so clear out page one.
We could do the last one on the first page real quick. Okay.
Yeah.
Holbrooks.
No, I'm not.
Okay. Yeah, let's see. Jeremiah Holbrooks? Yes, right.
Jeremiah Johnson Holbrooks. Jeremiah Holbrooks. They put one in this by themselves here.
Okay.
But there's no way we could work it out. So.
Yeah. Well, his is way.
Yeah, sure.
All right, I may zoom here a little bit till we actually get to them. All right, oh, here we go. Okay. All right, we can do some zooming. We like the zoom. Here we go. All right, I think we're ready to go.
We have this person.
Yeah.
And then I have this way to be able to hear because it's this person.
I was here.
I know. If you want to talk to the Judge, can we approach it for a second? Good. He's way up to what's and everybody should make yourself. I'll get it. Yeah. He's a sir. I don't know why he's an officer. Yeah, Baker. Yes, it is.
Yeah, well, she wrote it on, Melanie wrote it on, you, yeah, but I'm already on here that I don't know.
Thank you. I got it. Okay. But just hold it. I got it.
We'll see.
Okay, so that one's the okay.
All right, this is a combined case. We'll cover that on the state versus Victoria Lee Tippett on the charges arrest warrant ending in 1936, 1937, and 1938 on respective charges of accessory after the fact, A, B, C, or murder, misprision of a felony, and obstructing justice, and the next defendant, Kendall Faith Mims, on arrest warrant, 1933, 1934, and 1935 on the subsequent charges of accessory after the fact to felony A, B, or C murder, misprision of a felony, and obstructing justice. I see that, is everyone agreeing to hold these preliminary examinations at the same time?
Yes, Your Honor.
Both parties with attorneys for the defendants, and I don't think there's any objection from the solicitor's office.
No, sir, Your Honor.
I always say this, on cases such as these, I realize that these cases can be emotional, and I accept that fact. I know there may be victims, families in the courtroom. Please understand that my first priority is to protect the process and to protect the decorum in the courtroom. So if there's any emotional outburst, I will remove you and or clear the courtroom for just the parties to be here. But I always say that just as a warning. So do we have any objection to waiving the reading of the warrants?
None from the defense, Your Honor.
None from all right. Solicitor, if you would call your first fire.
Yes, sir, Judge. State calls Steve Westcott.
Okay, Officer Westcott, if you would approach the stand, be prepared to be sworn. And if you would raise your right hand and be prepared to be sworn, do you swear and affirm that the testimony about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
All right, please answer any questions that the solicitor has for you.
Officer Westcott, can you state your full name and your position with the Pendleton PD for the court?
Officer Stephen Westcott, I'm a patrolman with Pendleton Police Department.
And all the parties are aware of this, but just for the court's knowledge, you are not the affiant on these warrants, but you are the chief investigative officer, lead investigator in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And Did the offenses that led to these warrants relate to Miss Mims and Miss Tippett? For Miss Mims, the warrant ending in 933, 934, and 935, and the warrant ending in 936, 937, and 938 relating to Miss Tippett. Did those offenses happen in Anderson County and more specifically within the city of Pendleton?
Yes, sir.
This case has a lot of background, can you tell the court how you established probable cause for these warrants and how your investigators and officers in this case established probable cause?
Yes, sir. I'm going to go back to an incident which was not this incident. On July 31st, myself and Officer Bishop went to Jessica Barnes' mother's residence at 456 Jackson Street on a civil disturbance. At the end of it, Jessica Barnes was transported via ambulance to the Admin hospital. Separating from that, on the 10th of September, Ms. Mormara, Jessica's mother, came into the office to report her daughter as missing. So about a month and a half had transpired.
So this case started out as a missing person case, correct?
Yes, sir, on the 10th of September.
And just for the court, for the record, the underlying felony that took place was a murder, correct?
Correct.
And who's the defendant that's charged with murder?
Brandon Barnes.
Okay.
Jessica's other.
All right, now let's, from the date of the murder, what's the date of the murder?
Yeah, we determined that to be the 1st of August.
Okay, August 1st or August 2nd, somewhere in that time frame. Can you just tell the court now relating to obstruction, accessory after the fact, and misprision of felony, what these defendants and what their activity was to lead to those warrants from August the 1st or 2nd until the time that they were actually arrested?
Okay. On the 10th of September, after Ms. Mormara had reported her daughter missing to us, we went to the address at 102 Laurel Drive and made contact with Brandon Barnes, Victoria Tippett, and Kendall Mims at the pool house located at that address. Again, the initial investigation was speaking with the three of them concerning the report of a missing person for Jessica Barnes. The answers that we were given that date, one of which was a written voluntary statement from Victoria Tippett, were that Victoria said she was the last person to have seen Jessica Barnes on 31 July is when she wrote on her written statement. That she had come to the pool house, walked to the pool house. Victoria said that she had been outside walking, holding Valentina, the baby of Kendall, when she saw Jessica go to the pool house. Victoria went in the pool house still holding Valentina, said that there was a conversation with Jessica, asked her what she was doing. She said she was packing some belongings going to Michigan, but she wouldn't give any further information. Victoria then said that Jessica then left, and that was the last she had seen.
Judge, may I object for just a minute? May we approach the judge?
You know, one thought I just had is that any one of these could be Jessica. I mean, Jessica, unfortunately, was the one that got deleted, but either one of these could have been. It seems like Brandon didn't really. He wasn't picky as to who he was going to, beat up or off. So either one of these girls could be women, could be lying somewhere 6 feet under. You know what I'm saying?
It hasn't already been said.
Yes, sir, twice.
Officer Westcott, can you, when we refer to the minor child, can we just refer to them as the minor child?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. And you can keep going forward. So you were at the point where Ms. Tippett had given y'all a voluntary statement.
After we got the voluntary statement from Ms. Tippett, it was verbal from Ms. Mims.
Can you hold on? Is this being delayed or is this live?
I don't think it's going out live.
Okay, so any mention of any minor thing could be good action?
I'll let him know.
Sorry.
Yes, sir. Victoria was the only one who gave us a written statement. It was a verbal interview with Ms. Mims and Mr. Barnes. Mr. Barnes said that Jessica previously has left for extended periods of time, so he wasn't concerned about her being gone at this point. Ms. Mims had very little to say. She's very deferential toward Mr. Barnes. After we got a written statement, that concluded the missing persons investigation. We had very little at that point. Investigation continued over the following days. We got information from Ronald Herron that he had tracking devices personally, that he had put on vehicles that were registered to Brandon Barnes.
Can I stop you for just a second? Can you tell the court who Ronald Herron is?
He is the grandfather of Kendall.
Okay.
He's the property owner of 102 Laurel.
And what's the relationship between 102 Laurel, where all of the defendants live in there, correct?
Yes, sir. Okay. So 102 Laurel has a main house on it, which is where Mr. Herron resides, and there's a pool house on the property as well, which is where Barnes, Mims, Tippett, and Minor Child were residing.
Okay. All right, let's go back to those trackers. Mr. Herron had trackers on these vehicles?
On the Chevy HHR registered to Brandon Barnes and a Kia registered, I believe it was in Mr. Herron's name, but it was used by Kendall Mims.
And just for the court's knowledge, those trackers were on these vehicles prior to law enforcement ever being involved in this case?
Yes, sir. Law enforcement had nothing to do with the trackers.
Why did he put the trackers on the vehicles?
What he told us was that because he had a financial interest in them, he was the lien holder, paid for the vehicles. And there was some type of issue from Mr. Barnes' previous relationship that he didn't feel safe with Kendall. And there was some other incident that we were not involved in, so he put the trackers on these two vehicles.
Okay. I'm going to jump a little bit. So eventually Mrs. Barnes' body, it goes from a missing person case to a murder, correct?
Yes, sir.
And how did y'all discover that?
Based on the tracker information from these vehicles, we were able to learn that the vehicles, particularly the HHR, had made multiple trips from the Laurel Drive address out to a location on Twin Lakes Drive, which is in Pickens County. And at this particular location, there's a pathway which leads down to Lake Hartwell, some type of quarry, and where we found there were multiple trips for extended periods, starting on August 1st to I believe August 4th or 5th, where the vehicle's out there for anywhere from a half an hour to more than 2 hours at a time, and then the vehicle would return to Laurel Drive and then go back to this particular location on Twin Lakes Road. So with that information, seeing that there's no activity on Jessica Barnes' social media accounts, no activity on various cell phones, mother, with the initial report being she hadn't heard from her daughter in over a month, and had received no phone calls, no text messages. From that information, we put together a plan to go search the location using various resources, including a canine cadaver dog, which is not law enforcement, it's a private entity. We did that on September 19th, out at the location around where the tracker indicated the vehicle had been for extended periods. During the course of this search, we had multiple search teams in a number of locations. Officer Bishop and an officer from Clemson University found a location which indicated something had been burned off of the trail. Would have been no more than a quarter mile, I'm thinking, from the parking area where the HHR had been repeatedly. I was with the K9 cadaver dog, made our way over to that location, and the cadaver dog made an indication that there were human remains there. A coroner, Candy Kelly from Pickens County, was contacted. She came to the scene. She indicated that there seemed to be human remains. A Clemson University professor, Weisenseed, also an anthropologist, came out to the scene. She searched through the burned pile, and she said that yes, there were human remains in this pile. So from that point, the scene was secured. It was getting later in the afternoon. Pickens County stayed on the scene. SLED, who was also involved in this search, they came out on the following day, on the 20th.
I'm gonna stop you right there. Can you whose human remains did those end up being?
Ultimately, they were the dental remains which were found in the pile. There were 3 teeth and a piece of a jawbone. It was determined to be the remains of Jessica Barnes.
And there's limited remains just from them being burned, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Were there any other remains found in any other locations?
Yes, sir. Following this search on the 20th, ultimately there was a search warrant conducted following interview with the 3 suspects on the 1st of October when they were ultimately arrested. And during their interviews, Victoria Tippett had said that there was a bucket, like a 5-gallon bucket that was out at the property, 102 Laurel Drive, which also contained some of Jessica Barnes' remains.
I want to thank you for that. I want to jump now to, we know that there was a murder that took place. Can you tell the court how Ms. Tippett and Ms. Mims either learned of the murder, had knowledge of the murder, who was there, who wasn't there, that sort of thing?
Yes, sir. So when the murder took place in the residence, Victoria Tippett was there with a minor child when the murder took place by Brandon Barnes.
And what was the manner of death? How was she killed?
She was choked to death.
Okay. And how did you learn of that?
Ultimately, it was through the interviews.
Okay, so basically the defendants confessed to her being strangled?
Yes, sir, on October. There were a number of interviews prior to that where they had ample opportunity to tell us what had taken place, and they had never confessed to what had happened.
Okay. And now I just want to be clear on who was present when the murder took place.
Brandon Barnes strangled Jessica Barnes. Victoria Tippett was present with the minor child.
So Ms. Tippett's knowledge of the murder was that she witnessed the murder, basically.
She was in the room when it took place.
And where was Ms. Mims at the time of the murder?
She was at work.
Okay. So she wasn't on location when the murder took place?
She was not present when the murder took place.
Okay. Now I want you to tell the court a little bit about how Ms. Mims came to learn of the murder.
It was determined that she was told what had happened when she came home from work, and at this point, Jessica Barnes' remains had already been placed into a large Rubbermaid type tote that was purchased by Brandon Barnes and Victoria Tippett using Kendall Mims' debit card at the Central Walmart.
And so her body was in a plastic tote, is that what?
Yes, sir.
And when was the tote that the body went into purchased, before or after the murder?
After the murder.
Okay. And how did y'all come to find out that they had purchased it at Walmart?
Sledges and Kevin Tyner had found that there was video surveillance of the purchase at the Walmart, and you could see Brandon Barnes, Victoria Tippett walking out of the Walmart with a tote and a shovel that they had purchased on top of it. So,
And that was prior to Kendall Mims having knowledge that this murder had taken place, correct?
at the time the tote was purchased, yes.
What, she hadn't returned home from work at that time when they had purchased the tote, correct?
That I'm not sure of.
Okay. But ultimately, Kendall came home from work.
Correct.
And how did she learn of the murder?
She was told by Brandon Barnes and Victoria Tippett what had taken place.
Okay. All right. Now that they all know that this incident has taken place, walk the court through their actions from the time the murder took place until you've already testified to her body eventually being burned. Tell the court a little bit about how they got from the pool house with the body to the Twin Lakes Road location.
So Mr. Heron also has a ring camera system at his residence. You can, at some point, you can see the tote being brought out of the pool house by Brandon Barnes with the assistance of Ms. Mims and Victoria Tippett due to the dead weight of the body being in the tote. It's put in the HHR. Again, it's driven around. Apparently, what they told us was they were searching for a location to dispose of the remains before they ultimately ended at the location on Twin Lakes Road in Pickens County.
And did the tracking devices show y'all them driving around?
Yes, sir.
But they also, in their statements and interviews, explain this process?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Okay, let's tell the court how they eventually picked Twin Lakes Road.
From a Brandon Barnes that said it was a location, well, they had checked the location in Georgia and determined that it wasn't a good location for whatever their reasoning was. Ended up at the Twin Lakes location. According to Mr. Barnes, it was the first place Jessica Barnes had gone on a date, so it had some kind of sentimental value to him. They tried to dig using the shovel they had purchased at Walmart. And we were able to find that spot where they had tried to dig on the trail before determining that they couldn't dig or get through the hard packed dirt. At which point they made the determination to burn the remains. And while this was taking place, and again, it was a number of trips that they made out there, we have text messages between Victoria Mims and Victoria Tippett and Kendall Mims, that Kendall Mims was out at the roadway keeping watch while Victoria Tippett and Brandon Barnes were at the remains site attempting to dispose of the body.
And did they? So all three of the co-defendants were at the Twin Lakes Road location?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Was there any other time that they were at the Twin Lakes Road location that you know of?
Multiple times.
Okay.
I roughly 10 times between the time of the murder and when we discovered it.
Was the car data, the tracker data, the only evidence that you had with them out there? But you also had the text messages. Was there anything else that showed that they were out there?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. When did SLED get involved in this case? When it became a missing persons case?
No, sir. It would have been a few days later. I want to say it was roughly the 14th of September when Mr. Heron told us about the trackers being on the vehicles.
Okay. And you mentioned the Ring doorbell cameras, and I apologize if you've already went over it, but can you tell the court what the Ring doorbell cameras captured the night of the incident?
And again, I'm not positive of the exact dates right now, but at various times, Kendall Mims is seen carrying gas cans, which would have been stored behind the pool house. I believe they were blue gas cans. And SLED was able to determine that an accelerant was used at the burn site. And at some point, as I said earlier, it wasn't just a burn site. There were cut trees that were placed over the burn site. And Mr. Heron has a battery-operated saw, which you can see on the camera, was taken from under the carport and then brought back.
Okay. I'm going to jump back to the bucket. Would the bucket with the remains in it, bucket already at Mr. Heron's home, or was it purchased at some point, or are you aware of that?
They had purchased a bucket at Lowe's as well as a 50-pound bag of, I don't think it was Quikrete, but that type of product. And then ultimately, the remains were put in a different bucket, not the bucket they had purchased at Lowe's.
And who was present when they purchased that bucket and the concrete?
All three parties were at the Lowe's.
Okay. And in their interviews, did all three parties know what was in that bucket once y'all discovered it?
Yes, sir. We would not have known about the bucket had it not told us the bucket was there, because the bucket, we had to obtain a separate search warrant following the interviews, and the bucket was away from where the pool house was. It was in it, kind of hidden under some not debris, but some overgrowth that was there at the property.
Okay. I just have a few more questions for you. Between the time of the death and the time of their arrest, you mentioned that the defendants went down to, did you say Georgia?
Yes, sir.
Did they go anywhere else in that window of time between August 1st and when they were arrested, I believe October the 1st or so?
Yes, sir. I want to say it was around September 14th, 15th. Mr. Heron had called me and said that wanted to let me know that they were up in Tennessee. And he had this information via the tracker, which he had already given permission to us, both verbally and in writing, to use his login information. Following his phone call, I did log in and saw that they had made a trip from Pendleton up to Tennessee, and then ultimately they drove west across Kansas, Oklahoma, Texas, ultimately staying in Colorado. Mr. Heron said, because Mr. Heron is co-owner of a banking account with Ms. Mims, he said that he could see that they had a room booked in Colorado for 2 days. They checked out after the first day and then came back to Pendleton.
And why did they go out there? A vacation, or?
What they said was they went to Tennessee for vacation. Why they went further, ultimately they told us it was due to the pressure they were receiving via social media and our questioning.
Was there any video at the burn site?
Yes, sir. So following the information that they had gone west, we had already located the burn site, and when we saw that they were returning and getting fairly close to South Carolina, SLED put a trail camera out at the recovery site, and upon their return to Pendleton, one of the first things they did was went out to the burn site, and on the trail camera you can see with the tracker information, the vehicle goes to the burn site. They get out, they walk right to the burn site, and where their images are captured looking at where the burn site had been.
Okay, I have 2 or 3 more questions. Was there any blood at the scene of the murder that you know of?
The initial search and then following search didn't indicate anything with the various means that SLED Forensics used. but during the interview, Victoria had stated that she and Brandon had gone to Food Lion to purchase bleach, and there were 2 other products, I can't recall off the top of my head, but they had obtained those because following the strangling, that some type of fluid had come out of Jessica's mouth, so they used that. They made these purchases to clean up that small spot.
Okay, and that was Victoria and Brandon.
Yes, sir.
And you've already testified to it a little bit, but y'all spoke to the 3 defendants multiple times between the time of the murder and the time they were arrested, correct?
Yes, sir.
And were they truthful with y'all throughout that time?
No.
They were not truthful?
No.
And they never told you what actually happened until the interviews right before they were arrested?
October 1st, yes, sir.
While Miss Barnes was missing, did the defendants do anything in the community to sort of look like they were looking for her? Does that make sense to you?
Yes, sir. One evening, I was transferred a phone call from Brandon Barnes where he was asking if he could get the missing person flyer that the town had created, and he was told that he could print it off the town website. He also, the 3 of them, Brandon, Victoria, and Kendall, at some point met with a reporter in the downtown square area. Brandon was apparently carrying the remains of his deceased child. And he spoke with the reporter, indicating that they were attempting to search for Jessica.
Did Brandon ask y'all for flyers for her missing persons case? Was that after the ultimate date of that Miss Barnes had died?
Well after.
Okay. And did Miss Tippett or Miss Mims have any activity in regards to putting out missing persons flyers?
I don't know that they put out any flyers, but they were with him when they met with the reporter.
Okay. And that was when he was putting out flyers, is that correct?
I don't know that they put out flyers.
Okay.
He was told that he could print them off. I don't know if he did or not.
Okay. But, so why did they met with the reporter to talk about her being missing? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And all 3 of them were there at that time speaking with the reporter? Okay. Is there anything else you'd like to inform the court of related to these warrants?
No, sir.
I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Adrian. Please support. Thank you for being here today, Officer Westcott. You said earlier in your testimony that the missing persons report was filed by Ms. Rivera on September 10th. Okay. And there was nothing from anyone else before that date?
Yes, ma'am.
There was. Okay.
No, there was nothing else.
Okay, sorry. So September 10th. And you said the first thing y'all did was you went to 102 Laurel Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
And you spoke to all 3 parties?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and were you there personally, or did you watch any of the interviews?
I was there.
And did you speak to them alone, or were they together?
When we initially made contact, all 3 of them were inside the residence. Eventually, Officer Biddlecom in Victoria asked her to step outside with her to speak with them, or with her, while myself, Officer Bishop, were speaking with Ms. Mims and Brandon Barnes inside the residence.
Okay. So Ms. Mims was inside of Mr. Barnes' room?
Correct.
Thank you. Now, when you got worried about the missing persons case, and after you went out and spoke to the parties, did you have an opportunity to run like a background check on these individuals?
At that point, there was no need. All we had was the missing persons case.
Okay. And police ever went to this scene 102 Laurel Drive before the September 17th?
I've been there.
For what reasons?
I was there in 2023, I don't remember the exact date, I think it was October. There was a report where Officer Carpenter was investigating an incident. I don't recall the exact incident, but I went there to make contact while he was out on Jackson Street talking to, I believe it was Ms. Romero. I'm not positive who he was talking to. I never went to Jackson Street in 2023 on that incident. But he had asked me to go to Laurel, where I made contact, on my body cam. You can see Brandon Barnes, Jessica Barnes, Jessica Barbar at the time, and Kim Winters were there.
Okay. And were you aware of Miss Barnes' stillborn baby?
During the course of the investigation, we became aware of it, yes.
Okay. And at what point in time did you learn about prior domestic violence incidences that had occurred at that residence?
We never had any reports of domestic violence incidents at the residence.
Okay. But when you looked up information about Mr. Barnes, at whatever point that you did you find that there were hints and instances that looked like domestic violence had occurred?
Not with these parties. We did learn that he had been arrested for domestic violence in the state of Maine.
And that he also had a juvenile record or something along those lines as well?
Yes.
Okay. So you said that during this investigation you did become aware of the stillborn.
Yes, ma'am.
And were you privy to those medical records?
During the course of the investigation, we learned Anderson County Sheriff's Office had investigated that incident, had made a report on it, and we do have their report.
Okay, because in those medical records, as well as the deputy, Officer Free State, who responded, said they noticed bruising all over Mrs. Barnes' body, and Officer Free State mentioned it as well. I think at least one other officer had went out and noticed Ms. Barnes' black eyes. Were you aware of that during your investigation?
We never had a report of a domestic violence incident.
Okay. So, at any point in time, did you attempt to triangulate the phones between these individuals?
We ultimately, through the investigation, had search warrants, got all their phones, did the phone notes. We have all the phone information.
Okay, so you did do
Triangulation, no, that was not part of it.
Okay. Is that not something that's done when there's a missing persons report?
Not that I'm aware of.
All right. Now, you said that there were forensics of the phones.
Yes, ma'am.
And did you get a warrant for those forensics?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And you got it yourself or someone else did?
Multiple officers were working on it. I believe the phone dump warrants were obtained by Officer Delco.
Okay. Now, at any point in time, did you attempt to speak to the victim out of Maine?
She called, yes, ma'am.
She did call?
Yes, ma'am.
And did you speak to her?
Yeah, at some point, let me back that up. I don't know that I spoke to her. I believe Officer Delco spoke to her.
And did she express concerns about strangulation?
As far as I know of, yes.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to ever question Ms. Mims by herself?
During the course of the investigation, we spoke with all of them multiple times.
But did you ever have an opportunity to speak to her by herself?
They were always together.
And where was the minor trial when this was occurring?
You talking about the murder?
No. I know where the issue was. Where was the minor trial when you were questioning Ms. Mims?
Which time?
Any of the times?
I believe she was typically in the care of Mr. Heron.
Okay. All right, so, but you said that you did end up, when you said that they were together, are you Are you meaning Mr. Barnes and Ms. Mims were together? He was there, or did you mean somebody else was Ms. Mims?
Typically, it was always Ms. Tippett, Ms. Mims, Mr. Barnes.
Okay.
He was a very controlling individual, we found.
Now, I know you said you had an opportunity to speak to her grandfather, Mr. Heron,
Yes.
on several occasions, and he was really helpful solving the case. Did you by chance get a search warrant for the GPS trackers at any point in time?
I believe SLED had taken one of those, yes. I believe.
Okay.
Or if not the warrant, Mr. Heron had given us permission. Both verbally and in writing, as I stated.
And you stated earlier that Mr. Heron was not on Mr. Barnes' title, but he is.
He is on. He's on the HHR, registered Mr. Barnes, and on the Kia, which I believe is registered Mr. Heron with Ms. Mims as well.
Did you have an opportunity to review the ring camera?
I did not review the ring cameras. That SLED did the review of the ring cameras.
And then based upon their report, based upon their report about what occurred on the ring cameras, you made decisions about the case?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, how many times have you worked with domestic violence victims or responded to domestic violence calls?
Over the course of 16 years, I can't give you a number.
Right.
Many times.
And so I am going to assume, and I would like for you to correct me if I'm wrong, that you've gotten some domestic violence training?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you concerned at all about domestic violence in the house at any point in time?
No. We like again, as I said, we have never received a call to the Laurel Drive address for an incident. I believe it was 4 calls roughly to the Jackson Street address where Mr. Barnes' mother resided, and Miss Barnes, Jessica Guevara at the time, had resided there.
But during the course of your investigation, when you discovered probably some pretty alarming information, did you start to wonder if there was any domestic violence present at 102 Laurel Drive?
With which parties? We're talking 3
All
different
of them?
females.
Any of them?
We never had any indication that there was domestic violence. At some point, Ms. Guevara, Cecilia Guevara, Jessica's mother, told us about an incident in November, probably 23, where she said that she believed Jessica had been the victim of domestic violence, but it had been a call that had been handled by the sheriff's office. So Pendleton Police Department, as I said, had never received a report of domestic violence.
Now, that's interesting. So I know that police did respond because of domestic violence at 102 Laurel. Is there a reason why Pendleton wasn't notified of it?
It would depend on the day that it would have been reported. Pendleton Police Department, after 2 a.m. Saturday morning until 8 a.m. Monday morning, Pendleton Police Department is off duty. So if it occurs Saturday, Sunday, into Monday morning, it's Anderson County Sheriff's Office's response.
Okay. But you said that you went to Ms. Guevara's residence and that you had to take Mrs. Barnes, Jessica, to a hospital?
We didn't take her. The ambulance took her to the hospital.
And that was July 31st?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you find out any information more about that during the course of your investigation? Because obviously she was in the hospital and then you assumed that the date of the murder was either the 1st or the 2nd?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know how she got from the hospital to back to 102 Laurel?
From the statements we received, Jessica Barnes had her phone while she was being transported via ambulance to admin. She was in contact with Brandon Barnes via text message. Once she was brought into the emergency room for mental health evaluation at ANMED, she ultimately decided to check herself out, left the hospital, was apparently walking around Anderson, still in communication with Brandon via phone. And he ultimately, on the morning of the first, drove to Anderson, picked her up, and brought her back to Laurel Drive.
Was anybody in the car with him when he did that?
I couldn't tell you, ma'am.
Okay. Would that have shown up on the ring camera?
I can't answer that.
Okay. What about, were you ever aware that Mr. Barnes would drive Ms. Mims' car
Yes, ma'am.
without her in it?
I couldn't tell you if she would have been in it or not.
Okay, but maybe that would also be something that's on the ring camera? At any point in time during this investigation, did you speak to Mrs. Mims, excuse me, Mrs. Mims' family members from mom or dad?
No, ma'am.
So you're not aware, excuse me, that they had sought law enforcement services in North Carolina and Georgia trying to find their daughter?
Unaware of North Carolina. Georgia, yes, that was one of the indications, or that was one of the reasons that Mr. Heron said he put a tracker on the vehicle that she typically drove, was that Brandon Barnes and Kendall Mims at some point had gone down to Georgia, unknown where, family didn't have any contact with her. So when they came back, he had put the tracker on the vehicle so that type of activity wouldn't happen again.
But in fact, the family had to report the car stolen so that they could find her, correct?
I couldn't tell you if the car was reported stolen.
Okay, so do you have any of those incident reports?
No, ma'am, it not reported to Pendleton PD.
So, you stated that there were several text messages that you saw on the phones, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And did Ms. Barbara make you aware that she suspected that Mr. Barnes had been texting her using Jessica's phone?
Are we talking about when she reported her as a missing person?
Yes.
Yes, so she said that the reason she was in to report her as a missing person was that she had not heard from Jessica on her birthday. And that, I don't remember the exact date, but she had gotten a text message allegedly from Jessica's phone, but she did not believe that it was sent from Jessica. Reading the text message, it read very strange. It was a long run-on sentence. And she also said that one of her sons had received a similar text message. Went to her residence, made contact with one of her minor sons, read the text message he had received, and it was very similar to the text message that Ms. Navarre had received, other than the message he received had some punctuation in it, and the other indication from Ms. Navarre was that Jessica typically used a number of emojis. Hers was a long run-on sentence, no emojis, and her son had some punctuation and emojis, but it read very similarly.
At any point in time, did you find out that Mr. Barnes regularly used Ms. Tippett, Ms. Mims, and Ms. Barnes' phones?
He apparently used all three of their phones as well as his.
And were you aware that he also did some of that with their social media?
Yes, ma'am.
At any point in time, did you realize that when you were saying that Ms. Tippett and Mr. Barnes went to Walmart to buy the plastic container, the shovel, and the Coca-Cola, you stated that they used Ms. Mims' debit card, correct? She was not there, correct?
She was not there when that purchase was made.
And that appeared to have taken place while she was at work.
Correct. Yes, she was not there.
Prior to her learning about any of this. As far as you can tell, that was prior to her learning about any of this.
I don't know when she learned of the event.
All right.
Would have been after she returned home, but I can't tell you how long after she returned home that she was told.
At any point in time, did you notice that Mr. Barnes was funneling large amounts of money from Ms. Mims' account to his own?
What we found through the bank records was it seemed like as Ms. Mims would get paid, transfers were made from her account into Brandon Barr's account.
Was he doing that with anyone else?
Jessica Barnes had very little money, and we didn't see any indication that there was anything from Victoria Tippett.
Okay. And do you know how many jobs Ms. Mims was forced to work?
I believe she was working 2 jobs, at an Arby's, and then she had just started a job at a diner or some type of eating establishment on Clemson University.
And were you aware that at least one of her coworkers made a statement regarding injuries that she constantly saw on Ms. Mims?
Yes. One of the coworkers said that she had seen some type of injury on her body.
During the course of your investigation, did you learn that Mr. Barnes required Ms. Mims to either wear a headset or keep her phone on all the time so that he could listen to everything she did?
From the statements they've given me, while all of them, while Brandon was at work, he would be constantly on the phone with the parties, and Ms. Mims, while she was at work, she was apparently on the phone as well.
You stated earlier in your testimony that Ms. Mims rarely said much at all.
Yes, ma'am. Very differential.
And that was your experience with her as a whole?
Throughout the investigation, yes. Only time I ever really saw any type of emotion from her was in October 2023 when I had made contact with her, Jessica Gardner at the time, and Brandon Barnes.
All right, now, do you know who had the relationship first with Mr. Barnes, where this began?
Ms. Mims.
Okay. And do you know where that occurred? It's where it started?
No.
So, do you know when Ms. Barnes was introduced into this equation?
Toward the end of 2023.
Okay. And then, are you aware of when Ms. Tippett became involved?
July, like a couple weeks before this happened.
All right.
Ms. Wise, I just want to make sure, are you handling both cases?
No, I'm not.
I'll be quick, Your Honor.
Well, I just wish when she mentioned Ms. Tippett, I just wanted to make sure that y'all were, you were handling both cases while,
No.
I wanted to stay as close to the charges as possible. I know I've allowed to go far afield, and I've allowed the solicitor's office, and I don't know that you're not calling on another buy-in.
This is our only witness, Your Honor.
So I just wanted to make sure, just wanted to make sure.
Thank you, Judge. I appreciate that. All right, so you did say that all 3 of the parties were at Lowe's, correct?
Yes, sir.
And
Seen on surveillance.
all right, do you know who drove that day?
No, I do not.
So you stated that Ms. Mims was not there during the commission of this crime.
Yes, ma'am.
And you said that during her interview, she gave you information that she knew what had happened?
During your interview, I was not present during the interview. I watched the interview recording. She ultimately initially stated that Jessica had left of her own volition. Nobody knew where she was, and then eventually told us what she had been told.
And what she had been told was that Jessica committed suicide.
Yes, ma'am.
And she said that numerous times?
Yes.
that she knew that Miss Barnes was murdered?
Yeah, because she wasn't there. She said, again, she was telling us what she was told. She had disappeared, she had killed herself.
And did you ever uncover any evidence that Miss Mims was married to Brandon Barnes?
No, Mr. Barnes and Ms. Mims had obtained a wedding license, but had never.
Because just getting a marriage license isn't enough to get married in the state of South Carolina.
That they never had gotten married.
Did you ever uncover any information that the child that Miss Mims had with Mr. Barnes was a secret of any kind?
Not that we're aware of.
Were you aware that Miss Barnes was present when Miss Mims gave birth?
No, ma'am.
And were you ever able to uncover any kind of plot to kill Miss Barnes?
No.
Did you ever find anything regarding Miss Mims that she wanted to do this, thought about doing this, made a plan to do this?
There was never an indication, nothing during the investigation showed that there was a plan to kill her. We found numerous text messages amongst the parties that Ms. Mims and Mrs. Barnes didn't get along, but I would expect that.
Yes, I would place that blame squarely at Mr. Barnes' feet. I have no further questions.
Hey, please support, Your Honor. Just want to clear up one thing. At the beginning of your testimony, were you at the incident, the civil disturbance incident on July 31st?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Tell me a little bit about that civil, what kind of civil disturbance was it?
When Officer Bishop and I showed up, Mrs. Barnes, Jessica Barnes, was laying in the street, all her belongings with her, and it was at the residence next to her mother's address at 456 Jackson. At that time, both Brandon Barnes and Jessica Barnes were placed on trespass notice from 456 Jackson, where the mother and her other sibling resided. Brandon Barnes was present while we were dealing with that and ultimately waiting for the ambulance to arrive. Ms. Mims had arrived on scene. She stayed separated from where we were dealing with Jessica and Brandon.
Okay, was that like a shouting match? Were they going at each other? What kind of, when you say civil disturbance, I'm just trying to get an idea of what was actually going on.
Apparently, Brandon had brought Jessica back to the residence with all her belongings, where he was leaving her, and his intention initially was he was leaving. While we were on scene, and it was more than an hour, he wanted to bring her with him. She had made indications that she wanted her, Jessica had made indications that she wanted her herself, which is when we asked for the ambulance to come on scene.
Was that incident reported on body camera?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And was that turned over as part of this whole case file?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Let's go then now to the initial contact you had with Brandon, Victoria, and Kendall, where Victoria made the written statement. Was all of that on body cam and recorded?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and turned over to the solicitor's office?
Yes, sir.
All right, the GPS trackers on the cars. Now, when you initially answered the state's question, you said that Brandon Barnes was the registered owner of the HHR, and that then later, during the cross, you said Brandon Barnes and Mr. Heron, and I'm just trying to make sure I get this right. Was he actually registered owner, or was he just a co-signer on a loan?
Give me just a second.
No problem.
I believe I have it. not believe I got the registrations printed off. I believe Mr. Heron was the co-signer.
Okay. If I told you that, looking at the tax records, that Brandon Barnes is the only listed person for the HHR, but that Mr. Heron and then Ms. Mims are on the registration for the Kia Forte, would that surprise you?
No.
Okay. And so were you able to, if Mr. Heron was on some sort of note, were you able to collect that note to verify that Mr. Heron had some sort of interest in the HHR?
I don't recall if we got that.
Okay. Because, you would agree that you probably can't put trackers into random people's cars.
Correct.
Okay. Did you, what kind of GPS trackers were they? Were they like air tags? Were they magnetic devices?
I asked Mr. Heron about the device, and he didn't answer that question.
Okay.
And it wasn't our device, so honestly, I didn't care.
So, but once it became clear that the HHR and the Forte to some extent were used in furtherance of this investigation, were those devices collected and put into evidence?
Negative.
Why not?
They were owned by Mr. Heron.
Just to get to some statements that I read, I believe in your interview with Mr. Heron, he described Brandon at one point as manipulative and narcissistic with women.
And if his lips are moving, he's lying.
And if his lips are moving, he's lying. Also, in an interview with Jessica's mother, talked about Jessica being physically abused by Brandon and then provided a picture, which I believe is actually in evidence that I've seen, of black eye. Do you remember interviewing with Julia Palmer, who dated Brandon between August and November of 2023? I believe she stated that Brandon had put a cigarette on her before they broke up.
There was a phone interview, and she had said that she had been involved with him for a short period of time, 2 or 3 months. At some point, he had put out a cigarette on one of her legs, asked her if she ever reported the incident. She said no.
Now,
how far are we going to go back into?
We're not, I'm done with that. This is as far back, that's my last question as far as that, and I've only got a few more, Your Honor. In your testimony, at the beginning, you said that you got to the Twin Lakes location based off the phone data, or the tracker data.
Yes, sir.
In your report, stated that a confidential source had said that Brandon was at Twin Lakes on August the 3rd. Was there a confidential source?
Mr. Heron.
Mr. Heron. Okay, that clears that up. Just because it can be a little bit confusing at times. Well, let me ask this first. You said that a private entity was used as for the cadaver dog. Do you remember what entity that was?
No, it's not my head, sir.
Okay. And were they paid by the department? Were they paid by SLED? Do you have any of that information?
Voluntarily.
And you said that the remains were identified by dental ID based off the 3 teeth that were found?
The 3 teeth and a piece of the jaw.
Do you know who did that ID?
It's in the report.
Okay.
I saw the name last night, but I don't recall off the top of my head.
Was there any sort of DNA identification?
Ultimately, SLED did the DNA, yes, sir.
What actual, and you may not know every little piece, but what actual remains were collected from that burn site other than the piece of the jawbone with the teeth?
I can't answer that. While that search was being conducted out at Twin Lakes, myself and Officer Bishop were doing a search over at Lower Drive, so it was being conducted simultaneously.
Were any large remains found? Larger bone?
Not that I'm aware of.
Now, during one of the interviews, I believe maybe Ms. Tippett had said that they had purchased bleach to clean up the bodily fluids.
Yes, sir.
Is my understanding that the pool house was carpeted?
Yes, sir.
Was there any evidence of any bleach being used, any bleached out areas?
Not when
you searched?
SLED Forensics use their luminol and whatever else they use.
Okay, so to your knowledge, there was no areas of carpet like it looked like someone poured bleach on?
No, sir.
Part of your report mentions that you had received a tip on September 19th regarding a potential sighting of Jessica Barnes at the Dollar General. Was that ever reviewed, or was video ever pulled from that Dollar General at that point in time?
No, sir. I conducted that interview on the phone, and when I asked the gentleman if he would, how certain he was, he said, yeah, I don't remember the percentage he gave, and I said, well, would it change your mind any if I told you that we had evidence that would indicate that you did not see what you believe you saw? And he said, no, he was pretty sure that he had seen Miss Barnes.
Okay. And that would have been before 9/20. I'm sorry, that would have been before Miss Barnes would have been identified, though.
Positively identified, yes, sir.
Did you ever get that individual's name?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so his information is in a report?
Is in a report, yes, sir.
Okay. What about the identification of a woman, I believe she's described as looking haggard and smoking a Marlboro cigarette, that was seen on September 20th, and who said that she collected, I believe, 3 trash bags worth of stuff from the area?
Right.
Was she ever identified?
No, sir. Again, on the 20th, this was information that was reported to me. I put it in a report. Information I received was that a SLED agent was stopped by this woman as she was driving by and said that she had found a number of trash bags at some location.
Okay, but there was no idea what was in the trash bags, whether they were trash, whether they were potential evidence, whether they were remains?
And she was never identified, nor the vehicle.
And then my last question would be, do you remember Ms. Mims giving a statement to police that basically said that Brandon had told Ms. Mims and Ms. Tippett that if they had talked to police or said anything about this, that basically they were all going down with it?
That was their statement, yes, sir.
For one quick second, Your Honor. I have no further questions for this witness.
I have 2 or 3 follow-ups, if you'll allow me. Officer Westcott, in Ms. Wise's questioning, she was a little bit unsure on the date of the actual murder and when it took place. So I just want to run through some stuff that I've gathered from the reports and in my discussions with law enforcement. The civil disturbance happened on 7/31, correct?
Correct.
And then
On Jackson Street.
Then at some point early on 8/1, that's when Miss Barnes is wandering around the downtown Anderson area.
Yes, sir.
And on 8/1, Mr. Barnes picks her up, correct?
Yes, sir.
So,
8 o'clock in the morning-ish.
okay. And then 8/1 passes by, and there's, in my review of the evidence, there's the HHR or the Kia, one of the two, is door dashing late at night on 8/1. Does that sound correct to you, if you know of that? Okay. And then we go into 8/2, and Kendall leaves for work. And let me take one step back. On 8/1, we've got Jessica on Ring doorbell camera and Brandon returning back to the pool house.
Yes, sir.
And then on 8/2, Kendall leaves for work and Jessica is alive. Is that correct?
Sounds correct.
Okay. You said it sounds correct. Are you not 100% sure? Or
I believe that is
okay.
the case.
And then, so Kendall goes to work on 8/2 and she's alive. Kendall returns on 8/2 and that's when she sees Jessica's body in the plastic bin, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so it seems as though she was murdered sometime between when Kendall left for work, the morning of the 2nd, and she comes home from work after, 5 o'clock on the 2nd.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, the next thing I want to go to is also in Ms. Wise's questioning is she talked about how Kendall never actually said that she knew that Brandon choked Jessica to death. That's what the questioning was, correct?
Yes, sir.
But in her interview, did she ultimately admit Brandon telling her what happened?
Yes, sir.
And so what did Kendall, in her interview, finally, after telling a few stories that weren't exactly true, what did Kendall say Brandon told her?
That he was trying to restrain her in some type of WWE move where his arm had come around her neck, and that's how she had been choked, strangled.
And that's what Kendall told law enforcement in her interview?
Correct.
So she ultimately told you?
The manner in which it took place.
Okay, okay. Did she make any sort of did she make any demonstrations of what Brandon told her that you know of?
Kendall did not. Victoria did.
Victoria did, okay. All right, and let me go to, you said you did not collect, this is now Mr. Bloom's question, you did not collect the physical trackers?
Correct.
Mr. Herron either still has them or something along those lines?
As far as I know.
Okay, but did y'all extract and review the data from those trackers?
Yes, sir. The sled got that data.
And y'all have that data?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that's the ultimate data that showed you where the remains were?
Yes, sir.
And who, I think you testified to it, just to make sure, who positively identified the remains? Because there weren't many remains. Who positively identified them?
Give me a second. I don't have it right here. It was an email. Whomever the remains were sent to identify had emailed the Anderson County coroner. Once the coroner, or it might have been Pickens County coroner, Scandy Kelly, once they had the email, that was when the plan was made to pick the three up for the interview. Now that we had positively identified the woman as Jessica Barnes.
And I don't know the name either, just sitting here, but wasn't it someone at Clemson University that had to look at the remains just due to the state they were in?
Professor Weisensee, who had come out to the scene initially, had positively identified human remains on the 20th of September. I'm sorry, 19th of September, the initial search. The ultimate positive identification of the dental remains, that was sent to someone who was in Georgia.
Okay.
I believe it's Georgia.
But those dental remains were Jessica's, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then this is my last question. Mr. Bloom was talking about the bleach and the bleach being purchased and there not really being much evidence of bleach, but my understanding is that in Kendall Mims's interview, she told law enforcement that when she came back to the house, it smelled like the room had been bombed with bleach. Does that sound correct to you?
Yes, sir.
And that Brandon said that he had bombed the room for bugs.
Yes, sir.
Okay. I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Brief redirect, Your Honor. I'm
I'm sorry?
I said a brief redirect, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm very sorry. During Ms. Mims' interview, she also said that it smelled very strongly of like ant killer or bleach. Do you remember her saying that exactly?
Yes, ma'am.
So it could have been either one. She wasn't exactly sure.
Yes, ma'am.
And last question. During Ms. Mims' interview, she did state that Mr. Barnes had tried to restrain Mrs. Barnes.
Yes, ma'am.
But she stated over and over and over again that Mrs. Barnes was still moving when Mr. Barnes left the room. Or is that incorrect?
That, I'm not sure, again, I wasn't present during her interview, and she wasn't present during the incident.
All right. It's okay. All right, thank you. No further questions?
No.
One question, why did you get the accessory after the fact and mispresent of a felony? Aren't they the same elements, except one is murder, A, B, C, and the other one is just felony?
Honestly, Your Honor, I never heard of his prison. SLED spoke with the solicitor. Solicitor said, go forward with these charges.
Is that what y'all want to do? Y'all going to?
Judge, it's my understanding that we are aware of the accessory and the misprision issue, and there's a possibility there's some case law saying you cannot be guilty of those two. That's my representation to you right now.
You would have to elect the charge.
I believe that's correct.
The solicitor, you can say.
And my also our understanding is that the jury could pick between the two at a trial, and that it can't be both. So.
Yeah, Judge, if we ultimately go to trial on this case, you have to look at it in a vacuum, and of course it'll all depend on the testimony that comes out and ultimately what the jury decides. But you can, the circuit court can structure the jury instructions so that they, if they pick one, or if they don't pick one, they'd move on to the next one and vice versa.
Both have to be indicted no matter what.
Yes, sir.
So I know it's a preliminary hearing,
And that's way on down the line.
That's way down the line, but I'm just not sure why. Saying one is common law and one is codified, as far as I consider.
I would say that the accessory part is more of an active role, and the misprision of a felony is more of a neglect of duty aspect of it. So I think the defense would make some arguments.
You have a felony without being an ABC felony. There is a lesser felony, but that's not included in accessory. These may be semantical arguments anyway. Anything about the on the lines?
Just briefly, Your Honor, the only evidence they have on Ms. Mims knowing about this murder occurring was based upon her own testimony in her interview that she gave willingly and voluntarily misled to law enforcement. However, at no point in time during her interview does she state that she actually knew that Brandon Barnes killed Jessica Barnes. And her statement over and over and over again was that as far as she knew, Mrs. Barnes was still alive, even after Brandon tried to subdue her. Based upon that, I would ask that you consider dismissing the accessory after the fact of murder, because the only evidence they have that she knew that it was a murder was based upon what she said, that she knew that he restrained her, that she did testify or state over and over again that Mrs. Barnes was still alive once the restraining was over with. And Judge, to be guilty of accessory after the fact of murder, she'd have to know that there was a murder that occurred.
Nothing.
And Judge, I would just respond to the motion related to accessory is that I would agree that you have to acknowledge that a felony has occurred. When you come home from work and there's a deceased person inside of a plastic tote, and then you tell law enforcement that that person who committed the murder ultimately demonstrated for you how they choked them, and you demonstrate that choke for law enforcement, and then a murder charge is ultimately brought, that it just sort of defies logic that you don't know that a felony has occurred and that a murder has occurred, Your Honor.
All right. I do find probable cause on all three charges for both defendants. Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
All right, so that was a preliminary hearing for Victoria Tippett and Kendall Mims. And I'm just going to briefly go over what we heard throughout that. So we heard that there was a tracker that was put on the truck of Brendan Barnes by the grandfather. We heard that there was a bucket and concrete was purchased at Walmart using Mims' credit card while she was at work. We heard that there was a burn pit with remains. So now a burn pit has entered the conversation. We found that the tracker that was put on the truck takes them right to the burn site, but no blood was found. Victoria Tippett stated that she and Brandon purchased bleach because fluid had come out of Jessica's mouth after she had been strangled. The law enforcement said that the defendants were not truthful until after they were arrested. They talk about the stillborn child and the domestic violence between Jessica and Brandon. There was bruising all over Jessica's body and she had a black eye, but the law enforcement never had a report of DV, which is interesting. They talk about triangulation was not done on the phones. Barnes used all of the phones and all the social media. So he was using everybody's phone and everybody's social media. So he was just like this crown royale, just sitting and controlling these women. I think Julie BME asked about where'd they get all this money. And I heard something about like $5,000 or something like that. But Barnes was funneling large amounts of money from Mims' account. But she was working at an Arby's in a diner near Clemson University. How on earth is she pulling in thousands and thousands of dollars? She's probably making like $200 a week, if that. I don't know. Mims had told law enforcement that Jessica had committed self-deletion. So that's interesting. So again, lied. Oh, wedding licenses were obtained by both Jessica and Kendall, but they were never married. And Aaron found those, so I'm going to pull those up in a second. Teeth, the only things that were recovered of poor Jessica were teeth and jawbone. So you guys know what it takes to burn a body. I mean, it takes like thousands and thousands of degrees of Fahrenheit to burn a body. You can't just throw a body onto a burn pit and expect it. And it takes a long time, too. You know, you can't. We've looked this up before. My Google search is going to get me in trouble, but 1,400 to 2,000 degrees Fahrenheit to cremate a body. So that's a lot. Because the body contains 65 to 85% water. So cremation usually occurs between 1,400 and 1,600 degrees Fahrenheit, which is, according to Science Direct, according to our observations, it took about 1 hour at temperatures between 670 Celsius and 810 Celsius until the destruction by the fire had significantly proceeded for the body to break apart. So yeah, I mean, you can't just throw a body onto a burn pit and have it burn. I mean, you need to do a lot. You need to do a lot in order to burn. So I don't know how they were able to get her to be just a jawbone and teeth, but that's how she was ultimately identified. So the story's starting to kind of develop. So July 31st, there was a civil disturbance. Even though law enforcement, there was never a report of DV, but a civil disturbance happens. And then August 1st, Jessica is seen wandering around downtown, right? And she's picked up by Brandon. And then Brandon and Jessica are seen on a ring camera going to this pool house. And then August 2nd, Kendall Mims returns from work. She says she sees Jessica's body. And then Mims said the smell could have been ant killer or bleach. So that kind of recaps that. So that's where we are right now. So that's Brandon Barnes. Aaron's working on their marriage licenses. Hey, Capri Law, are you back? Are you back? Are you back? Oh, Capri Law. Oh, you're at the Suns championship game. You'll be back tomorrow. Awesome. Well, we hope you had a wonderful time on your little birthday vacay. So good to see you back. So Regina Crawford, Ferris trial, they had to sift through the ashes. Yeah. All right, let's see. So Aaron, let's see, we got some. All right, so these are their marriage licenses. We found out that they had licenses, but they were not actually married. So they weren't actually married. Let me just find where these are. All right, so here is the, okay. Nope, didn't want to do that. Just give me a moment. All right, so this is Anderson County. So ACDC, Anderson County Department of Corrections. So that's where the ACDC comes in on the back of their. So this is Jessica Urselian. Love that last name, Urselian. And the groom is Brandon Richard Barnes. So this is a marriage license. So this was January 28th, 2024. So they didn't actually get married. They just had a license. All right. So that is Jessica's and Brandon's. All right. That's Jessica and Brandon's. And then here is, so here's Mims. So this is Kendall Faith Mims and Brandon Richard Barnes. So this then is, so first, that one was January 28th, and this one is July 31st. July 31st. So of 2023. So July 31st of 2023, and then I mean, this guy is like, he is unbelievable, right? So July 31st, 2023, and this one is January 8th, 2024. So he's married to both, right? So he's married to both of them. Well, no, he wasn't married. They obtained licenses, but they weren't actually married. So they had licenses, so he had a license with Mims first in July of 2023, then Jessica in January of 2024. So, so they weren't actually married. So we'll change that once the trial actually starts. So they weren't actually married. So they didn't actually get married, but they had licenses. They had marriage licenses. So. Fowler says he and Jessica are actually married. So they actually did get married, but according to, well, whatever we listened to today, I guess did they actually get married? Abe says bro was on his way to starting a cult. Yes. Rachel B, the license has to be verified legally, like there's reason you have to go to a courthouse at least. Fowler, look at the bottom. There's an officiant and date. Okay, let me check that out. Okay. Minister, title minister, officiant, Lisa Baker, license book. Okay. So then why were they saying that they weren't married? That they had wedding licenses. Interesting. All right. Yeah, we'll go with it. All right, so then great. We don't have to change our graphic. Sweet. Rachel B says, can't you just get a marriage license and be married? That's what I thought so too. Oh, I guess it has to be witnessed. Okay, therapist says it has to be witnessed. Okay. Shirley Roth, girls, don't be foolish. It has to be stamped or it's toilet paper. Julie BME, but it was filed. Yeah, the license officiant's name is Lisa Baker. She's got her license book, 999. She's a minister. Oh, let me see. Okay, so this is Jessica. Let me just double check on Mims there. Is Mims the same? Oh, Mims doesn't have, so they don't have the officiant's name. Maybe that's what it was. Maybe that's what he was trying to say. So,
I still think they got married.
So Mims, well, Jessica, it's official, it's stamped, but Mims, it's not. There's no officiant's name. So maybe that's what he was saying, that they weren't officially married. So Fowler says, I may be wrong, but that's how it works in Virginia. Get a marriage and can do wedding or go to courthouse. Yeah, Aaron and I had to get our license. We got our license, and we weren't married, so we got our license, and then we had to get married. I think that's the way. Yeah, you can get a license, but that doesn't mean you're married. Therapist, it has to be done by someone ordained in order for state to recognize it. Yeah, it doesn't have to be religious per se, but I hear what you're saying, ordained. It just has to be recognized. Somebody who has to be an officiant, recognized by the state. I've had people that have gotten married outside of the country, and it's recognized by certain other countries, especially in the Caribbean. A lot of people go to the Caribbean and they get married, and then it's recognized by the United States. Rachel B, okay, so there has to be an officiant. Got it. That makes sense now. Yeah, see, there's no officiant on this one. All right? OnlyFan, how did the dude do it? Dude, I don't know how the dude did it. Kelly J, oh, I thought he was married to Jessica and the other girl just had the license. Yeah. I think that's it. Exactly, Kelly. Because here, this is Kendall Mims, and see, there's no officiant name there at the bottom, right? Right at the very bottom here. Oops, sorry, Rachel. See the very bottom where it says officiant's name, place married, license book. So if I pull up the other one, so this is Kendall Mims, and then if I pull up, and this was July. Where's the date again? Oh, at the very top. So this is July 31st of 2023, and then Ursula is January 8th of 2024, and then if you look at the bottom, officiant's name, Lisa Baker, place married, Fountain Inn, South Carolina, and then there's the license book number. All right. Hey, Green-Eyed Cat, how you doing? Been a minute. Want to say hello. Happy Monday. Happy Monday to you. Anja says it doesn't have to be filled out at the courthouse. And yes, Rachel B., then you get into all the stuff related to beneficiaries and insurance dependents. Yep, all that stuff. And if somebody passes away, it goes to them once it's official. You don't even need a will. I mean, you do. Technically, it's nice to have one, but technically you don't. If you're married, everything goes to your spouse, as far as I know, from what I've experienced. Will or no will. All right, so are we cool with we're cool with this? All right, let's move on, you guys. We've got so many things still to cover. All right, we have got, okay, so we're going to close out this chapter of South Carolina versus Brandon Barnes. So just to recap, Jessica Ursula Barnes was officially married because it was signed by an officiant to Brandon Barnes. She had a child, but it was stillborn. She was strangled by Brandon Barnes on August 2nd. But then Kendall Mims, who had a marriage license with Brandon Barnes, but apparently was not official because it wasn't signed, they did have a child, a daughter. And then we have Victoria Tippett, who was roommates with Kendall. They were all roommates, and she helped do all this stuff. So yes, Julie Schwartz, thank you for joining us. The only legal wife is Jessica. That's what it seems to be. Yeah, that's what it seems to be. Rachel B., I don't think there's such a thing as a legal throuple yet. All right, therapist, can you tell us what's next for this case? When does it start, etc.? Let's see. We knew you guys were going to ask that. And let's see. Brandon Barnes news. What's the latest news? Let's see. Just a few days ago, they were in, let's see. Oh, is this what we just watched? Oh, that's what we just watched. Okay, we just literally watched the latest, that just was a few days ago. I didn't realize that. So that literally was just a few days ago, the 14th. So what is the next? So on Friday, Valentine's Day, Tippett and Mims appeared in court without Brandon, who had waived his right to appear before the proceeding began. So neither woman looked at the other during the hours-long hearing, after which the judge found probable cause and bound the defendants for trial. So Steve Westcott, who was the officer, I'm going to put his name down because we're always looking for, he was good. So the witness was Steve Westcott. He said that Brandon deleted Jessica while trying to restrain her in a WWE move and that Mims was not home at the time. Mims returned home from work to find Jessica's body had already been placed in a large plastic tote, which surveillance video showed Brandon and Tippett purchasing from Walmart. All right. Does not say when their next hearing is, or when, we don't know when the next. I don't know the answer to that question. So we'll keep you guys posted. So these are all trials we're going to be keeping an eye on. So if there's going to be another pretrial hearing or something, we will definitely keep an eye on that. Yeah, Green-Eyed Cat. These defendants look much younger than their ages. Yeah. When I first kind of saw the pictures, I'm like, they're like 16 and 17. How can this guy be married? But yeah, those are their ages. What? Rachel, happy anniversary. Well, happy anniversary to you. Happiest anniversaries to our Rachel. Whoop, whoop. Good for you guys. Okay, so let us move on. We are going to now switch gears, and we're going to get over to this trial. Now, this one is wild. There are a lot of wild trials going on out there, but this one is definitely, that one was complicated. This one is just bizarre. Well, just weird. All right, so this is Florida versus Oscar Adrian Solis Jr. Right? So the deal behind this one is in April of 2023, Uber Eats driver Randall Cooke, who was 59, was brutally delivered while delivering food to a residence in Holiday, Florida. The suspect, who you see there at the bottom, Oscar Adrian Solis Jr., he was 30, had recently moved to Florida after serving 4 years in an Indiana prison for burglary and assault. Solis, who has ties to the violent MS-13 gang, has a long history of criminal behavior, including battery and resisting law enforcement. Now, M13 it's a violent transnational criminal gang that originated in Los Angeles, California in the 80s. It was initially formed by Salvadorian immigrants who had fled the Civil War in El Salvador. Now, Mara Salvatrucha is a combination of Spanish and slang terms. So the Mara comes from Central America slang for gang or group. Salva is short for Salvadorian, referring to the gang's origins among Salvadorian immigrants. Trucha is a slang term that can mean alert, clever, or sharp, often used in gang culture to imply being watchful or street smart. So Mara Salvatrucha roughly translates to Salvadorian gang or the Salvadorian street smart group. All right. So authorities reported that Cooke, Randall Cooke, was last seen on April 19th, 2023, making a delivery to Solis's residence. Surveillance footage captured Cooke approaching the house before the camera was suspiciously turned off. Later, investigators discovered Cooke's dismembered remains in trash bags at the property, along with his wedding ring and car keys inside the home. So Solis has been charged with first-degree deletion and abuse of a corpse. Prosecutors are seeking the DP, citing the heinous nature of the crime and Solis's extensive criminal record. He has pleaded not guilty, and legal proceedings are ongoing with a trial date set. All right, so we have to find out, when is that trial date? We'll find out that trial date once we kind of get into this. All right, so Shirley watched and heard about these gangs on the first 48. Cool. Hellcat, he's one scary looking dude. Just wait to see how big this guy is. He's big. See as big as his head is, his body is just that big. Real Happy 33, so he was just delivering food to this guy. Yep. He apparently was texting, or he called his wife and he's like, I got one more delivery. And that was it. He literally had one more delivery before he was going to come home. I bet it's pronounced Solis. Oh, Oscar Adrian Solis? Could be. Yeah. Sure. El Salvador. Could be. Well, we'll find out. Let's hear. All right, so let's get into this trial. This is trial number 2. I think we have 4 more to go, so this is trial number 2. This one is an hour and 23 minutes. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Okay, here's the press conference. I always like starting with these press conferences because they talk about what happened and they talk about the charges and whatnot. So, okay, so let's get over here. And you see the guy, that's Randall Cooke, where the live button is on the bottom left, right? Seems like a pretty cool dude. He's a pretty funny guy, you know. Yeah, so the guy behind him is the guy who allegedly did this. So let's check it out. All right, so this is in Holiday. Let me find out where this is. Holiday Florida. Let's find out where Holiday, Florida is, guys. So Holiday, Florida is on the west coast. It's over by Tampa. So it's a little bit north. It's northwest of Tampa. It's literally like very close to the water. It's very close to the Gulf over there. So this is on the west coast of Florida over by Tampa. A little bit north of Tampa. So that is where this occurred. Let's see, I can unpin this. Let me unpin that. So now we're going to Florida versus Solis. Okay, so let's go with this one. All right, so here we are moving on to this one. Florida versus Solis. I'm just going to go with Solis. Oh, no, Dwayne. Dwayne has reoccurring dreams, gangs chasing because you wouldn't join. Yeah, I could see that would be frightening. I could see that. All right. I'm going to turn this off because I don't need this anymore. Hold on. Don't need that anymore. Okay. All right. Let's continue on with this one. All right. So this is north of Tampa, northwest, right on the Gulf.
Everybody good? Good. All right. Good afternoon. First and foremost, our job is to protect the family right now. The dignity of this case, we want to, well, dignity for the family and dignity of the victim, we want to make sure we protect that. I'm not going to get into how gruesome this case was. There's no need to. This will live on for infamy. This family have to live with this. And so to them, our prayers are with you. As you said, our victim advocates are with you. They will stay with you. Whenever you need them, just call them up. They do an outstanding job. To the detectives, to the forensics unit, the ME, everybody who was involved in this investigation, I want to thank them personally because it was a horrible scene for them out there for several days. It was tough. And for the neighborhood that had to have, with us being out there, I know it's a lot on you too. So I just want to get that out there because these are just a gruesome case and this is horrible. And I'll get a little into it further, but it's just one of those things you can never answer the why. And that's what I feel horrible for the family for. So our victim was an Uber Eats and DoorDash driver. I mean, you watch the video, he was a guy just like everybody else, just trying to make a living for his family. And on April 19th at 2:30 p.m., he had dropped his wife off and he started doing his deliveries. His wife and him were communicating via text. At around 6:43, she sent him a text. He responds back and says, yeah, this is basically my last one. I'll be home soon. And he was right around the corner from their house. At 7:13, she sends a message, but there was no response back. So late April 19th into the 20th, she reports him missing. Our patrol goes out. They start doing the investigation. Wasn't a few hours later, they hand it off to the missing persons unit. Our missing persons unit then takes over the case. They actually, later that morning, our missing person unit reached out to Uber Eats, and they were able to provide us some information and his last known GPS coordinates. We post this information on our social media, hospitals, fire rescue, FHP, databases. We kept reaching out to find out, could he just been missing? Did something happen? That was he in a crash? So we're just trying to figure those things out. The GPS showed that he had gone, his last known location was 3438 Moog Road, which is down Holiday. Detectives went to the house, walked around it. There was nothing really suspicious on out there. Nobody answered the door. And so there's actually a body of water across the street. They looked over there to see if maybe something happened. There was no evidence of anything going on. But we kept following up on leads. On April 21st, we actually go back to the house at 3438 Moog Road. At that time, we were able to make contact with the roommate of the suspect. The roommate was able to provide us video, and you can actually see the victim walking up to the house to deliver food, but the video cuts off at that point. You can also see that that was around 6:45 when the video cuts off, or 6:55, right there when he was walking up to that house. You actually see on the video that the following day, so that was the 19th when he delivered the food. You actually see on the following day, on the 20th, the suspect, Oscar Solis, was carrying trash bags with another individual, and you can see them carrying these trash bags around the side of the house. So our detectives did the right thing. They asked for permission to go through the trash bags, to go into trash bags. There was several of them. And unfortunately, what we found inside of some of those trash bags was human remains. So at that point, we held the scene as a crime scene. We were waiting for Emmy, the medical examiner, to come out. Forensics came out. But we were also able to make an arrest on Oscar Solis. He was arrested at that point for failure to register in Pasco County as a felon and violation of parole. He had been in parole in Indiana. He had just moved down to Florida back in January. And so you'll hear his background as a very violent individual. but we were able to make an arrest for those charges immediately. And so we knew at that point there was no public threat out there as to what happened. But for us, and this is what takes so long, and I wish we were like those TV shows where we can solve everything in an hour. We can't. Our job at that point, we first and foremost, is to make sure that there's no more public threat. We took care of that. Our second issue at that point was we had to identify the victim. And so the following day we were able to do that. But the other part too is we have to build a case. Because I know for many people, everybody wants things done immediately. I just want a solution. I want this done absolutely like within seconds because we're used to that with Google. But the problem is it doesn't work that way in the real world with cases. And if we as a sheriff's office don't do everything we can from a forensic standpoint, from an investigative standpoint, hand it off to the state attorney's office, and they're not able to bring justice to the family, then we failed through the pipeline. So we can't fail. We have to do everything. And if it may be slow, it's slow, but it's going to be done right. And so that's the one thing we just want to make sure everybody understands out there is that we couldn't give those updates because we did not want to hinder the investigation. After we were able to identify the victim and notify the family and have victim advocates out there, we were kept through the process. And then last evening, on April 24th, we arrested Oscar Solis for felony murder in conjunction with a robbery because we were able to find the victim's wedding ring and car keys in another room in the house outside from where we believe the homicide occurred. And so a couple of things real quick. Talk about Oscar Solis. This guy's he's affiliated with MS-13 from Indiana. Like I said, he just came down here from Indiana like a month or two ago, 2 months or 3 months ago in January. His charges before, he had been battery, burglary, possession of stolen auto parts, drugs, resisting law enforcement, other burglary charges, home detention placement, burglary, battery on detention staff. He supposedly stabbed somebody several times while he was in prison in Indiana. So you're talking about a very violent individual that Indiana released and sent down to Florida. He came down to Florida. They released him on parole. And so unfortunately, now we have a hardworking guy, a loving husband, who's no longer with us because this violent individual killed him. Our call for action we're asking right now is that there are several pictures, these individuals, and I'll tell you, if you're one of those individuals or you're the parent or guardian of one of these kids, it looks like they're young adults, they're not in trouble. We just need to know who they are. Can they come forward information? They were actually in the house about an hour before the homicide occurred. So if anybody has any information, please come forward. As I said, you're not in trouble. We just need to keep building this case because we in Florida will bring justice for this family. We'll ensure, through the state attorney's office that, the family realizes that we did everything we can because this victim, I go back to it's sad. It's horrible. And the one thing, us as a command staff, we get these updates on the homicides, we get information. And as I start the press conference, and I'll tell you this, I kept asking, what's the connection? Because unfortunately, a lot of times in homicides, there's a connection there. Sadly, we know domestic violence is horrible. We know that, there's drug addiction, drug dealers that will shoot each other over drugs and, beefs over gang or other issues or business partners that are mad at each other. There's something that you can say, okay, there was passion, there was anger. This was absolutely a horrific crime of passion. This person, you always say the word evil, but this is demonic. This individual what he did was demonic. But at the same time, we couldn't answer the question why. What the relationship? There doesn't appear to be any relationship. All it appears is that there was a gentleman who was working, was doing his last delivery of the night, and this person killed him for no reason. And he took him away from his family. So please, if there's anybody out there, any other information, please provide it to us, get it to us. We're building up this case. We're working with the state attorney's office, but we're going to ensure that in Florida there will be justice. So with that being said, any questions?
Do the roommate know who they are?
I'm not sure. I'll let one of the detectives, if you guys know if they.
Name's Roger Middleton, Middleton. I'm a detective in the Major Crimes Unit. The roommate does not know any of the children, but says there's several children that come in and out of the home often.
Do you expect, are you concerned that those children are alive or not?
There's no indication anything other than they just were visiting the home.
And the guy, he just moved here, so does he have any family here, the suspect, or?
His father lives locally, and we've been in contact with him.
Were he the suspect and the homeowner the only two that lived in that home, or did they rent, or who would those kids be visiting?
It's unclear. It's where we're wanting to locate them and speak with them.
But is the homeowner, is he the homeowner, or are they both renters?
The home is rental.
So, are there any potential charges against the roommate or any other individual who may have known anything or participated in this?
Well, that's where we're going to keep building the case, but this is the spirit. Anything, and the detectives found out that anybody knew anything. Even the other individual who's taking the trash bags out, just somebody who the father had sent over to help him. You know, the father had somebody that would go over to drive him places, would take him places. So that was the person, just somebody's like, hey, I'll help you move the trash. The roommate actually made a comment to the detective saying, I was surprised the guy actually took trash out. Like, guy finally did something. The other information is that the suspect may be a gamer. So maybe that's why these other kids are over there. They're hanging out the video games, not sure. But these are other things. This is why we need to figure out some of the information. He is, how old was he? 30 years of age. They could be 18. They could be adults. They could be minor. That's what we don't know.
Is there any relationship between the two roommates as to why this guy comes from Indiana and ends up in that house?
So the house is leased to the roommate and this gentleman's father. And when he came down from Indiana, his father moved out and allowed Oscar to move in.
And the roommate, he wasn't home at the time of any of this. Did he say where he was at? Or?
He was not home, and it was corroborated.
Are you guys aware of any MS-13 activity that this man was affiliated with other members of MS-13 in the area?
I don't think. Yeah, nothing. No.
And with him not having registered himself as a felon, what are the procedures in place to catch people that aren't registering themselves when they move states?
So that you can register with the Department of Corrections in the state of Florida, but you also have to register as a felon within the county. So he was not registered in the county as a felon.
Correct, but what's the policy in place to follow up that people are adhering to the law in that regard? So
it's a difficult thing. People, we're a big state, we're a large state. People can register with DOC, but we don't know if they're in the county. So it's a very difficult task, and it's one of those things that it could be through a traffic stop. It could be through an arrest like this, interaction like this. That's when we find out that they didn't register.
Like a crime has to be committed before unless he's registered.
Or an interaction he could have went missing, and when we found him, we looked him up and said, oh, he failed to register in Florida.
What's it been like working with Uber Eats and different delivery companies like this? We've seen a lot of violent incidents happening to delivery drivers, and how are those relationships?
So when the sergeant was able to notify his liaison at Uber Eats, they were very quick to give us the information. I'd say it could have been Uber Eats, it could have been DoorDash, it could have been any delivery. I don't think this guy cared. This guy is supposedly, from the information I got, I said a lot of this information is so preliminary. The father ordered food for the son. He could have ordered anybody.
The father had no idea what his son was planning. He's not involved today.
I feel bad for the dad. It seems like indications that the dad was he had a son that he was basically helping throughout the way, and the information is he just ordered food, and so that could have been. I don't want to go through every company because then they'll get all upset, but it could have been any company out there that he could have been delivery for, and that would have been the person. But that's what I said. This is just a random person. It could have been anybody. It could have been a member of religious faith that was knocking on doors, and this person just yanked them in and killed them.
Sheriff, you mentioned that you didn't want to go into the graphic details of this. I understand that.
Yeah.
But how could the roommate not know that something had occurred if it was that bad inside?
I'm not much want to speak on it. Still ongoing, but he wasn't home at the time, and when he came home, it was night, and then the detectives were out the next day, and he had actually been with his family away from the home until we made contact with him.
How's the victim's family doing right
I know our victim advocate's been working with them. I don't know exactly. I can only imagine. I can't imagine. But that way, I can't imagine what they're going through. The heartache, the heartbreak, the fact that, she's texting him, she's nervous, and honestly, you're talking about caring. I mean, she kept texting him, and then she notified immediately. Hey, what's going on? Where's the? I mean, she did everything she could. Evil just came. I mean, this person was just demonic in what he did, and you feel horrible for that wife. And just pray for him.
Most of these delivery services, ring the doorbell and leave it at the door. Is there any indication as to why there was an interaction between the two, and did he forcibly bring them into the home?
So the camera shuts off. So that's the sad part, is that when you watch the video and the detectives, it's part of the investigation, but when you watch that video, he's literally standing there just waiting, and he probably was thinking to himself, am I at the right house? Because nobody was answering. But then the camera goes off. And we don't have the video of him getting taken inside.
Why does the camera go off?
It's part of the investigation. I mean, we all have common sense. We can all believe and have our understanding, but until it's 100%, this is exactly why. Look, you all can say those things because in court it doesn't matter, but if I say something, that could be brought up and I can't say it.
Did the detective find any blood in the house at all?
Sorry.
You keep going. That's all right. There was a substantial amount of evidence inside, but it's still being wrapped up and completed.
Speaking of evidence, when you guys said you went out there, one of the times you also looked at a body of water, like a pond or something. Did you find anything in there?
They were out the day prior on the 20th just to look as far as the missing person investigation, just based on the GPS location of the victim.
For sure, but did you find anything?
No.
You did not find it?
Not that day, the 20th.
There's also like rumors that possibly as part of that game initiation.
There's nothing evidence that will lead to that, but the question about the body of water, I'll go back to that. So basically what they were looking for was tire marks, something that would have shown that somebody entered the water. A lot of times the missing person calls, we have to, anytime there's a body of water, you constantly are looking, whether it's a person with dementia, a child, somebody suicidal, you always are looking around if there are any signs. So until there was actually evidence to say, okay, further, then we really sent people in that water to start searching. But there was zero evidence of anything that somebody was in.
The victim's car, was it there at the property?
Who?
The victim's car.
The victim's
The victim's car, yeah. Was it?
It was located abandoned just like a third of a mile away from the home.
Is it ever too soon for you to call the sheriff's office with concerns of someone missing?
No, I mean, that's one thing. I can imagine, because the police shows, everybody thinks that our biggest calls for service are, robberies, homicide, all these. A lot of our calls for service are missing people. That's the majority. That's why we consistently post them out there. And so we tell people, hey, look, we're going to do everything we can because we know that's somebody's loved one. Why do we have one of the largest canine units? It's because our dogs are consistently out there searching for missing people. Our bloodhounds, our live-fire dogs, our cadaver dogs, we're consistently out there looking. And so that's one of the biggest calls that I know we as a sheriff's office, that's one of our larger calls. I can imagine for all law enforcement, it's people go missing. And so how do you find them? What do we do? So that's why we take it extremely seriously. But as I go back to that point, it's never too early. From our standpoint as investigations, we will say, hey, look, these are the steps that we usually take. Whether somebody ran away, whether it's an adult, what we can and can't do. But at the same time, is we know that's somebody's loved one. And so when being somebody's loved one, it could be one of our loved ones. And so we take it extremely seriously. But we have our procedures in place. We have our plans in place. And so it could be that kid that ran away 100 times, or it could be that person that went missing the first time. We take them all very seriously.
You mentioned that the keys were found inside the house, the keys to the car.
The keys.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, the keys. I'm sorry, the keys to the car. I knew his ring was, but I knew the keys were, yes.
But yet the car was found a third of a mile or so away. Do we know who may have moved that car? Do we suspect that it could be?
Still reviewing.
Still reviewing, still under investigation. To say the neighbors have any surveillance cameras, but I probably imagine we went to every neighbor about 12 times already. But you have anything, let us know.
Do you expect to release the name of the victim anytime soon?
No, no ma'am. The family can, but we won't.
Was the victim Hispanic as well?
We're not going to release that information.
How cooperative is the father of roommates?
So As of right now, they're being very cooperative. Everybody that we spoke to has sat down and spoke with us and helped out.
Any other questions?
Is gang affiliation, does that date back to his time in
Indiana, yeah. He wasn't in Florida that long.
When he was on parole in Indiana, how does that work with working with those entities at this point?
With Indiana, so our Department of Corrections will work with their Department of Corrections. Yep.
So, obviously, this is a second story that we've had around delivery drivers. Do you have any tips for people who maybe are delivery drivers to keep them safe?
So, tips for delivery drivers, I would say, it's like anybody who's out there. If you're knocking on a stranger's door, and I get this is the same thing also where people, they go online and they buy stuff from each other and they meet up. For people who are buying stuff and meeting up at places, I'd say always meet well-lit place, a gas station, in the middle of the gas station, meet there because there's cameras, there's people out there. If you're a delivery driver, if you don't feel comfortable, don't go. We have body-worn cameras in law enforcement to protect ourselves and protect other people. If that's something you want to do is videotape everything going on. If you want to be on the phone with somebody while you're going up to that house, do that. There's nothing that stops you. You're in a public place. You can do what you want. But that's what I say. And that's the thing. It's not about the victims here. It's not blaming them, and I don't think you are, and I don't think anybody is. But the issue is we just got horrible people out there. And so always remember that. There's just horrible people in this world. There's just people that are just hell-bent to do evil. And so... No, he's not. So that being said, well, I appreciate it. By those individuals can come forward. If the family knows them, please come forward. We want to get some more information because we have to bring justice for this family. Thank you all very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right, so that was the introducing of this, right? We have the charges, if you will. We heard a little bit of the backstory, which I described earlier in my introduction with what we heard. So Randall Cooke was texting with his wife, said he had one more delivery to do. He's an Uber Eats driver. Shows up at Adrian Solis Jr.'s house. There's footage of him waiting there outside, hanging out. Then all of a sudden the camera goes off, goes dead, if you will. And Randall Cooke is never seen again. Then his wife is concerned because they're always constantly in contact with each other, as they should be, with him being a driver. She probably texts him like, they probably text each other every hour, just to make sure everything's cool. He's not in an accident, that kind of stuff. So she immediately, when she doesn't hear from him, she's like calls law enforcement like immediately. And they do a missing persons, and then they eventually find him. So. All right, let's see what else we have on. Okay, now we're going to. This is a motions hearing. All right, so now we're going to actually see Mr. Solis in action here, and you guys can see how big he is. He is a very large individual.
So, for the record, we're here on...
Sorry, guys. That was loud. Hold on, let me... Okay. Don't want to do that. Hold on, just give me one moment. I got to put myself over here. Okay. All right, so now this is an hour and 20 minutes. So this is Uber Eats suspect appears in court for motions hearing. All right, so now we're going to get a chance to see how large this gentleman really is. So
23 CF1637 for digital court reporting. We have a live court reporter here. We're getting Mr. Solis from back. All we do is just put the preliminary things on the record. We have Mr. Sarabia and Mr. Diskey here from the state. We have Mr. Crawford, Watts, Treatise here for the defendant. We're not doing anything substantive until we get Mr. Solis out. And then once he's here, I need to put a couple things on the record before we hear from everybody.
Yes, Your Honor.
So if you want to have a seat, you can.
Okay.
All right. If you want to stay there, obviously more than welcome to.
I wanted to ask the court a quick question before he gets in.
Sure.
Formal grounds here.
All right, Mr. Solis is coming out. Hold on 1 second. All right, we'll just wait for him to get situated. All right, so Mr. Solis is here. Mr. Crawford, go ahead with your question.
Judge, very briefly, if we are, I realize the court is triple booked, I respect the court's time. However, if we get done with the motions in a reasonable time, will we get a little clarification on Your Honor's jury selection process that was in the order?
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so for backstory, we're here. This hearing today was set by order that I entered on November 8th, which I believe was after our last hearing on other motions. And what I did was to make sure that we were staying current with everything, to make sure that nothing got lost, and to make sure that we were ensuring that Mr. Solis had all of the issues that he wanted to have heard litigated prior to his trial. I basically been leapfrogging us and set a deadline for notices of hearing, and said that everything prior to that date that was properly noticed, we would address today. Anything that was filed prior to that date that was not noticed was deemed as waived without prejudice, so that our record stayed clean and clear, and everybody knew that we were addressing everything that needed to be addressed. Trial is not set until August 22nd, so we still have, August 25th, so we still have plenty of time. We already have an Arthur hearing set regarding Mr. Solis' pretrial detention. I didn't write down the date, but that's coming up, I think, next month.
March 14th.
March 14th. All right, so a month and a half. Now, we have motions from both sides that were noticed for today. Based upon the motions that the defense has filed, I think it makes sense to start with the state's motion.
It does.
Okay. So, Mr. Sarabia, on September 19th, the state filed a motion to amend the notice of intent to seek death, and you wanted to add 2 aggravators. Is there anything that you did not put in your motion that needs to be addressed or that you want to be heard on?
I do not believe so, Judge. Just to stress that while we always suspected and thought that there were some reasonable inferences from the evidence that these aggravators may have existed, we did not have the evidence to establish them that we felt we would need in order to establish them at the hearing. Since then, we did the depositions, and that one of the witnesses' testimonies was more forthcoming, and now that evidence is there to establish these 2 additional aggravators. And so given that, we timely did a motion to amend and add the additional aggravators. And I note that the rule says that upon good cause, the court can allow us to do so. I believe that that's good cause, because these were not facts that or testimony that was available to us before, because we're talking about young witnesses who have disclosed more complete information over time.
Mr. Crawford, anything that you want to be heard on?
Your Honor, Mr. Treatise.
All right, Mr. Treatise, anything that you want to be heard on?
Just briefly, Your Honor, we would object and argue this is not good cause. The state has had access to the witness in question for some time. This isn't a situation where he or she would have been on the run and they finally got to them and got the information. He's given multiple different stories, and we would argue that the fact that he's changed his story to now the current story, which they believe gives him 2 new aggravators, is not, in fact, good cause to allow this.
All right, so let's start here. The state's motion was filed September 19th of 2024. Trial in this case is not until August of 2025, so there is still plenty of time before trial. And this The trial that we have set is technically our second trial date in the case, but based upon an agreement of the parties, so that we litigate issues, we moved the trial. We all agreed to move it early. We didn't wait till the last minute. But this case is set for trial because I have been keeping things moving to make sure that it doesn't languish, which is why I've set deadlines and why we're having these hearings. 782.04 paragraph 1B says that the state has to file their notice of intent and their aggravators within 45 days of the arraignment. There's been no objection to the state's initial notice of intent. Aside from the motions regarding declaring it unconstitutional, nobody's saying that the state is not in compliance with the statute initially. The same section, as Mr. Schrader said, allows the state to amend the notice of intent upon showing of good cause. What the state's alleging, which I have no reason not to believe, is that the information that came up itself was not really gleaned or learned until the discovery process, and it was a defense deposition that, I guess, developed this additional information. Now, because aggravators require evidence, aggravators require findings by a jury, an aggravator or the fact that the state is relying upon an aggravator does not in and of itself prejudice a defendant any more than the fact that he's on trial for first-degree murder and the state is seeking the imposition of death penalty. It simply gives them another avenue or another theory under which they could proceed. So I don't think that there's any prejudice, not that that's even the standard here, but I don't think in any way there's any prejudice to Mr. Solis. And because of the time that we have between now and trial, I don't think that there's any prejudice to him, or any prejudice is cured by the time, and we can always grant more time to prepare for trial if we need to. I'm not making my finding based upon a prejudice standard, however. I'm making my finding based upon, or my ruling based upon a finding that the state has set forth what I consider to be good cause, that they learned this additional information during discovery, and because the statute allows me to grant their request upon showing a good cause, I will grant the state's request. I will allow them to file an amended notice of intent to seek death with all of the statutory aggravators upon which they want to rely, meaning the ones that they have already filed and the two new ones. But obviously they are more than welcome to drop any of those off if they want to. But whatever amended notice that you file, that's the ones that you're going to proceed to trial.
Judge, it would be my intention to file an amended notice with all of them listed in the next couple of days.
I was going to give you, I was going to say, give you 2 weeks from Friday. That should be enough time. Is that enough time for you?
Yes, thank you.
All right, so I'll say by the end of business on February 14th to file that. Okay, so that takes care of the state's properly noticed motion. Although I say properly noticed, I'm going to put that in quotes because this applies equally to both parties, so I don't want anybody to think I'm picking on one side or the other. My order regarding the notice specifically asked you all to please include the date of the item that you're noticing to make sure we're referring to the state one, or the correct one, because the defense filed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 motions that they noticed for hearing today, and I had to sort through to figure out which is which.
Understood.
That's okay. It's not faulting anybody. That's what I did. So I figured, Mr. Crawford, we'll just take them one at a time in the order that you noticed them, which is almost the order that they appear in the docket, just to make sure that we don't miss anything. Does that sound like a plan?
It does, Your Honor.
All right, so the first one that you noticed was a motion to compel the victim impact witnesses and written statements. It's docketed on September 20th. It's the first item docketed that day. And if I understand everything correctly, you want the state to both disclose any victim impact witnesses that they intend to rely upon, have those statements reduced to writing, and then have a hearing sometime before the trial to determine the admissibility. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Anything that you want to say or add that's not in the written motion?
Just briefly, Your Honor.
Mr. Petrie, sure.
Just like we said in there, we believe that that statute about victim impact can be difficult to interpret, and what we're trying to avoid is objections during the trial itself of victim impact statements. And so we might not need a hearing in front of you, depending on what's in the statements, but we'd like the statements to be done so that we can see who's on the victim impact witnesses, what they're going to say in general, and then, if need be, have the hearing prior to the trial and outside the presence of the jury. So we don't have to, as you're well aware, and the statements, this could be very emotional statements, and we don't want to have to object if it's not absolutely necessary. So that's what we're trying to avoid here.
Mr. Straight, anything you want to be heard on, you or Mr. Diskey want to be heard on this one?
Judge, I would just note, one, Ms. Cooke, who's president of the courtroom and has been present at all hearings, is definitely going to give impact evidence. We have been in discussions with other witnesses, and the defense has been aware of this, about whether they will want to or not. And I don't believe that they will at this point. However, we're giving them the opportunity that as time develops and as perhaps they hear the case, they may want to. And there's one additional witness that I need to make contact with. But it is the next of kin's right, the victim, the people who are affected by this' right to do so. I think it would be burdensome on them to do that well in advance of trial. They're asking for it before jury selection. We don't even know yet if the defendant will be found guilty in theory before then, and to force them to reduce to writing something that emotional without, and perhaps never even get to the point where they're going to use it, I think would be unduly burdensome. All that said, discussions with Mrs. Cooke, I think we will get to a point where she will probably reduce what she's going to say to writing so that we can avoid any surprises during the sentencing portion of the trial itself. But I would note, this is not an issue that I expect would affect at all the guilt phase of the trial.
All right. On the one hand, I don't think it's overly burdensome, an overly burdensome ask to know who the victim impact witnesses will be. The flip side of that is, I can't stop somebody if they want to, if they have a statutory right to appear and be heard. I can't stop them from coming to speak. So here's what I'm going to say. This is almost a be careful what you wish for. I mean, you're entitled to engage in discovery. I will grant this request in part. Now, I'm not, because trial's still coming up, and everybody, I think, has a lot more things you probably need to worry about. So I'm not going to make this an immediate thing. But I am going to ask the state to discover a list of all potential victim impact witnesses. Basically, anybody that you all believe who's going to, or would want to, or might want to testify and give an impact statement, who has a statutory right to. I mean, we're not calling, the dog walker down the street just because if they don't have a right to be heard. I'm going to set a deadline, but I'm not going to do it up front that way. Because here's the other thing. I mean, these are people that you're asking me to put on the spot months in advance to ask whether or not should there be a conviction and we get to a penalty phase if they're going to want to speak. I mean, we're asking them to commit a lot too. So I'm going to set the deadline because you all obviously are going to need to prepare your guilt phase trial strategy as well as any penalty phase trial strategy. I'm going to say that list needs to be by the end of business. I'll tell you what, I'm going to do July 7th. That gets you after the holiday weekend in case anybody's So I just want you to discover the list of everybody. That way they can talk amongst themselves and decide who they think is going to be. Now here's the issue. I don't know that statutorily I can exclude anybody, so I'm basically going to ask the state to think of everybody that might possibly testify. You obviously, being the defense, is allowed to engage in discovery. You're allowed to talk to them. I don't know if the state is going to have their primary one reduce their statement to writing. I'm okay. I'm not going to order them to have all of these people reduce their statements to writing. While I appreciate that we're trying to avoid objections, I'm now limiting them as to what they can say also. I'm now basically asking them, rather than coming and speaking on their own and having it be fluid and having it be spontaneous, for lack of a better word, I'm asking them to basically prepare written statements that they're now going to read into the record. And I don't want to limit them to that if that's not what they want to do. I will say that if any of them do prepare any written statements, to discover that to the defense. I'm going to ask the state that if they do, to provide it to you all, and then I'm going to ask you to discover it to the defense upon receipt. And I will allow, rather than us having a hearing, I will allow you, the defense, to file a motion in limine regarding the victim impact the contents of the victim impact statements. So if there's something that you all believe that you anticipate somebody testifying or saying, or if you do get a written statement and you see something that you believe is objectionable, I'll allow you to file a motion in limine. We can address that outside the hearing of the jury. But I don't think we need to do that before we ever even pick a jury, because the jury's never going to hear that unless we get to a penalty phase.
But one clarification I'd ask for, Judge, if we receive it and it's a draft, because sometimes we will work with the next of kin to discuss, like, hey, we don't think this should be in there, that's really not what the statement is for. We will work with them in advance to try and eliminate things that might be a problem. That is not what the court is talking about. Or the court will talk about what could be the final product.
Right, no, I'm simply saying if they send you something saying this is what I want to say, or you said that the next of kin who's here today had indicated that you were going to work with them and that she may reduce her statement to writing. If you get that, please provide that to the defense.
Okay.
I am not holding anybody to their written statement. I'm not saying that if they write it down, that's the only thing that they get to say. But if those are going to be the contents or the types of things about which they are going to speak, the defense should know in case there is something in there that is clearly not relevant or would be objectionable. That way they can raise it and we can address it outside of the hearing of the jury. But I don't think that anybody wants to interrupt a victim impact statement. And I know that the defense doesn't want to do that either. But the other thing that I don't want to risk is, hypothetically, they do say something that would be objectionable or could be objectionable, and we made it all that way, and now we're having to deal with something that we could have avoided in advance. That's all. So, I will say that by end of business July 7th, the state needs to get a list of any potential victim impact witness. Anybody who decides, who thinks that they might want to provide a victim impact statement needs to be on your list. You need to send that to them. Anybody who reduces their statement to writing or gives you a draft of what they want to talk about, I'm simply going to ask you to provide that to the defense. Obviously, the defense is allowed to investigate victim impact statements in discovery because the penalty phase is a whole separate proceeding. And I'll allow or entertain any motions in limine regarding the contents of the impact statements, but that does not need to be addressed necessarily before we pick or swear a jury.
So then, Judge, you do want us to provide any draft that we get?
If you do get something, yes. And if you want to note it as a draft, that's fine. And if you want to let them know that you've already talked to the person and said they're not talking about these things, that's okay. You all have been doing a lot of work behind the scenes without me. That's what lawyers do. If it's something that you think I need to know or address, somebody bring it to my attention. If you represent Mr. Crawford or Mr. Petridis or Mr. Watts, then you know that the person said this, you're not letting them talk about that, and it's not an issue, then they just won't bring it up to me. Or if you all want me to remind the person not to say something, I can do that too. I'm trying not to make, I understand the ask, I don't think it's unreasonable, an unreasonable ask. I'm trying not to put too much of an onus on these people who have a right to come and speak. So I'm not trying to tie anybody's hands. All right. Anything else on the first motion?
No, not from the defense.
Second motion that I have is a motion in limine regarding photographs. It's docketed September 20th, 2024. It is the second item docketed on that day. So, all right, Mr. Crawford, here's my concern. It's a motion to preclude pictures that are either too graphic or are cumulative. I'm sure, Mr. Stravey, how many pictures do you think there are in this case?
I think we sent them per your orders, a list which has the exact number.
Probably a couple, at least a couple thousand.
Yeah, I think it's
It's 4,600.
That's fine. We've got over 4,000 photos. Here's my concern with that, with addressing this one right now, Mr. Crawford. I'll give you a chance to be heard. Are there specific, if there were specific ones that you wanted to address, we absolutely could. But my concern is the fact that it's kind of vague right now. So go ahead.
So, Your Honor, to kind of, not to interrupt, but I did speak with the state earlier today regarding this motion. Here's what we would propose, which might answer the court's questions. Clearly, based on the nature of the crime and the crimes that are in the indictment, there's going to be some very graphic photographs that the state is going to present, both through the medical examiner and the blood spatter expert, potentially bleed detective. We've got an Arthur hearing that's set, obviously, for March. So it's my understanding that the state is going through a lot of those photographs right now. What I would suggest is that both the state and the defense meet once they have their final list of photographs. Then maybe we can have a hearing about 2 weeks before trial where we can put our specific objections to those photographs. The court can look at those photographs, make specific rulings for the record. That way everything's properly preserved.
Mr. Schrager, before I hear from you, I'm just going to let you know this was my thoughts on the issue were along those lines, but obviously I'm not making a ruling. My thought was that I'll have you all exchange witness and exhibit lists prior to trial. I'll have the state include in that the specific numbers of exhibit or photographs that it's their intent to introduce. And then I'll let you file an objection listing out the specific ones and why. And obviously if the state agrees and decides not to, it's moot. And if not, then I can make a pre-trial evidentiary ruling, for lack of a better word, on whether it's, there's limited reasons why I can exclude photographs. Either it's cumulative, it's not relevant, or if it's unnecessarily graphic. Like everybody just said, clearly there's going to be some graphic photos that are inherent just in the nature of the allegations here. But Mr. Schraby, your thoughts?
Yeah, and Judge, my immediate thoughts are the motion's too broad. I can't respond to it. I don't know what photographs he's talking about, so you should deny it. That said, absent a judicial ruling, Mr. Crawford is right. We've conversed. I have every intention of trying to limit nobody wants to see more photographs in this case than they have to, myself included. And we're going to pick photographs that we feel are relevant, that the relevance outweighs any prejudice, and that is important to make sure the jury understands why our case is proven. And so we're going to be coming up with those in advance. If what I've done on some cases similar to this, where there are those issues, specifically medical examiner photos, we may go over that with you in advance, and I don't have a problem doing that. The March hearing, we're probably going to admit a number of photos, which may give the court some idea of what we're intending to present. All that said, depending on how the defense responds, depending on what issues come up in trial, may make other photos more relevant, may make certain photos that we did not initially intend to admit now important, and we don't know. But I would ask the court to not give us a blanket ruling of any case that's going to say no more photographs. And I think it's incumbent on the court to take the photographs as they come, keeping in mind that all of us are going to be trying to do the same thing, which is give Mr. Solis a fair trial that there's no problem with in the future, and that the evidence is fair and appropriate under the code of evidence. So, again, all that said, Mr. Diskey and I intend to be very prepared so that Mr. Crawford knows exactly what we're going to do. Out of those 4,000 something photographs, we're going to pick out the ones that we feel like we need to give the jury an idea of the location, the situation, the events that transpired, and the injuries and so forth that occurred that prove the crimes, not just count one, but also count two. So we will be trying to be prudent with the ones that we pick, and pick only the ones that we need and a minimal amount of the ones that are out there. And again, it's my intention to make Mr. Crawford aware of all of those that we intend in advance. But I don't want to be held to that because I don't know what's going to happen as this plays out.
All right. To avoid issues, I'm not worried about anything that comes up at the Arthur hearing. The Arthur hearing is just me. I mean, there's fewer objections that we're concerned about prejudice and a jury. The exclusion of photographs in a case like this usually has to do with the jury. We don't want to inflame them. We don't want to make them unnecessarily sick. We don't want to add cumulative evidence, et cetera, et cetera. The Arthur hearing, you present whatever you present. If there's a legal objection, obviously I can consider it, but there's no jury. I understand the concern. Let me back up. As I said, I think the motion is a little bit vague because you're not specifically objecting to any photographs in particular. You're just saying you basically want to hold the state's feet to the state of the law, which is my obligation. You've made a preemptive objection. Now, having said that, again, to try to make sure that we have an efficient trial and a clean trial, for lack of a better word, I don't think it's an unreasonable ask. Mr. Sarabia's trial is set to begin August 25th, which is a Monday. I know that generally speaking, you don't finalize things until the last minute. I mean, that's every lawyer. But big picture, probably by a couple of weeks before the trial, you should have an idea of what it is you're intending to introduce.
That is the goal. It's hopefully going to be a lot earlier, because again, we're hoping to use the bond motion as a dry run for photographs and things like that.
Okay. So here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to ask the state, or direct the state, to provide an anticipated exhibit list. Anticipated, I'm emphasizing that. That means I'm not holding you to it. But based upon your trial prep, what you reasonably believe you intend to rely upon or seek to introduce at trial, including photographs with the numbers. I'm going to ask you to have that by the end of business, August 15th. That way, Mr. Crawford still has a couple of weeks to review it. If there's something that he believes is either cumulative or objectionable, we can address it sometime before we get to that point with the jury.
So the one thing about an exhibit list, because there are multimedia exhibits, surveillance videos, photographs, depending on some of the things that I've already discussed with Mr. Crawford, stipulations to certain surveillance videos, we could do one exhibit per video, we could do one exhibit with all the videos.
I just a list of the items that you intend to introduce, meaning if it's just a list, meaning if it's a redacted video, however it's identified in the discovery. Okay. If it's a photograph, simply the photograph numbers. I'm assuming that they all have file numbers or something. Some way that without them having to hunt and peck, the defense can reasonably identify what it is that you're referring to. That's all. And it doesn't need to be a spreadsheet. I'm not asking you to give something to the clerk so that they'll know as you're moving things into evidence. I'm simply meaning so that their biggest objection here is photographs, so that they can take a look at it, look at the photographs to see if there's something specific that they're objecting to. That way they can lodge their specific objection and we can narrow it and address it. We can do it one of the days during jury selection or before or after, outside of the presence of the jury, but that way both sides will have an answer before we ever get to that witness. Again, there's only a limited number of reasons why they could object to it, and Mr. Crawford might look at the photos that you're seeking to introduce and not have any objection to, and then it's not an issue. But at least that way, to his point, we don't have to stop with every photograph and take the jury out.
And then the last thing, Judge, is due to my personal availability, could we do the 19th? Because the 15th would be
That's fine.
a problem for me.
That's fine. I'll say into business on the 19th. That's reasonable. It's still a week and a half before trial, which is still plenty of time for the defense to look at them and see if they have any specific objections. All right, anything else on that one?
There you go.
All right, the next one is the motion to compel the penalty phase witness list. It's docketed September 20th. It's the third thing docketed on that day. And my understanding is you just want a separate list of who they anticipate calling during the penalty phase?
That's correct, Your Honor. We provided a list. We would just like a list so we can fully prepare.
Mr. Sarabian, does the state have a...
Judge, the witnesses that we intend to call for the penalty phase are all included in the witness list. at this time. And I've been very forthcoming. And as Your Honor knows, this will depend if the court does exclude some portion of testimony during the guilt phase. I may need to call that witness back for the penalty phase, where if the court doesn't, then I don't. So it depends a little bit on what's presented in the guilt phase, because that will limit the number of witnesses I have to produce in the penalty phase. That said, there are some witnesses that only pertain to the penalty phase, and I've already made defense aware, and that's the witnesses regarding Mr. Solis' prior stabbing conviction from Indiana, where he stabbed somebody in much the same manner as he did in this case. We have elected thus far not to pursue that as Williams' rule or to pursue it in the guilt phase. Those witnesses pertain to the penalty phase. Other than that, I'm not aware of any witnesses that uniquely pertain to the penalty phase that don't also pertain to the guilt phase, and we might, again, depending on what the presentation ends up being in the guilt phase or what the court's rulings are on certain evidence. And just to give you an example, the court might say the photographs from the medical examiner are not relevant for the guilt phase. However, then when we go to prove certain things in the penalty phase, they might become relevant, and now we got to call that witness in. And it's just an example.
Let me ask you this.
I'm not trying to hide the ball on this. I've been very, very open. Almost all the things, all the aggravators, and now the new ones that the court just granted motion for, they're all inherent in what the guilt-based presentation would be, other than the prior conviction. And those are the witnesses. I think there's 5 or 6 of them from Indiana, the corrections officers and the victim. Again, we've had these conversations, so I don't think, I'm not aware of any rule that required me to do this.
Let me ask you this. Did you, when you provided your witness list, did you differentiate between A, B, and C witnesses?
I don't believe so. They're all category A because all the witnesses I added have some potential to be called, and depending on what they do. There's a lot of them that might be negative evidence that we probably won't need, depending on what the defense does. But they all have information in some sense, and this is not, there's not a big mystery here, I guess is the bottom line.
All right. Anything else that the defense wants to be heard on?
Your Honor, one of the things that we've been very, very clear on, and we've listed, we've specifically delineated which are penalty phase witnesses that we intend on calling. The concern that I have here on compelling, especially the penalty phase witness list, is that the state intends to call any experts. We've already listed all our experts, provided all the reports. What I don't want to do is be in a situation where we're a week or 2 before trial and then we get an expert listed right before the trial. So that's the concern that I have about the penalty phase witness list. Also, if the state is intending to call some people who reside in Indiana, especially the alleged victim of the previous stabbing, he's going to have to be transported down here from Indiana and housed at the Pasco County Jail. I just asked that if that is going to be done, that it be done in a reasonable amount of time before trial so we can properly take that witness's deposition, which we're entitled to do under the statutes.
Well, under the rules you are, but under the rules, if you want to take your depo, you actually have to go where they are, so you have the right to travel. I mean, I understand your court appointed, you have to get approval. The death penalty case, I can't imagine them not approving it, but technically you need to go and pose them in the county where they are, or the state where they are.
Still, if they're going to call a witness, he has to be live and be transported down here from Indiana. You can't be done remotely, especially in the penalty phase of the death penalty case.
Right. I got that. I mean, here's my concern. Mr. Sir, again, I don't think it's an unreasonable ask. Now, the experts we'll talk about in just a second, because did I not set deadlines?
You did. If I could respond to that. They provided us some experts, and we do intend to do depositions, but whether we may decide to get an expert, they won't be able to deal with Mr. Solis until we're past the guilt phase, to begin to interview him and things of that nature, if we do it. Thus far, we haven't listed anybody. So right now, there is no expert for the penalty phase. If that happens, then we will let them know. And if there's going to be an expert that we're going to use for the penalty phase, I will let them know that it's for the penalty phase. Right now, we have Anna Cox listed as an expert. We intend to call her in the guilt phase, but we may also call her in the penalty phase if something doesn't come out in the guilt phase that we feel we need for the penalty phase. So she doesn't pertain to one or the other. If this is just about mental health doctors, head doctors, if we list them, we will let him know. We will delineate that they are exclusively for the penalty phase.
Yeah, I've got a few concerns. Go ahead, you can have a seat. Number one, I don't think it's an unreasonable ask, but like Mr. Sarabia said, if I grant a contemporaneous objection, or if there's a motion in limine, or there's something that's not relevant, and the jury doesn't hear it in the guilt phase, but it then becomes relevant in the penalty phase, I don't want to stop them or preclude them from doing that. And we're not going to have any way of knowing what that's going to be unless I either A, start making a whole bunch of pretrial evidentiary rulings, or B, we get into the trial. Two, regarding the experts, I'm really not as concerned because I thought that I put deadlines on that. So that should fix that. Three, regarding the transport of the witness from Indiana, again, not stopping you from taking the deposition. I understand it would be easier to do it here, but we don't transport people simply so we can depose them. If he's here and you all can, absolutely. But if you want to, there's still plenty of time for it to warm up in Indiana if you all need to make the trip. And I say that jokingly, but I mean to ask for the money and to be able to travel. The last thing is, and this is, I like to plan for all possibilities here. If for some reason there is a delay between the guilt and the penalty phase, like what Mr. Sarabia said, there's an expert that's all of a sudden going to talk to the defendant, he doesn't get to do that until after there's a conviction. Or if for some reason this jury is not the same jury that hears the penalty phase, for whatever reason. I don't want to limit the state because we don't know what evidence the jury is going to hear. So there's no requirement to specifically delineate a penalty phase witness. I mean, it's not necessarily a bad idea that they do that, but they provided a witness list. The rules of discovery still apply. Because what Mr. Sarabia said, that some of this may depend upon the evidence that's actually presented to the jury and what isn't, and what becomes relevant or becomes necessary for them to present the penalty phase, I don't want to say that they can't call somebody. If I did anything, what I would be inclined to do is ask the state to provide you with a preliminary, anticipatory witness list. But again, that would be kind of like the photographs. I'm not holding them to it, just as their trial strategy is at whatever time, 2 weeks before the trial, with the understanding that that could completely change given whatever occurs at trial.
And that's all we're asking for.
All right, I don't think that that in and of itself is an unreasonable ask. So I'll do the same deadline, not end of business, what did I say, August 19th. An anticipatory witness list for the penalty phase. And again, if you believe, Mr. Sarabia, that you're going to be recalling or calling the same ones, that's fine, you're allowed to include it. What I don't want is a list of 200 Category A witnesses, and I'm not going to hold you to it. I'm not saying that you can't call anybody that's not on the list, but just those that you reasonably anticipate calling. That way, if there's something there that they want to address before we get to that point, understanding that until there's a conviction, talking about a penalty phase is kind of, it's not entirely right. But obviously we want to avoid delaying the proceedings as much as we can. All right, so anything else on that motion?
No, you're fine.
All right, motion number 4, what I'm calling it, September 20th, it's the motion to disclose the grand jury testimony. It's the 4th thing that's docketed that day. Now, upon reading this, my understanding is that you're asking me to disclose grand jury testimony because you believe that a witness has provided inconsistent statements and that their grand jury testimony is also inconsistent with other statements that they made?
We don't know what the grand jury testimony is inconsistent. We have well-founded belief that it very well could be based on the fact that he's given multiple different statements to law enforcement in the deposition. And we would be amenable to a review of Your Honor to decide if he didn't give testimony, then that would be the end of it. If he did, then Your Honor could determine if there was inconsistent statements. We believe that the secrecy rules have been, he's a listed witness now, Your Honor, from the state. There's no, the rules of secrecy have been, they've been accomplished in this case. So, and the justice, we would argue, demands that if he's given inconsistent statements, we are given those statements so we can use those at trial if need be.
So this is just one witness, is that correct?
Your Honor, this is a narrowly tailored request for one witness. There was according to the state's theory of the case and the discovery, there's only one other witness who was in the residence when this purportedly occurred. It's a minor, and he has given at least, I want to say, 6 different versions of the story. Hence the state's need to amend their aggravator list, which came forward with the last deposition. Each time he's talked to by law enforcement, the defense, or even the state, more evidence comes to light. And it's not just inconsistent evidence, it's more and more evidence as it keeps coming forward. All we're asking the court to do is under a limited, the statute allows the court in its discretion, and the statute specifically allows to ascertain whether or not a witness's statements are consistent with testimony.
Which, let me just stop you there for just a second, because you're almost about to make my point for me. This witness has given inconsistent statements already.
Correct. Multiple.
So you already have inconsistent statements if the intent is to impeach the witness in front of the jury.
Correct.
You have no idea what he said at the grand jury or whether or not he even talked about this issue.
I don't even know if he testified in the grand jury.
Understand?
The whole motion could be moved.
We're getting ahead of ourselves because technically all the grand jury proceedings are secret, and I'm not at that point of putting the state on the spot just yet. But my question to you is, if the point is that this witness gave inconsistent statements, and you know that he gave inconsistent statements, then you already have those inconsistent statements that you can impeach the witness in front of the jury, correct?
Correct, I do.
The purpose of unsealing the grand jury testimony, you want me to do an in-camera review to see what, if anything, he said about those issues, or I guess everything.
Correct.
So you can then see if you have another inconsistent statement that you can impeach him with.
Precisely.
But you already have an inconsistent statement, and the purpose of an inconsistent statement is impeachment, and you can already impeach the witness in front of the jury. So my question to you is, because of the secrecy surrounding a grand jury, why is it that I should unseal grand jury testimony so that you have one more thing to impeach somebody in front of a jury?
Because Mr. Solis has a Sixth Amendment and Article 1, Section 16 under the Florida Constitution to impeach all witnesses against him.
But you just acknowledged that you already can impeach him. Remember, the impeachment is not the contents of the prior statement. The impeachment is the acknowledgement in front of the jury that he said something that's different, which it sounds like you already have.
We do. The foundational requirements for the court to do that have been met because we've demonstrated that he's done that. All we're asking the court to do is a limited in-camera review of one witness, and he could have said things on other issues we don't even know about before the grand jury. So we're asking the court for a limited inquiry on that basis.
Mr. Schrager, let me just pause my discussion with Mr. Crawford for a second. This witness that we're talking about, you're familiar with who it is?
Yes, I can provide the court with a lot of information.
Are they going to testify at trials? It's the state's intention to call him as a witness?
Yes.
Okay. Go ahead before I ask you any questions about the grand jury. So there's something you think I need to know?
Sure. And the witness that we're talking about, last name escapes me, Evan, was 9 years old at the time that this offense occurred. And he testified, he was interviewed by law enforcement that's documented what the statements are. I believe there was even a video interview of this witness back close in time to when the offense occurred. So roughly April, maybe into May of 2023. Those statements are documented. Mr. Crawford has access to them. They are what they are. He then testified at deposition. This actually plays somewhat into the motion you heard earlier. He testified at deposition on August 14th, I believe, of 2024. And he said the same things that he had said back when. So same statements, no difference. Then, a deposition only 2 or 3 witnesses later, we learned that he may have made different statements to that witness. And we heard about those statements, and we had the detective, we investigated with the witness, with Evan, who I think now might be 11, hey, tell us about the situation, and he then disclosed different statements that were more in line with what the other witness at deposition had told us. And that was, again, it's laid out in the motion that I ran in front of the court. So August 28th, we had that conversation. So now there is, for the first time, a new set of statements that is not contained in the police report or in the depositions. And we've agreed, without even coming before the court, that Mr. Crawford could do a new deposition of a child witness because there are new statements. So the court is seizing on the exact thing that the state would be arguing in regards to these statements is, if there was completely different statements that I was aware of by a witness that testified at grand jury, theoretically, I would disclose that or have a duty to disclose that. However, if they are statements that are just the same as other statements that were made, I do not have a duty to disclose that, and Mr. Crawford has already everything that he needs. And there is no indication, and I don't think there's been any suggestion, and Mr. Crawford hasn't made a suggestion, that this witness did testify at grand jury and testified to something different than any of the statements that we are now currently aware of.
So if I hear you correctly, his prior statements have allegedly remained consistent, and after a third party said, oh, this witness told me this, you went back and talked to the witness about that issue, and then he added additional information to his prior statement.
And there was a little bit of change, but yes, he was more forthcoming with the events that transpired that led to Mr. Cooke's death.
Was the little bit of change anything material, or?
Absolutely.
Okay, well that's a different story. If the change is material, then that's, all right, so let me start here for just a second. The statute that allows me to review grand jury testimony is 905.27. Paragraph 1, they set forth a few different conditions or times when grand jury testimony can be unsealed. One is whether or not to see if the testimony is consistent with testimony before the court. Now, I suppose that could be at a deposition, but that implies that there's already been testimony before a court, separate and apart from the grand jury. Grand jury is not before a court, it's before a grand jury. The court's not involved other than signing the true bill. But I suppose that could apply. B, to determine whether the person is guilty of perjury. Now, it doesn't sound like, well, here's the thing. If the witness was asked a question in front of the grand jury and said something, and then later on asked the same question and said something different, that could be perjury. That could also be perjury before the grand jury. But based upon Mr. Sarabia's representations, it doesn't sound like it's at the degree of perjury. It sounds like the witness is just, and I'm not saying what I'm about to say to suggest that he's embellishing, but it sounds like the witness is just adding more to the story.
So I suspect when there's a second deposition taken by Mr. Crawford, that the first deposition and the second deposition will be able to be compared, and at that point, it would be easier for the court to understand, like without laying out all the testimony, it would be difficult for the court to understand. Because again, we are talking with a witness who was 9 and was then 11 in August of last year. He might maybe 12 now, but I think he's still 11.
Hold on a second. The last basis that I can disclose grand jury testimony is the furthering of justice or in the public interest. And I don't know based upon what I've heard that we're there yet.
And I do have case law for the court, which I suspect the court is already aware of since the court has been more or less in line with that, but I would say Brookings v. State, 495 Southern 2nd, 135. And in particular, the court says, but we find here, as we did in Jen, that appellant's counsel, through cross-examination at trial of both Lowry and Nelms, was able to direct the jury's attention to any purported inconsistencies between the witness's trial testimony and their prior depositions and other testimony, thus obviating any need for resort to the grand jury testimony. And I'd also cite Evans v. State.
Your Honor, can we have copies of the case law the state's relying upon?
I have a copy of Brookings.
Sure. He's paraphrasing what I've basically been, or I should say I'm paraphrasing what he is basically saying. But I'll let Mr. Sergio, I'll let you put the rest of your cases on the record.
Evans v. State, which is 808 Southern 2nd 92, specifically page 102. It says the same thing, I think cites Brookings. And that's a Florida Supreme Court case. And then Gosiminsky, which I'm going to spell Gosciminski versus State, which is 132 Southern 3rd, 678, 2013, Supreme Court Florida case. And again, Judge, the issue that I think the defense runs up against here, in addition to all the others that the public policy behind not concealing grand jury testimony, is they have statements in position A. And however different statements may now be in position B, they can impeach the witness with the statements from position A, which were consistent across position A, and there's no indication that they changed or would have changed if the witness did in fact testify at grand jury. And if there was, hypothetically, a position C, a grand jury testimony where this witness testified that was different than either of the statements, that would be something that we would have to disclose and we would disclose.
Well, here's what we're going to do. Not so we don't belabor the point. On this one, I'm denying it without prejudice. I will allow you to redepose the witness on this issue. Now, depending upon what the witness says, if you think that it is still necessary, you can always refile the motion, and then I can consider it. And in that circumstance, what I may be inclined to do, I'm obviously not making a ruling in advance, is review the grand jury the testimony in camera with the depositions, because again, there's two different things, okay? An impeachment is simply you kept somebody saying something different, but it has to be something that's material. Now, the state already conceded that what's added or changed is material, so I don't really need to make a finding. I mean, if the issue was the color of somebody's clothing, that's not necessarily material. If the issue was the color of a traffic light in a crash, that would be material. If it's just ancillary details that would be collateral to the primary issue, meaning, you know, you get the witness and they say something, and you admit that they said something different previously, but it's impeachment on a collateral issue. The case law even says that you don't get to impeach on collateral issues. I'm not making a finding of materiality now. I'm just kind of talking out loud. But the issue is if you can already either A, impeach the witness, or B, show in front of the jury that the witness's statements have changed or evolved. You have whatever they said to the cops, which presumably occurred before the grand jury. You have whatever they said later on, or in a different interview. You have the depo. You're going to have a second depo. You have this third-party witness. If the witness acknowledges that they gave prior statements, then they have been impeached, and you have impeached them in front of the jury. The fact that they may have said something that was consistent with what they told the cops, but inconsistent with what, or changed, or not the same as what they told in their second depo, I don't know that you get any more mileage or any more entitlement to it. Hold on one second. The other thing is, I forgot the other thing. So go ahead, Mr. Carpenter, while I'm thinking about the other thing.
Your Honor, I just want to make the record clear that the state basically said that, look, he changed one thing, or a couple of important things. I would beg to differ with that interpretation. You have a minor who was originally interviewed with law enforcement who said he really didn't hear anything, he was playing a video game in another room, okay? That's what he said to the law enforcement when they initially investigated. In fact, during his first statement to law enforcement, the lead detective and the mother of the child said, tell the truth. To the detective.
And later on he said something different.
Well,
yes,
but just to make the record clear, he went from saying, I didn't see anything, to saying details how the murder happened over 5 or 6 statements.
and you get to bring that up in front of the jury, so you can already impeach the witness in front of the jury. So my question is, unless it somehow vitiates the finding of probable cause, the fact that we're talking, and let's also not, try not to lose sight of the fact that we're talking about a child here, okay? So there's and I'm not saying one way or the other, but there's a big difference between a child saying, making something up or completely changing their story because it's a fabrication, and another thing because a child either remembered something or had something remembered for them. But you will still be allowed to explore all of that in front of the jury. Now, I'm going to pause for just a second and say that obviously nobody knows what was said in front of the grand jury. Mr. Sarabia has just represented that if he believed that this was perjured testimony, he would let you know, probably not call his witness or address this in some other way. I'm not suggesting, Mr. Crawford, based upon your facial expression, that you should rely on the representation from the state. Okay. But we started this, I think it was Mr. Petridis, who said you really don't know whether or not he did perjure himself or said something different in front of the grand jury. You just want to see. So again, I understand we can start with it in camera and it's me, but this is not a case where the witness said something to the grand jury and then completely changes their story later. This is a story, there may be different testimony, but you already have them impeached. Now, again, I don't know whether or not there's an explanation. I don't know if this child gave a reason or a basis for it. The added information, I don't know because I don't have the benefit of the deposition transcript. I didn't review that before this hearing. But what I'm saying is, based upon, if the reason is so you can impeach him in front of the jury at trial, you've already got that. And I don't know that we need to disclose grand jury testimony just so that you can find an additional reason or basis to impeach them. I mean, presumably this child or this witness is going to acknowledge that, yes, they told the cops that they didn't hear anything because they were playing video games initially. If not, that's a different story. So, I don't want to keep talking in circles. I'm denying it without prejudice.
Yes, sir.
I'll let you redepose the child, the witness. After that deposition, if you think it is still necessary, I'll let you refile the motion and I can readdress it then.
Yes, sir.
All right. Fifth motion is, this one is filed October 22nd. It's a motion to declare the cold calculating and the CCP. I took my shorthand. Anyways, unconstitutional. The first one that's filed October 22nd. Now, I just granted that, so this was a preemptive motion. Fair to say?
I'm sorry.
You all filed this one in anticipation just in case I granted? Yes. Okay. So it's now right because it wasn't right before. Just history of the case. My August 19th, 2024 order, we addressed similar motions and I denied the defendant's request to declare 921.141 paragraph 8, 921.141 paragraph, I think it was G6, G, and H, 6B, and 6A unconstitutional. You're now requesting me to find 6I unconstitutional, and it seems like it's basically the same grounds and the same argument, but now that 6I is on the table, you're moving to have that one declared unconstitutional for the same basis.
It's similar basis, Judge. It's a little more specific only due to, like you said, CC, cold calculated and premeditated. So I won't just rehash what's in the motion because it's a well-written motion, but just obviously there's a heightened standard due process for death penalty case, and the argument here is that CCP is vague, that it's not a proper statutory construction the way it's being implemented. It's not a strict construction, and it was initially written for execution-style killings, and now it's no longer even close to that. It's used for everything. It doesn't have a narrowing function, which is supposed to be the function for death penalty cases. And so based on that, we believe it violates Article 1, Section 9, 16, 7, 21, 22, and the U.S. Constitution's 5, 6, 8, and 14.
All right. And do you have, aside from what you put in your motion, do you have any controlling authority that says, or that would extend to this specific factor as it's currently written, that it is unconstitutional?
Nothing outside of what we put in the motion, Your Honor.
Okay. Mr. Straby, any argument that you want to make?
Just briefly, Judge, I would cite to Smith v. State, which was a 1982 Florida Supreme Court case, 424 Southern 2nd, 726, and page 733, of course, says, we reject the contention that paragraph 5I at the time, is void for vagueness. So this exact issue has been ruled on, and it's been well established.
Yeah, I'm going to make the same ruling that I made in my August 19 order after that hearing, that I'm unaware of any controlling authority. I don't think that it is vague, while I think the term that we use is super due process. You know, he's entitled to every opportunity, but I think that the statute, I believe the statute as written is legally sufficient, and I don't think that there's any authority that says, I'm aware of, outside of the argument that you're making in your motion, that it is unconstitutional or it is vague, and I don't believe that it is. So for item 5, I'm going to deny that. Then we've got what I have as 6, which I think is the third thing that was filed on October 22nd. It was the motion to declare, I think this is 6D, unconstitutional. Same issue as before, it wasn't right. I allowed the state to have that as an aggravator. You're now moving to have it declared unconstitutional. Anything you want to say or add that you didn't just argue for the last one or at our last hearing in August?
Very briefly, Your Honor. Just that an auto aggravator doesn't limit, in fact, it expands. We actually argue that felony murder doesn't necessarily need the premeditation, which again should be a factor, an important factor in determining death. And based on that, and what's in the motion, we believe this violates the 5th, 6th, 8th, and 14th U.S. amendments in Article 1, Sections 9, 16, 17, 21, and 22.
All right. Anything that the state wants to be heard?
Judge, I would just cite to this exact issue was dealt with in Fernandez v. State, which is a 1982 case, 419 Southern 2nd, 312, and specifically end of page 314, beginning of 315. The court details this argument and says, reject these arguments as being without merit. And then again, Clark v. State, 443, Southern 2nd, 973, which is also a Supreme Court Florida case, 1983. And again, right at the end of the case, page 978, the court says, we have considered, again, summarizing the same argument that the defense has set out in the motion. We have considered and rejected arguments substantially the same as these in Menendez and White, and constitutional attacks are no more persuasive in conjunction with the facts of the Clark's case. So this issue is also well settled and against them.
Could you read that last sentence for the court reporter? I think she had a hard time hearing it. Just the last sentence of the case.
The constitutional attacks are no more persuasive in conjunction with the facts of Clark's case.
All right. Same ruling. I reviewed the case law. I haven't found anything that's controlling. I read the statute. I don't think that it's vague or impermissible. I don't believe that it's unconstitutional. So I'm going to deny this one as well. All right. Then the last one that we have, which is the motion to declare the death penalty unconstitutional and a motion in limine to preclude the minimization of the jury roll. Now, this was filed on October 22nd, but I think it's actually the second thing that's filed that day, or at least that's the way that it's docketed. Now, I previously addressed the constitutionality of Florida's death penalty scheme. This seems a little bit different, and if I'm reading the motion correctly, it seems that the issue is that you take issue with the fact that the jury only makes a recommendation, and it's the judge who imposes the final sentence. Is that?
Similar to that, in the same vein, but it's the jury is told essentially that if they make a life recommendation, it's final. If they make a death recommendation, that the court, which can overturn that and give a life. So basically taking it's not a final recommendation, it's minimizing what their job is there to do, so it's making it less important for them to find. They're not as worried about imposing the death penalty because they believe that the court is the last step, so it's minimizing their burden, what they're supposed to do, and we believe that is unconstitutional. We would like the court to have a motion of limine on that subject to tell them that their role is not minimized, and if they can seek death, that they should be prepared that death will be given.
So, if I hear what you're saying, what the objection is that me as the judge tells the jury the state of the law in the state of Florida, that if you recommend life, I impose life. If you recommend death, I get to decide, and I can impose death or overrule you and impose life because you believe that somehow will, in the jury's mind, I guess, negates because they know that no matter what they do, I get the final say?
Yes, Your Honor, it's more of it's Caldwell versus Mississippi, which is 472 U.S. 320, which basically says that the United States Supreme Court decision which says that the state or the government cannot minimize their role as sentencers when it comes to the death penalty. And so basically, if you just tell the jury, oh, your death recommendation is just a recommendation, that minimizes their role, as opposed to saying, hey, if you recommend life, I have to impose life. If you tell them, this is just a recommendation to the court, that minimizes their role and how serious their role is.
But, well, let me back up for a second. You're not objecting to the hybrid format that we have, meaning they make the decision and I impose the sentence. Are you?
No.
Okay, because there's case law that says, and for the record, it's Grimm, G-R-I-M, versus Secretary, Florida Department of Corrections. It's actually a 11th Circuit case. It's 705 Federal 3rd 1284. The gist of it, that one says that the hybrid model is okay. So my question then becomes, my follow-up question is, if you're okay with the hybrid model, you're not okay with me telling the jury that we have a hybrid model?
No. My problem is telling the jury who ultimately does make the determination of life or death that what they decide is merely just a recommendation. Because in their minds, that leaves them, it's not as serious of a decision as it really should be.
Right, so your objection is not with the hybrid system, your objection is with me telling the jury that we have a hybrid system.
That's not what I'm saying at all, Judge.
So I might be, I don't think I'm understanding this one, and I'm trying to understand. What I hear you saying is, because I tell the jury that if they recommend death, I still get to decide what the sentence is. That I'm somehow, quote, and I'm putting air quotes, that I'm minimizing their decision because I can overrule their decision.
If the jury is told that the decision, again, the Caldwell case basically says that both the state specifically cannot minimize the jury's role in making a life or death decision. Our objection to this is by merely calling it a recommendation that undermines the importance of the jury's role in sentencing.
So the issue is with the semantics that I'm using. So if I take away the word quote-unquote recommendation,
correct,
and I simply tell the jury, ladies and gentlemen, at the end of, and I'm paraphrasing, at the end of this phase, you're going to go in the back, you're going to deliberate, you're going to render a verdict, and if you make a find, we're going to give them a verdict form and they're going to check a box. If you find that the defendant should be put to death, or if you find that the defendant should serve the rest of his natural life in prison, then I will impose a life sentence. If you find that the defendant should be put to death, then I get to decide whether he should be put to death or whether he should serve life in prison. And I take out the word quote-unquote recommendation.
No, that makes it worse.
But my point is, and this is what I'm trying to get to. I think I understand what you're saying. We in the state of Florida have a quote-unquote hybrid system for capital punishment.
Correct.
The jury does make only a recommendation. Well, that's not entirely true. If they recommend life, that's it. Right? I mean, I can't overrule that. So it's not so much a recommendation, but if they recommend death, then I get to decide. Now, please keep in mind, even though a jury's not told, if I impose death, then I know you all know this, what's the next hearing that we would have after I impose death?
Spencer hearing.
We have a Spencer hearing, where you get to present additional mitigation, and then I get to decide whether or not I'm actually going to impose life or death. We clearly don't tell the jury that, but we do have not only a hybrid system, but we have a hybrid system where we give the defendant the proverbial second bite at the apple to present mitigation, so that the court could still impose a life sentence. So what it seems to me is that the issue is, by actually telling the jury the state of the law, you are of the opinion that we are somehow minimizing the decision that they make, because we tell them that regardless of what they decide, the ultimate decision is mine.
Right.
Got it.
Exactly.
Mr. Schraby, anything that the state wants to say on this one? You don't have to. I'm just giving you a chance.
I would just say, Mr. Prochidas kept using the words minimize, but then accurately describing the system in the state of Florida, which is not minimizing. That is describing. Minimizing. In the Caldwell case, I was just looking at, because I've read this case a while ago, I believe that in that case, the prosecutor specifically said something to the effect of, if you make a decision, don't worry, the appellate court can just fix it, kind of implying that, you know, it's not final when it wasn't an accurate statement of the law there, or it did minimize the import of their decision. But the fact that, and in terms of this argument, the defense, as written, they're asking for a couple different things. And one is to declare the statute unconstitutional because the statute minimizes the role, which I think it actually elevates the role from the previous system that we had, because if the jury decides life, then it's life. There's no minimization of that role. So I think that the motion as written should be denied. In terms of the motion in limine, the state has no intention of minimizing the jury's role, but I think that the jury should not be lied to about what the state of the law is and what their role in the process is, and in an attempt to aggrandize their role. So, as Mr. Petrides described it, which I think we all agree is their role, if they make a decision and they decide life, then it's life, that's the end of it, if ands or buts. If they decide death, then the court then has to make a ruling, life or death, which is an accurate statement. I don't think that that's wrong, and I think it is a way that the process should be done. I think the jury needs to know that. Otherwise, we're not accurately describing it. There's no minimization that's occurring. Minimization would be if we told them, your decision here doesn't matter at all. And it's harder to do that now because of the current scheme that we are in.
All right, so let's start here. I understand the argument, and I think that, and I know, Mr. Crawford, I wasn't trying to box you in, but ultimately the issue is with the word, with semantics, with the word quote-unquote recommendation. But I don't think there's any way to articulate it or to change it, to take out the word recommendation to fix or cure the issue that you see. Hold on a second, because jury instructions that are given to a jury have to be an accurate statement of the law, and they have to not be confusing. Now, a long time ago, the powers that be decided that we should tell a jury that even if they do make a recommendation of death or vote for death, that ultimately the final decision rests with the trial court. We tell them in every other case that's non-capital, we read to the jury a standard instruction that says they shouldn't consider the sentence because sentencing is up to the judge. In fact, I think we even tell them that in voir dire. It's not a standard instruction, we read it to them, but it's in one of the standard jury instructions in 3. I don't remember if it's rules for deliberation or weighing the evidence. It's one of those. Anyway, so The standard instruction, and I'm looking at it now, it's 3.12E is the quote-unquote jury verdict form for the penalty phase. So the standard verdict form says, we, the jury, have unanimously found the state proved one or more aggravating factors. Each of us has considered whether one or more mitigating circumstances exist. Each of us has weighed whether the proven aggravating factors are sufficient and whether the proven aggravating factors outweigh any proven mitigating circumstances. We have further considered whether the defendant should be sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole or death. That's their options for the verdict form. Now, the fact that we might tell them that we have a hybrid system, in my opinion, is an accurate statement of the law. It's akin, in my opinion, I'm not saying it's equal, but similar to us reminding juries that they shouldn't consider a defendant's right to remain silent as any kind of admission or acknowledgement of guilt, because it's a fundamental constitutional right. We tell them all kinds of other things that normally would have nothing to do with anything, to make sure that they know. But it shouldn't weigh into their decision. If it does, then that's up to each individual juror. But I don't see the issue, and I don't believe that it is, quote unquote, minimizing the jury's role by simply telling them that you're going to make a verdict and it's life imprisonment or it's death. And if it's death, I get to have the final say on whether it's death or life.
The standard instruction, as it's read, says that recommendation has to be given great weight by the trial court. The point of the motion is so the state doesn't just argue to the jury, this is just a recommendation.
I'll fix that for you right now. If the argument is, or if the motion is that the state can't argue to the jury that your decision doesn't matter because it's my say, this is only a recommendation, I'll agree that you're not saying that.
I agree with that as well, Joe.
Okay, so the state cannot argue to the jury.
And I can only fight the motion that they write.
I understand. I'll say this, we're going to talk a lot about it when we death qualify this jury anyway, which, by the way, is one thing that is different from death penalty cases, is that we get to qualify the people who sit based on that one specific issue. So I'll agree that the state may not argue to the jury in the penalty phase, in the penalty phase, that their verdict is only, quotes, a recommendation. There we go. Anything else on this one?
No, Your Honor. We'll reserve the balance and renew it as argued within the motion itself.
That's fine. And I'm going to do a very brief written order. It'll kind of be along the lines of my last one, where it simply identifies the motion and gives my ruling. That way there is a written order for you in case you want to do anything with it. Now, it's 4:45. I do actually have some other hearings. Is there anything that we have to address today?
I don't believe so, Judge. With the court's order of the juror questionnaire, Mr. Sarabian, I spoke with that earlier today. We have a draft going. The order didn't specify what you wanted, what subjects to address in the juror questionnaire. I assumed, based on what you put about the individual voir dire, that it would be hardship, death penalty, pretrial publicity. For the three things, I put some extra things in there in case we want to put those in to help the jury selection process, but I wanted to see if that's what the court wanted in the agreed upon jury questionnaire which we're working on.
Yeah, those are my intentions, the big ones. I have to find my order. I don't remember when I wrote that one. Was that one in?
It was an omnibus order that the court issued on August the 19th, 2024.
There's a lot of stuff in the docket.
There is.
All right.
It's on page 7 of 10 of Your Honor's order.
think that we were gonna just do the big ones in the questionnaire, because that, we were gonna break them down into groups.
When you say big ones, it would be those 3 topics?
Right.
Okay.
Right, those are the main issues. I mean,
And the small groups are the paragraph C, which is on page 7 of 10. It's the last.
yeah, I thought that I wrote something. It's the problem with these omnibus orders is I have to go through the whole thing. Alright, I don't see where he talked about. Yeah, we were gonna have him come in, we were going to, right, the length of the trial, nature of the charges, any familiarity with the, if you all want to add extra things into that questionnaire that they're going to fill out, that's okay. I mean, we're gonna have, they're bringing in 500 people. We'll see how many actually show up. We're gonna break them up into groups. We're gonna stagger that group into, I think, about 50 at a time. I'm just reading here. And then we're gonna bring in around 20 so that we can address the big topic issues. So yeah, if you wanted them to have a questionnaire in advance about those big topic issues so that you could talk to them and we could know, that's fine. If you wanna add extra things into the questionnaire, if you all agree, that's fine. It's an agreed upon questionnaire.
And can we have that questionnaire filled out before we question them in the?
In here?
Yes.
That's the plan, I think.
Okay, great.
Okay. Mr. Strebe, anything else on behalf of the state? Mr. Solis, anything you think I need to know or address today?
No, sir.
All right, the next time we're going to have you in front of me is going to be for your Arthur hearing. That's in March. It's about 6 weeks. Well, calendar page. But obviously, if something comes up, your lawyers know how to get in touch with me, and we'll bring you back. Then I'm trying not to set anything. I got it set at 10. Trying to keep my morning docket very, very small so we can roll right into it. I'm going to also say real quick with that, whatever you all want me to consider, you're publishing in the hearing. I don't want hours of footage that you all expect me to go back and watch on my own and then make a ruling. Whatever evidence you want me to consider, we're publishing here.
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Thank you, everybody. All right, for digital, we're going to go back to you in just a minute.
Hey guys, I'm back, and we're just finished with this Florida versus Oscar Solis. I've got a few more videos to pull up for you. Okay, so that was 2 weeks ago, right? And that was they wanted to limit the photographs because they were either too graphic or they were cumulative. They said there was like 4,600 photographs. The next hearing for him is going to be in March. It's an Arthur hearing, which is basically to see if he can get out on bond or bail or not. Then the next one was the witness list for the penalty phase. That was another motion they discussed. Then there was a motion to disclose the grand jury testimony, which was inconsistent statements from the witnesses. And then this is the child's testimony. And I found a video I want to play. Actually, I have a couple more videos I want to play. They're short. Motion to declare cold, calculating, and then the judge said there's CCC. He couldn't read his handwriting. Cold, calculating, and something else, unconstitutional. Then final motion to declare if the DP is unconstitutional. So right now the trial date is set for August 25th. August 25th. So let me go. I got a couple more videos here. Okay, so here, let's check this one out. Let's check this
Now,
one
this
out.
morning we continue to follow the late.
All right, so this is a news report. And I think this is going to be his stepdaughter is going to talk, I believe. So let's check this one out.
Story here for us. And Heather, you have more details.
Yeah, good morning, James. Good morning, Dia. This is such a tragedy. His family tells us he was just trying to make a living. Instead, his life was cut short, and detectives believe it was random.
Melanie DeZoba talking about her stepdad.
He was perfect in every way. Perfect dad, always there, just no matter what.
His life taken suddenly at the hands of a stranger.
I still have a voicemail on my phone from last Monday of just his voice and him telling me how much he loves me and how much he's there for me.
Randall Cooke's murder is being described by detectives as demonic. Cooke was an Uber Eats food delivery driver. He was making his last delivery around 7 p.m. last Wednesday when the Pasco County Sheriff's Office says 30-year-old Oscar Solis pulled him into the home and murdered him.
There's no way someone in the right mind did something like this. I mean, doesn't make sense. The minor details aren't adding up.
Cooke came into her life in 2012 when he met her mom. The two got married in 2020.
Just conjoined at the hip, soulmates to the very end.
By trade, Cooke was a talented graphic designer, according to DeZoba. He was doing Uber Eats recently to make some extra money. A humble man, she says, never said anything bad about anyone.
He was the most perfect man. And I can hope that there's a guy out there even close to him for me, you know?
Now, the DeZoba.
That's why I liked him, because he's a graphic designer. That's why I figured I knew I liked him. Oh, okay, so there's that, and then there's this. Yeah, graphic designer. I know, right? All right, so then there's this one. So here's, okay, so remember in the hearing we just heard, they said something
New
about...
details on the murder of an Uber...
They said... They said testimony, they were trying to exclude some testimony from the grand jury about a kid. There was actually 2. So here, watch this. Check this one out.
On the murder of an Uber Eats driver in Pasco County. Deputies say this man you see right here, Oscar Solis, is a known MS-13 gang member with a violent criminal history. And they say they were able to track down 2 people who were caught on camera leaving his house an hour before the murder. Sheriff Chris Nacco says the Uber Eats driver, Randall Cooke, texted his wife to let her know that he was wrapping up deliveries and would be home soon. When he stopped replying, she reported him missing. The investigation brought detectives to the house you see right here from Sky 10. Home surveillance video also showed Cooke arriving with the order, and then the camera cuts off. When it comes back on, detectives say Oscar Solis is seen taking trash bags outside.
Unfortunately, what we found inside of some of those trash bags was human remains.
Sheriff Chris Nacco called the murder a crime of passion.
So there are the 2 kids, right? They said, and thank you, Julie, cold, calculating, and callous. It's funny that the judge didn't know that. But one of the motions to disclose grand jury testimony, inconsistent statements from witnesses, and they said one of them was a child's testimony. So here are the children that apparently lived there. So what did they witness? So let's see what they say.
We're now working to find out what these 2 people you see right here told deputies. Solis remains in jail on felony murder. Sheriff Chris Nacco described it as a horrific crime of passion. New details on the murder of an Uber Eats driver in Pasco County. Deputies say this man you see right on the murder of...
So yeah, so there were 2 kids there. I guess 2 kids that were living there? Wow. Wow. So cold, calculating, and callous. Yeah, Remy, seems like a lovely human. I agree. Yeah, so All right. So that. All right. So the next up for this guy is going to be there's a March Arthur hearing, which again is like the bond, whether he can get out on bail. And then right now, trial is set for August 26th. So Crawford, John Andrew Crawford is his defense team, or his defense lawyer, and Brian Sarabia is the prosecutor, and the judge is Joshua Reba. And this is in Pasco County, which is just, well, that's Tampa. It's like just north of, this took place in Holiday, Florida, which is just northwest of Tampa. So it's on the Gulf side of Florida. All right, so next up we have Florida versus Shanna Gardner and Mario Fernandez. All right, let's pull these two up. Excuse me for that. All right, next up in our little travels around court trials, cases that are coming up. Let's see. Yeah, Groovy Cheryl. There's no way they're going to give him. it's a DP. There's no way he's going to get bond. No way. Okay, so switching gears. Florida versus Shanna Gardner et al. So Mario Fernandez. All right. Yes. Looky. Oh, look, another Florida case. And guess what? We got one more, too. After this, we have 1, 2. We have 3 more after this. So we're on our third of 6. And we got another Florida one in there, Fala. Looky, another Florida case. Heather Marie 123. He could have been waiting at the door if the order said tip at delivery, like the person was going to cash tip. I read that he it was a robbery. He tried to rob him too. So Teresa Dirksmeyer, Florida is a scary place. It can be. It's a very beautiful place, but it can definitely be scary. You know what? I think. Okay, let me just go back to here. So we're not. So I think this stuff happens pretty much everywhere. It's just that certain places you hear about it because of the sunshine laws. It's reported. Like I would love to cover trials from New York City because I spent a lot of time there. I was 17 years there. I know a lot of stuff goes on down there, but cameras they don't show the trials in New York. I mean, supposedly they can, but they really never do. So yes, even though Florida could seem like a scary place, there's a lot of other places that are equally as scary. I'm not justifying it one way or the other. I'm just saying you hear about Florida cases because of the sunshine laws, because they're out there in the open, Yeah, surely it happens all over the place. I agree. Yep. Julie BME, Chicago won't stream. Yeah, and OnlyFans sunshine laws are awesome. This stuff's going on all over. New York City, Chicago, LA, California, they do. I mean, we're covering Monica Cementili. We are covering that. But stuff is going on in New York. There's stuff going on in Chicago. So, all right. Let's put Solis to bed, and let's go on to Florida versus Gardner. All right, so the backstory of this is in July of 2023. Nope, that's not that one. Let me get to the right backstory. All right, this one is about Jared Bridegan. I'm going to go with Bridegan. All right, Shanna Gardner, 38, and her estranged husband, Mario Fernandez, 36, are facing charges in connection with the deletion of Gardner's ex-husband, Jared Bridegan, 33, on February 16th, 2020 in Jacksonville Beach, Florida. Both have been indicted on charges of first-degree conspiracy to commit, solicitation to commit a capital felony, easy for me to say, and child aggression. Prosecutors are pursuing the DP for both defendants. Jared was ambushed in what authorities have described as a targeted attack. Todd, you say South Carolina has, yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, of course they do. Yeah, we're doing the rose petal trial right now, Todd. So yeah, man, South Carolina's got some good ones too. All right, Bridegan had just, excuse me. Bridegan had just dropped off his twin children at the home of his ex-wife, Shanna, when he encountered a tire placed in the road. As he stepped out of his vehicle to remove it, he was fatally shot multiple times at close range. His 2-year-old daughter from his second marriage was in the backseat of his car at the time, but was unharmed. Can you imagine? Can you imagine 2-year-old and your dad goes out like that? Ugh, poor kid. Not that she really saw, I'm sure she heard it, but that's like penetrating her being, her core. What's she going to be like when she's older? Authorities later determined that his deletion was a deletion for hire plot allegedly orchestrated by Shanna and her husband, Mario Fernandez. Several arrests have been made in connection to the crime, including Henry Tenon, who pleaded guilty to second degree and admitted to being the gunman. Oh, we probably should have had his face up there, huh? In January of 2023, the pair appeared before Judge London Kite for a pretrial. Judge London Kite for a pretrial hearing. Gardner's defense attorneys have filed motions to prevent the DP challenging the use of the term recommendation in reference to the jury's role. They argue that since the crime occurred before the state's revised DP law, which eliminated the requirement for a unanimous jury decision, the case should follow the previous law. Interesting. A major development unfolded in February of 2025, which is right now, when Henry Tenon, who had previously pled guilty to second degree and agreed to testify against Gardner and Fernandez, recanted his testimony, claiming it was false. Pretty interesting. In response, the defense filed a motion to obtain Tenon's jail phone records, which Judge Kite granted. This unexpected turn raised questions about the credibility of a key witness and could impact the prosecution's case. I had no idea. I have very peripherally been following this case, like very, very peripherally. So that's all news to me. The case has also experienced delays due to the extensive amount of electronic evidence. Florida PI Sam, your ears should be perking up to this, including text messages and device hard drives which require review. Concerns have been raised about the limited resources available for this process, as initially only one detective was assigned to review the data. Wow. To expedite the process, the court appointed Thomas C. Gano in January 2025 to conduct a content blind review focusing on identity and redacting attorney-client privilege information. As of February 2025, Gardner's twins are 12 years old. They have been living with their maternal grandparents in Washington State. Jury selection is scheduled to start August 20th. So this one is an August 20th one. So we got the previous one, Solis was, October 20th. Solis was August 25th, and then this one is going to be, this is October. So we got August and then October. All right. Who knows about this? Does anybody know about this? Wait, hold on. Hold on. Groovy Cheryl, Florida, get your act together. Irish T, so that T guy was the one who allegedly did the deleting. That's what it seems like. That's he approved it. Ken Rosenberg, they're probably right about the unanimous jury thing. Frankly, I think Florida's DP changes are unconstitutional. Yeah, I think it's only you need like 8 out of 4, if I'm not incorrect. So who knows about this? Julie Schwartz, she is an entitled brat and thought she could get away with it or her parents would rescue her without any regard for her own children. Oh, Dwayne, you drink 3 bottles of water a day. Awesome. Yeah, drink your water, man. Drink your water. Oh, that's right. Aaron just reminded me that, and we'll have that. Aaron just reminded me. Let me think for a second. I don't want to give it away. I think we have a really interesting surprise in this case. So I'm not gonna give it away. Let's see. Changes in Florida's. Let's see. I think it doesn't have to be unanimous anymore. 2023, Governor Ron DeSantis signed a bill ending the requirement for juries to vote unanimously to recommend capital punishment. 8 juror majority is now needed. So that's the difference. 8 out of 12. Yep, Todd got it right. Right there. You only need 8 out of 12. No longer. So in 2016, Supreme Court ruling found that Florida's unanimous jury requirement violated a defendant's right to a fair trial, but then 2023, Governor DeSantis signed a bill that lowered the jury vote required from unanimous to 8-4. So that's Julie. They changed it after the Parkland trial. Gotcha. Yes, Irish Amy, I do. You got to stick around to find out. Julie BME, it was in the news when Charlie Adelson was on trial. Okay. 49ers mama. Okay, I know I said no more questions, but are the girls having trials together, not separate? I'm at the first one. I'm not sure. Okay, so all 3 were supposed to be in that motion hearing that your trial that you're watching, 49ers mama. But Brandon opted not to show up. So I don't know if they're being all tried together. We don't know. We don't know that. So Parkland changed it. Gotcha. Let's see. All right, we will continue on. I believe it's Shanna. So that Shannon is, I believe it's Shanna. For those wondering. Shanna, I believe. Yes, Shanna. So that's a misspelling on my part. So let's move forward. Julie BME, her parents are super rich with Stampin' Up. I have no idea what Stampin' Up is. What the heck is that? Stampin' Up. What is Stampin' Up? It's founded in 1988. Is that them? Stampin'Up.com? This is them? Is that what it is? Missy Russell, I've heard that her parents won't let the victim's widow or their half-sibling talk to the twins. Yeah, that's the kid that was in the 2-year-old that was in the car, right? There was a 2-year-old. So the twins, he had just dropped off his twins, and then the 2-year-old was in the car. She's by another marriage. Yes, I see it, Little Miss. Thank you. I do see it. Appreciate that. For card making. All right, so there. Okay, I see it. Join Stampin' Up. I never even heard of these guys. I honestly have never heard of them before. Our Story. Founded in 1988 by 2 sisters, Stampin' Up has provided high-quality paper craft products and a direct sales opportunity for over 30 years. So this is them, right? Huge crafting. Wow. All right. Shelley and Sarah both share a clear understanding that our organization is about so much more than the 2 of them. It's about the thousands of Stampin' Up demonstrators, customers, and employees. Today you'll find Stampin' Up in the US, Canada, Australia, New Zealand, Germany, France, UK, Australia, Netherlands, Ireland, and Belgium. Wow. Go figure. See, the things you learn. I'm telling you, this is amazing. The things you learn in covering trials. I had no idea that these guys existed. Huh. All right. Very interesting. Stampin' Up. All right. Okay, so let us get to... All right, let's get to... let me pull up... Okay. So these are quick. So the last couple ones we watched, they're like an hour long. These are really quick. This is like 5 minutes, 2 minutes. These are real quick. So these are going to be fast and furious, guys. This one is very, very quick. Or at least these clips that we found.
In February of this year, 33-year-old father...
Okay, sorry. All right, so this is out of Jacksonville, Florida.
February of this year, 33-year-old father Jared Bridegan was gunned down in front of his 2-year-old daughter. It's a murder that stunned Jack's Beach neighbors, which have rallied behind his widow and 4 children. Now, some tabloids have cast suspicion on his ex-wife, Shanna Gardner. Those tabloids followed and photographed her and questioned her innocence.
And Gardner has not spoken publicly to anyone about Bridegan's murder until now. And tonight, in the only TV interview she says that she will be doing, Action News Jack's Kristen Rary has the exclusive interview with Gardner.
As her innocence has come into question, Shanna Gardner spoke to me in the only TV interview she says she'll be doing to tell her side of the story.
I do want people to understand, where I'm coming from.
Almost 5 months after Jared Bridegan was murdered in the street in front of his 2-year-old daughter, we spoke with his ex-wife, who has not commented publicly so far. Our first question: why have you stayed silent?
I was asked to not talk to the media or give a public statement, but with the level of speculation, I felt that now it was necessary to speak out.
Shanna Gardner revealed she was asked by Jared Bridegan's widow, Kirsten, not to speak publicly, but we wanted to know how the relationship could have gotten to that point.
I'm sure you would say that we've had happy moments. I mean, we shared the 2 most beautiful children in the world.
In 2015, Jared and Shanna divorced. Their court records, which we obtained from the St. Johns County court system, revealed a long, complicated process lasting over 5 years.
Anytime divorce comes into any situation, it's messy. It just is. I will say that I think that we both love our kids.
Jared and Shanna both wanted full custody. The court file details allegations of spying, deceit, and more. In the end, Shanna and Jared reached an agreement. They shared custody, and whenever the children were at one parent's house, the other would come over Wednesday and have a date night. That's exactly what Jared and his twins did the night he was killed.
It was actually one of the things. I'm sorry. I remember my son tucking him in and him saying that it was a good date night.
But that happiness would end just minutes after leaving Shanna's house just over 2 miles from her home. In a quiet neighborhood with few security cameras, a tire was rolled out into the street. Jared got out of his car to move it and was shot dead. His 2-year-old daughter sat in the car, strapped into her car seat alone for 3 minutes before someone came to help.
I was shocked. I fell to the floor because I was devastated for what I was going to have to tell my kids.
Jared died in that street, leaving behind 4 children and a heartbroken family.
They were, I think, in shock.
Later, in a blog post, Shanna's mother said she was not invited to the funeral. I asked Shanna about the situation.
His family did not invite me or want me there.
But the day before a vigil hosted by Jared's widow at Celebration Park, Shanna was photographed at the park with her kids by the tabloid Daily Mail.
Talk about a violation of privacy, because my kids know that they were photographed and they were worried.
The tabloid presented the facts in a way that leave room for speculation about Shanna having a role in Jared's death, citing their rocky divorce papers and her absence from the funeral.
Even though we didn't always get along, he was still the father of my kids.
So I asked Shanna the question.
Did you have anything to do with Jared's murder?
No, I did not have anything to do with his murder.
Shanna says she has no idea if the murder was targeted or what Jared was involved in, saying they ran in different circles. But Action News Jax reported in June, Shanna had hired criminal defense attorney Hank Cox.
He was referred to me by several friends, and ultimately my kids' images and videos were being used in the media without consent.
Shanna said Cox was hired to protect her kids. I asked her if she thinks she will face criminal charges. She says no, that she's cooperated with detectives.
Do you have any idea who might have done this?
I do not have any idea. As I said, we've been divorced. We don't run in the same social circles. All I know is that I would never want anybody to go through this.
She told me if she could speak to Jared again, she'd say one thing.
Honestly, that I wish it weren't like this. I wish things could have been and could be different.
And Shanna told me despite this happening in her neighborhood, despite many people around her discussing the case, she has no intention of leaving Jax Beach or Jacksonville. Meanwhile, police continue their search for the killer, and they ask the community for any help it can provide. For local coverage you can count on, in the studio, Chris.
All right, so hey Mona, how you doing? All I know is my husband hired a dude. Yeah. And replaced the pin, so thank you for that, for calling that out. Let's see. Let me just kind of get my bearings here. Okay, so yes, it seems like the person that first, his name is Henry Tenen. He originally pled guilty to second degree and admitted being the gunman, but then just this month, in February, he recanted that. So let's continue on. Let us continue on, and let's hear some more backstory here.
New documents are being released by the...
All right. This is from 5 months ago. This one is 5 months ago.
The Attorney's Office in the murder of Jared Bridegan. The father of four was killed in February 2022 in what police have described as a murder-for-hire plot. His ex-wife, Shanna Gardner, and her second husband, Mario Fernandez, are facing first-degree murder charges in his death. Fernandez's tenant, Henry Tenen, has already pled guilty to second-degree murder charges, and prosecutors say he has admitted to being the man who fired the fatal shots. Katie Jeffries has been following this story carefully since it happened, and she has the very latest on what those new documents reveal.
The documents released by the state attorney's office are from a series of reports from ATF agents involved in the case, along with the medical examiner's reports and photos, though the medical examiner's photos are entirely redacted. Most of the information in this latest release comes from the ATF agents' reports. The first focus seems to be on Henry Tenen and his blue Ford F-150, the same type of vehicle witnesses in the Sanctuary neighborhood in Jacksonville Beach had reportedly seen around the time of Bridegan's murder. The report states when they went to Tenen's home on Potomac Avenue, investigators observed a tire that was the same model as the one found in the road of Sanctuary Boulevard where Bridegan was murdered, and they were also able to locate Tenen's truck at a friend's home. That friend told investigators Tenen asked if he could keep it there because it was not working. There was also information about tracking of Tenen's phones. He had two, and that they were in the area of the gym where one of Bridegan's daughters took gymnastics, as well as near Bridegan's home just 18 days before his murder. There was also a lot of focus in the reports on tracking down the guns owned by a family that Mario Fernandez was friends with and their movements around the time of Bridegan's murder. Previous documents released back in February in this case indicate the man authorities were focusing on was a former reserve police officer who was also a convicted felon and was known to have owned a 10mm handgun, the same type of gun Bridegan was killed with, but has never been recovered. There was also detailed reports about the search conducted on Shanna Gardner's Washington State home, with even one of the twins she shared with Bridegan asking agents if they were looking for burner phones and telling him that his mom keeps her important electronics in her bedroom closet. Gardner's phone, Apple Watch, and several electronics were seized. Right now, the case is still going through the court system, with Gardner's defense team arguing there has been prosecutorial misconduct, and that issue is set to be ruled on by the judge on September 23rd. No trial date has been set yet in this case. Katie Jeffries, First Coast News, on your side.
All right, so that was from last year. Now, let's see. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I think I have to let a kitty out. Hold on. Oh, okay. Oh, I know. I got to disturb one kitty to let another kitty out. Come on, come on. All right. Super Bowl did not approve of that. Sorry, kiddo. Yeah, I know. Super Bowl was not happy with that. I'm sorry, kiddo. I know. It's a good girl. Yeah, I know. Okay. Heather Marie, 123. I want to know how wide the road is. How did they know he'd get out to move the tire? What if he veered around it instead? Yeah. Yeah. It did seem pretty narrow, though. Did you just see that? It seemed like they kind of showed it. It seemed fairly narrow. Hey, Dr. Bullbutter, how are you? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. All right, so here's the surprise I had for you guys. Irish Amy, I think you were the one that said. All right, here, check this out. Here's the surprise. Well, I don't know if it's a surprise or not, but it's something that when we were doing our research.
New tonight.
Yikes. Okay, sorry guys. Okay, this is from a year ago. Yeah, this case has been going on for a while. Okay, so this is from a year ago. Hold on. Okay.
New tonight on the 10 o'clock news, a high-profile defense attorney is now helping the woman charged with orchestrating her ex-husband's murder. Court records show Shanna Gardner has hired Jose Baez, who defended Casey Anthony. You remember Anthony was acquitted in the murder of her own daughter more than a decade ago.
Jacksonville attorney Hank Cox was listed as Gardner's counsel, but that's no longer the case. Now, Gardner, her husband Mario Fernandez, and Henry Tenon, all three are charged with the shooting death of Gardner's ex-husband, Jared Bridegan, from February last year. News for Jax reporter Khalil Maycock joining us now live. And Khalil, you spoke with an attorney about what this lawyer swap means.
Yeah, I spoke with attorney Gene Nichols, and he says Gardner bringing on this new attorney could be strategic. And he says it's one that could bring this case even more attention. According to Duval County Clerk of Court, Shanna Gardner is now represented by Jose Baez, a high-profile Florida defense attorney. Gardner, who's charged with orchestrating her ex-husband Jared Bridegan's murder, used to have Jacksonville attorney Hank Cox listed as her lawyer.
What does it mean for Shanna to bring a nationally known defense lawyer onto her team at this point?
The hiring of a national defense lawyer is going to focus everything on her.
Gene Nichols, an attorney not affiliated with this case, says Gardner hiring Baez is strategic. He's known for defending many people, one being Casey Anthony, and helping her win an acquittal. Anthony is the Central Florida mother who was arrested for the death of her 2-year-old daughter, Kaylee Anthony. Skeletal remains were found inside of a laundry bag near her family's home.
Her defense is now going to be in the public eye, I think, more than ever. Her lawyer, who has obviously been involved in several high-profile cases that have been covered across the country, knows how to try a case in the media and at the same time in a courtroom.
Gardner, who moved to Washington state after Bridegan's murder in February of last year, was extradited from Washington back here last month. The 33-year-old father of 4 was shot to death on a dark road in Jacksonville Beach after dropping off the 2 kids he shared with Gardner at her home. Gardner and her husband, Mario Fernandez, are charged with first-degree murder. Fernandez has pleaded not guilty. Tenant, who was a tenant at one of Fernandez's properties, confessed to being the gunman and has agreed to testify against the couple. Today, Baez filed a written not guilty plea for Gardner and has requested a waiver of appearance in her Friday court appearance, which Jean says was expected.
So I'm not surprised.
And even though Baez has requested a waiver of appearance, it is expected a judge will compel Gardner to be in court Friday. Reporting live, Cleo May.
All right, so that was the surprise. No, not blow your ears off. Sorry, guys. Never the intention to blow your ears out. Yeah, Jose Baez. My goodness. Look at that. Jose Baez. 1 million minimum. Yeah. Julie BME, 1 million minimum. That's a whole lot of crafts, right? Julie Schwartz, they are one of the biggest craft companies in the world that could easily afford it. So, Teresa Dirksmeyer says she's cutting herself loose from the other 2. Possibly. All right, so yeah, so that was the surprise. Okay, then now we have. This is the last little bit I have for this one. These are some jail phone records. So let's check this out. Hold it. All right. Excuse me. All right, so this is an actual court. It's actual court hearing. All right. No, Joyce, that was not. That was somebody else. That was not. The guy that was just commenting, that was not biased. That was somebody else. I forget the guy's name. He said, "So and so lawyer not affiliated with the case." So that's not it. Joyce Tarsek, not the phone records. Well, it's not. I don't know. Well, let's see. Let's watch. Let's see what happens. You never know. You never know what's going to happen with these. That's why I love watching this with you guys. All right, let's check it out. Let's see what comes of it. All right, I'll see you guys on the other end. So they're going to appear together.
Yesterday, like 3 o'clock, 3:30 or something. I'll get you a copy.
Okay, this is from 4 days ago.
Good
morning. Morning, Your Honor. Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning. Christina Stifler for the state. Number 1, Mario Fernandez Saldana. Number 2, Shanna Gardner. Thank you. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, Your Honor. Patrick Brody for Ms. Gardner. Jesse Drexler for Mr. Fernandez, along with Mr. Hill and Ms. Day in our last.
All right. If we could, will y'all give me an update about what happened in the meeting? Your Honor, Secret Service spoke to Ms. Medina from Bayou's firm and Ms. Day from Dreiser Hill and myself. They need, Your Honor, to amend your order to allow them allow me authorization rather to receive the evidence from them in the correct format and transport that to Mr. Gaudreau.
I need to amend the order for Secret Service to provide the information to who? You?
Yes, ma'am. They were very hesitant to do anything without authorization from the court, so they have the correct format of the evidence that needs to be given to Mr. Gaudreau. They just would feel more comfortable if Your Honor's order specified that I could coordinate with them to receive that without them reviewing the content of it, just downloading it onto a drive, same as we did previously, giving it to the state on a password encrypted hard drive and transporting it to Mr. Gaudreau in the correct format.
What is in Mr. Gaudreau's possession?
The raw data and PDF of the cell phone extractions and cell phone extractions. They need it in a UFDR format.
And the Secret Service has
Yes, ma'am.
that. I don't know what are the defense thoughts about it. My thought is that I'm not going to amend the order because I want that to, what I could do is enter an order authorizing transport of property or evidence. Is that okay? I don't want to amend that order. I want the order to stand. And y'all, because it's not really a review, it's just a transfer of property, right?
Correct. They just weren't willing to do anything without the court expressly saying it was okay.
Okay. So I need to authorize the Secret Service to transfer the property to the state in an encrypted form. I'm just going to say, I don't want to get too specific. So Secret Service to the state.
Yes.
Okay. And then state to Mr. Gaudreau?
Yes, Your Honor. And that the Secret
Service. Why can't, or the state is just going to transport the property to him?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I spoke with counsel yesterday. If they have an alternative, they want to use a third-party courier or something along those lines, it would be quickest for the state attorney investigators to drive it there.
I thought we talked about that and not like putting it.
Correct.
If it's in an encrypted form.
There's no way that they can email Mr. Gaudreau the password directly or give it to him directly. So there would be no way for anyone transporting it to open it and access the information if it's encrypted.
Is that acceptable?
Without the encryption key.
That's acceptable for Ms. Gardner, Your Honor. Acceptable for Mr. Fernandez.
Okay. Is there a point of contact, or you just want me to say United States Secret Service?
Christopher Lawson is the Deputy Special Agent in charge. L-A-R-Z-E-N.
I'm going to L-A-R-Z-E-N?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay. Got it. I'll do that.
Thank you, Your Honor.
In the meantime, I did see that the defense has filed a motion to obtain Mr. Tennant's jail calls.
That's correct, Your Honor. We provided the court a draft order, and our understanding is that the state takes no position on that motion.
That's correct, Your Honor. I think that's a JSO defense counsel issue. I have no objection to it.
Okay. I'll do that. I'll sign that order then.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Is there, when I was looking at the order, is there anything, like, does GSO require some type of time frame, or just any and all?
Any and all, and they'll process it. If we upload that to their public records portal, they'll process it.
Okay.
And we were in the process of drafting that same motion. We had ordered tenaciously adopted today, because I don't want JSO to only provide it to them. So you would include both defendants. Now that I'm thinking about it on the order, that would be most efficient. Unless you want me to provide a separate order.
No, I can do that. But you will follow up with something documenting the record that you adopted it?
Sure.
Okay. Let me see the attorneys at sidebar. Do they need his jail number? Or this is fine? How do they categorize?
They do it by their PIN number, which is their JSO ID. I can give that to Mr.
Can you-
Hathaway.
Okay. Can you? All right. So we were discussing some logistical things with the evidence, and the defense is going to prepare the proposed orders. There's no objection by the state, correct?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, so if y'all get those together, if you would give a draft copy just to the state so they can review, and as soon as I get kind of a thumbs up from the state, since they don't have any objection to what I've explained the process to be, and what I would like to do so that we don't run into any issues. I know, Ms. Stifler, you don't have an objection, but if you could please contact the Secret Service, let them know what the thought process is, and if there's any issue with them giving the unredacted evidence in a usable form to the defense, if you would kind of work with the defense on whatever language the Secret Service feels comfortable with, and so that we can, so once I sign the order, it will actually get accomplished, okay? Because I don't want it to go over there and they're like, this violates 18 USC, whatever they do, okay? All right, so we are gonna come back on, what was the date, March 28th?
Yes, Your Honor.
On Mr. Fernandez's case, Ms. Gardner's case, how long do y'all think? For a case management hearing?
90 minutes.
Right, hour and a half.
Okay. Morning or afternoon?
It's a
Friday. Well, I only have the morning now.
Is it March 28th?
Morning,
I'm sorry. What was the actual date that we're talking about?
March 28th. Morning,
Morning is agreeable with the state.
Yes, Your Honor. You want
9:30.
9:30?
Yes. March 28th, 9:30, case management hearing.
And I'll file a motion adopting the motion for jail calls today, just for the record.
Thank you.
Thanks, Judge. Have a good day.
You too.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did you guys see Jose Baez there? Or I didn't. Shouldn't he have been there? Was he there? I didn't see him. Shouldn't he have been there? Shouldn't he have been there? All right. In any event, so that was quick, like I said. So that was so that was just about these jail phone calls. So it's the Secret Service needs to get involved because it's encrypted information. So the next, the case management hearing is going to be March 28th at 9:30. So we'll try to keep our eyes out for that one. What do you guys think so far? That's all I have for Shanna Gardner. Yeah, I don't have anything out for that. Then I have another one we're going to go to. So we'll stick on this one for a minute. What do you guys think? Real Happy 33, he's rarely there. So he just shows up for the moment of truth. He lets his underlings do the other stuff until he gets there. Joyce Tarsick, he was letting the little guys deal with it. Yeah. Real Happy 33, not yet. They're just doing a case management on March 28th. So case management sounds like they're going to be trying to set a trial date. Hey, Mona, yeah, he sends his subordinates. I hear you. Yeah, Secret Service, that's a new one on me. I thought it was just for protecting basically politicians. I didn't realize that they also, you have to get them involved when it's encrypted information. Yes, his minions, his little minions. Yeah, speaking of protecting politicians and whatnot, we are off today. Well, we aren't, but the court systems in the U.S. is off today. That's why we're doing, because of President's Day, that's why we're doing kind of a look forward. For those that don't know, that's the whole point of what today is all about. And also, we are now at 6,008 subscribers. So thank you to all of you out there that have subscribed to us. Really appreciate it. Todd in recovery is Jared Navy. I have no idea what his background is. I really have no idea. That is something, haven't really researched this case. We just kind of threw, Aaron found some stuff on some cases that we're interested in. We've heard about it. We followed it very peripherally, but I do not know if he's in the Navy or not. I'm sure a quick little Google search will tell us. Let's see, what is his name? Jared Bridegan, Navy. Is he in the Navy? He was in the Navy. You got it. Oh, no, wait. That's John Biggerstaff. Wait a minute. Who the heck is John Biggerstaff? Okay, I have no idea who that is. I can't find anything of him being in the Navy. Was he in the military? It would make sense because Jacksonville is there's Navy up there. I don't see anything that he was in the military. Now it says Bickerstaff. I'm not sure who Bickerstaff is. Not sure where that name. I'm not seeing anything, Todd. He may have been, but he was a Microsoft executive. That's true. Yeah, I knew that. I don't know. I'm not seeing anything that he was in the military or Navy. So, yeah, he was definitely Microsoft exec. We knew that. Thank you, Julie BME. Hey, Mona, no, not aware of any military background. Yeah, not sure. Joyce. They should wear the Minions costumes next time. That's funny. Yes, Dr. Bullbutter, he's the Microsoft dude. Exactly. Irish Amy sounds a bit like merging of Monica and Rose Petals. Yep, Fala. Secret Service is also about money. Okay. Yep, everybody's saying Microsoft. Yep, Microsoft guy. All right, so we are ready to put this guy to bed, or this trial, I should say. We have 3 more. All right, we have 3 more. So this one might be a little tough for you guys. This is going to involve a little kid. So this one might be a little tough. This one is going to involve a little kid. a little baby. So just so you know, this next one we're checking out. This is Kentucky versus Erica Lawson. All right. Hey, Mona. Came in late, leaving early. Have a wonderful day, everyone. You too. Hey, Mona, I just want to let you know we will be picking back up on Cementili. We're not abandoning her. We're going to do the Rose Petal, but we'll also do Cementili. We're going to do her at night. Well, our night. We'll do the mornings. We'll do as much as we can. So we have not given up on Monica Cementili. All right. So the next trial that we're watching is Kentucky versus Erica Lawson. And heads up, this is a kid's case. So this involves, in July of 2023, Erica Lawson, 22, of Bell County, Kentucky, was arrested in connection with the passing of her 17-month-old daughter, Alina Hembry. She was originally charged with manslaughter, failure to report child aggression, criminal aggression against a child under 12, and wanton endangerment, but her charges were later elevated to first degree. Elena passed away July 30th of 2023. At the time, officials said they had never seen a case of child aggression so severe, due mostly to the child's age. Police said family had tried to report that aggression in early July last year, but they could not locate her. There was a report made earlier, the uncle said, but we could never find the kid. The uncle did not know where the kid was at the time, said the police chief, P.D. Gilbert. The DP has been withdrawn in this case because, as we are finding out, if you have a history of crime, the DP is going to be on the table. If you don't have a history, they're not going to put it on. Just like, what was her name? Megan Boswell. They took that off the table because she didn't have a history of it. Now we saw with Solis, Oscar Solis, because he has this long history of it, they put it on the table. So that's what I'm coming to understand. So a judge signed an order in February 11th, 2025 to amend and withdraw deletion as a punishment for Lawson. The case will go forward as a non-capital M case. The court also stated that M, accompanied by aggravating factor or aggravators, are eligible for the DP. In addition, for M to be considered for the DP, intentionality must be proved. It goes on to explain that the Commonwealth, which is Kentucky in this case, does not believe the DP is warranted and cannot prove whether or not the 17-month-old girl was deleted intentionally. So, July 2023, Alina took. I screwed that up. It should be Erica. So I have Alina twice. So the woman on the bottom, her name is Erica. So that's my bad, guys. So the daughter's name is, the little girl's name is Alina. The mother's name is Erica. So that's my bad there. So it's Erica. Erica is the one in the bottom. She's the one that's being investigated. So Erica took her child to East Tennessee Children's Hospital on July 28th. The hospital, okay, thank you. Aaron's going to fix that. The hospital staff attempted to save the toddler by putting her on life support. However, she passed away July 30th due to the severity of her injuries. So this is going to be a sad one, as always. The little ones are sad, but we will not. We're not going to turn away because we feel that she needs to have, Alina needs to have somebody stand up for her and tell her story. So, that being said, let's get straight to the father, Trey. He speaks. Let's get to his. So this is right after this happened. So they held a candlelight vigil.
Those stories in a second, but first.
All right, so this starts with a, there was a candlelight vigil. Okay, candlelight vigil, and this is the father speaking up.
First yesterday, it happened in Middlesboro. Police say the child was taken to the hospital Friday night with severe injuries, then later flown to East Tennessee Children's Hospital, where she died Sunday night. Her mother, again, now charged in her death. Tonight, hundreds in the community remembering the life of little Elena.
I know people are hurting, and I know everybody's angry.
Hundreds of people gathering in downtown Middlesboro, remembering Elena, a 17-month-old little girl who died on Sunday. Her mother was arrested and charged with manslaughter.
Anger, hate, sadness. I cried.
I cannot imagine a 17-month-old child going through that kind of torture.
While 21-year-old Erica Lawson is behind bars, Elena's father isn't considered a suspect. And for the first time, he spoke to WVLT.
She was a great kid. She was happy with anything and everything. She never caused no problems. She's the most loving little girl, man. She's definitely daddy's girl.
Trey Hembry says everything happened in the blink of an eye, and he never suspected anything.
I don't even know. I have nothing to say because I don't know.
As hundreds come together to show support for a family in mourning in a once quiet area now dealing with tragedy.
We're not used to this type of thing, and it's kind of a shock.
A turnout that meant a lot to a father dealing with unimaginable loss.
It feels great. She's brought so many people and touched so many hearts that she's never even met.
In Middlesboro, Sam Luther, WVLT News.
All right, so let's see here. That's not the right one. Okay. Give me a second here, guys. Let me just do some fiddling here. Hold on a moment. Let's see if we can get this corrected. Let's see here. All right, that's not correct. Just bear with us, guys. Let's see. There we go. All right, so it's Erica. So we have Elena Hembry, we've got Erica Lawson, and Trey Hembry. So that's what we got going on. All right, let me pull up the next one. And these are all short clips. The last one is 20 minutes, but this one is pretty short too. And again, this is just to let you guys know this is what we're following. This is what we're following, and we have our eyes on for this upcoming year.
Today marks 1 year since the death of a 17-month-old in Middlesboro, Kentucky.
The child known as baby Elena died July 30th, 2023 after being taken to the hospital a few days earlier with what Bell County Commonwealth Attorney Lisa Fugate calls signs of physical abuse.
The child's mother, Erica Lawson, was arrested in connection to the death.
6 on Your Side reporter Ella Wales was in Middlesboro today to see where the case stands and how it continues to affect the community.
1 year later, the death of baby Elena still lingers in the Middlesboro community. This banner hanging over the main street in town, serving as a daily reminder of the tragedy.
She didn't have a voice when she was alive, and I felt that it was my responsibility as a citizen to speak up for her and give her a voice.
Justin Howard hung the banner downtown and has helped plan multiple vigils and marches to honor Elena, including a celebration of what would have been her second birthday in February, declared Elena Hembry Day by the town's mayor.
The events we had, there was a huge turnout of all different types of people. Everybody took this in a way that it was personal. It became personal to them.
Lawson is the only person that has been arrested during the investigation. She was indicted in August 2023, but a trial date has still yet to be set. With little movement in the case, some community members feel like they're still waiting for closure.
We were all very, very shocked. Everyone kind of reacted in the same way, like this is a tragedy, this should never happen. how are we supposed to respond and continue forward with our lives when we found out this horrible tragedy?
According to the Middlesboro Police Department, Elena died of non-accidental blunt force trauma. Middlesboro resident Blair Browning says the violent incident shook everyone in the tight-knit, usually quiet community.
For myself, I am very, very cautious, even when it comes to just like going in Walmart, which makes it really unfortunate that we have that paranoia over our shoulders. I feel like speaking from a community and where we live, it's very scary.
According to the Bell County Circuit Court Clerk's office, Lawson is expected to appear in court Monday and on September 4th. The September hearing will be for a motion filed in April by her lawyer requesting to relocate the trial. In Middlesboro, Ella Wales, 6 on your
Okay.
accidental blunt force trauma. Middlesboro resident.
Okay. Yes, I know. I'm just waiting. I'm a little bit behind. Okay. Yep, I know. I know, guys. I know. Thank you for letting me know. So Erica was only 20. She's 22 right now. So she was, if this happened in July of 2023, she was either 20 or 21 when she did this. Elena, I think I heard they said her birthday was in February. So she's, looks like she's going to be 3. So I like to just keep my chat on their toes. Yep, got to keep you on your toes. You got to listen. You got to listen to see if I'm muted or not. It's keeping you on your toes. Charmaine One Shay's Detective, awesome name. Thank you for being with us. I am back now. Yeah, why are they so young, right? Lily Wayne, so young, way too young to be parents. Yeah, Megan Boswell. Chloe Driver, now Erica Lawson. Just crazy, right? All right, so the next one is this is going to be 20 minutes, so we have a chance to kind of sit back a little bit and relax. So this is the attorney fights to reduce M charges in infants passing. So let me see let's see, when was this? How old was this? Because they did reduce the charges. So this was 6 days ago. Okay, so this next one coming up is six days ago. Shirley Roth asked, did the baby fall? Don't think so. Don't think so. Yeah, Little Miss, I saw that too with the physical for sure, but they actually redacted the second part. I'm not going to pull it up, but I'm going to talk about it because I looked that up too. They redacted, the Emmy redacted the second part. She was not SA'd. And initially they thought that this poor little girl died from SA, but the ME said that that was not the case. At least that's what we have discovered so far. So, Dwayne, this is only a joke. You sound great muted. Dwayne, I'm just keeping you on your toes, man. Just keeping you on your toes. Fala, yeah, it has nothing to do with the age of the mother. Plenty of them young and don't do this. That is true. It just seems like recently we have covered Megan Boswell, Chloe Driver, now Erica Lawson. It just seems like, I don't know, just seems like recently there have been, yeah. Yeah, Little Miss, when I first saw that she died of SA, I'm like, God, no. But the ME has said it. I found a report saying the ME said it was not. It was just, trauma around. Lily Wayne, yeah, baby can be frustrating. The crying, etc. Need a huge support system. You need to be solid. You need to be solid in yourself, and you need to be. That's all I can say. You need to be a solid person in order to raise a child. No doubt about that. And it really it doesn't matter what the age is. Yeah, I agree, Follow. The problem is with people. You know, problem is with people. But you just need to be solid with who you are. You know, you're going to be woken up in the middle of the night. You're going to be constantly being pulled 100 different directions. And just wait until that kid is 5, 6, 7 years old. And then just wait till that kid is 10, 11, 12 years old. And just wait till that kid is 15, 16, 17 years old. And just wait till that kid is 20 and 23, 4, 5 years old. And just wait till that kid is 30 years old and wants to come back and live with you. And just wait till that kid is 35 and doesn't leave the house. And it just goes on and on and on. So you got to be, you got to be solid. Groovy Cheryl says, we can't ignore that the incidence of young mothers involved in many levels of child neglect is happening. No crime means 100% of the segment are criminals. Yeah, no, I guess it's just what we're reporting on lately. It just seems like it's out there. Dwayne, I have to keep laughing from tearing up. I'm glad I amuse you. What's that, Goodfellas? Do I amuse you? Do I amuse you? Dwayne, I'm happy to amuse you. Always happy to amuse you. Joyce Tarsek, why didn't her other family help her with that baby? We don't know. We just don't know, right? It's terrible. Shirley Roth, it's just better to put your child in a safe place to cry. If it's too much, walk into another room to give yourself a break. It can be a lot. Trust me, it can be a lot. Sometimes, dogs barking or cats meowing, it's like, here I am trying to do my job and, cats are meowing and jumping on you. Then, throw a 17, it's a lot. It's a lot to deal with when you want to do something and then you've got this other entity you have to take care of. Shirley Roth, I had 3 under 5, basically alone. Wow. More power to you. Charmaine, yeah, forever. They are forever. And file a full disclosure. I just came from Boswell. Yeah. Oh, and then Aaron and I say, yeah, and then they can grow up and then they can delete you. then when they're old enough, they can delete you. Then there's always that. Little Miss, you're never ready to have a child, but at least be mature enough and have your own life together before and add another life into it, a little life to it. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. Yep, Shirley Roth, some people have no one. That's where we stand right now. Father says, my mom will tell you she put me in my crib and went outside the apartment door and cried. Yep. Lily Wayne, I agree. I used to go out on the back porch where I could still hear the baby, but outdoors, you remember, there still is a life beyond the baby. Yeah, it gets to you. Joyce says, yeah, I didn't, but never would have hurt any of my children. We have 9 altogether and 10 grandkids. Yeah, nice. Oh, Charmaine, you are more than welcome. You say, thank you for covering these. No problem. I just want to say your name again. Charmaine Shays Detective. I love that. I wish I could be in a Shays right now, a Shays lounge, laying in on my Shays lounge. That's a great name you have there, Charmaine. Appreciate you coming in. And thank you guys. We're at 6,009 subscribers. We hit 6,000. So thank you guys so very, very much. Appreciate you all. All right, let's move on. What do we got? Oh, okay, yeah. We've got, so this is attorney fights to reduce murder charge. Okay, so this was, what did I say, 6 days ago? This was 6 days ago. All right, so let's get to, this one's 20 minutes long, so you have time to kind of settle into this one. It's not, at least I have time to settle in. It's not a wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. All right. Ziggy Stardust reference there for you guys. All right, so here is attorney fights to reduce M charges in infants deletion. So let's check this one out.
All right, we've got Commonwealth against Erica Lawson, 23 CR 399. Is that your client in Bourbon County on Zoom, Mr. Colson?
It is, Your Honor.
All right, gentlemen, we're here for a pretrial conference. And where are we today, gentlemen?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth and the defense continue to discuss this case. The Commonwealth has recently provided a large amount of discovery in order to ensure that that discovery compliance is had. I believe that we will ask the court to enter an order that the parties have put together regarding this matter. And I believe
Let me interrupt you for a minute, Mr. Colson. You all mediated this case back in December? Or
we had a mediation with the prior Commonwealth attorney. We were not able to resolve it.
Okay. Mediation was unsuccessful.
Yes, although we have left the option open for a second mediation, Your Honor.
Hey, where's that little list at?
We're getting a lot of noise from, we had this happen before, Mr. Colson.
Yes, sir.
We get a lot of noise from Bourbon County Jail.
Yes, sir.
Bourbon County, would you all mute, please?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Bourbon County. All right. Sometimes that happens.
It's fine, Your Honor. I don't expect a need for Ms. Lawson to speak at this hearing.
Okay. So the mediation was unsuccessful. And I understand, where are we on discovery? If you, this court heard several arguments about discovery in the past. Does the defense feel like it is getting all the discovery it's entitled to?
We do, Your Honor. The Commonwealth recently provided whole file discovery to us electronically to ensure that their constitutional duties are met. We feel confident in the Commonwealth's assurances that that has been provided to us. We do believe that there are still electronic devices that are undergoing forensic evaluation. But obviously, until those reports are created, the Commonwealth is under no obligation to provide that to us. We had previously filed 2703D motions for common carrier disclosure. However, again, those devices are undergoing forensic evaluation. And so at this time, we do not believe that the Commonwealth is under any current duty to provide anything until that is completed.
Okay. Okay, so the court's been tendered an agreed order removing the death notice.
That's correct, Your Honor.
And would you tell me about that?
Your Honor, at the outset of this litigation, prior to the return of the indictment in this case, we filed a motion for a bill of particulars. This follows the initial charging of Erica with second-degree manslaughter rather than murder. Your Honor, there has never been any allegation or evidence that Erica inflicted this injury, nor has there ever been any allegation or evidence to support an intentional killing as it regards Erica Lawson. The recently adopted aggravator found in 532.025 that was adopted in 2023 by the Kentucky legislature makes death eligible the intentional killing of a child under 12. And that goes beyond not only the intentional murder statute, but as it would relate to intentional conduct, but it requires the killing to be intentional. There has never been any evidence that could support either an intentional murder conviction, nor has there ever been any evidence that the killing of this child was intentional as it relates to Erica Lawson. This follows a 1.5 years of discovery review
and that includes medical examiner reports, DNA reports, electronic analysis, and just generally a huge investigation that called in both state and federal partners in this case. So as we litigated this case, we asked the court to enter a order requiring the prior Commonwealth attorney to tender a bill of particulars as it related to the mens rea of intentionality. In the response to that motion for bill of particulars, the prior Commonwealth attorney doubled down on the idea that a delay in rendered aid could rise to the level of intentionality. That theory is unsupported by the clearly established law from the Kentucky Supreme Court, which we have included in the agreed order that has been presented to the court today. Succinctly, Your Honor, the Commonwealth is unable to prove intentionality as it relates to Erica Lawson. It has never been able to do so. There has never been any evidence which would support a finding that she intended this outcome, nor has there been sufficient evidence to suggest that this child was sexually abused. I will leave out the gory details because they're troubling. However, even the state's own medical examiner comes to no conclusion regarding that. Given that the Commonwealth is wholly unable to proceed under a theory of intentionality, and because we believe either prior to trial or at trial, a court or a jury would not be able to enter that finding, the parties have agreed to go forward under a murder prosecution against Erica under a theory of one murder. This doesn't mean that Erica will not be tried for murder or cannot be tried for murder. It simply finds under 507-020 sub B that the theory of culpability will be circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to the value of human life. Because based on that statute and the legislative history, the Commonwealth cannot prove that. The parties have agreed to go forward in a non-capital murder prosecution.
A murder prosecution without the death penalty as an option.
That's correct. Ms. Lawson still faces life in prison, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Taylor, we've heard from defense counsel. He's made some statements. What's the Commonwealth's position on those statements? It's been a year and a half. What can the Commonwealth report as far as evidence with regard to Ms. Lawson and this case?
Judge, we've carefully reviewed all of the evidence, of which there is quite a bit in this file, with the specific look at the level of intent. And as we know, as lawyers, there is the highest level of intent is, of course, intentional, knowing, wanton, reckless. And the statute tells us where we are with regard to homicide based upon that level of intent. For the death penalty case to go forward, for a jury to be instructed, intentionality has to be proven. After several attempts to get a response as to intentionality, and we've looked at all of the same, there was a very curious response in that one acts intentionally when his conscious objective is to cause a result or engage in that conduct. And then talks about wanton behavior, goes back to intentional. Defendant is charged with the intentional killing of her daughter, E.H. As to intentionality, the Commonwealth states that the defendant acted intentional. The defendant acted intentionally.
Are you quoting the prior Commonwealth Bill of Particulars response there?
Yeah.
Is that okay?
By saying she acted intentional by acting intentionally. That is not an answer to how did this person act intentionally. And there is nothing, and I assure you, as an officer of this court, there is nothing in the documentation that we have and that we have provided defense that indicates intentionality. There is plenty of evidence that indicates wanton behavior. This is a case, in our opinion, of inexcusable neglect. This is a child that was somehow injured. We don't know exactly how, but we do know what the injury was and what kind of rough time period we had. Somewhere between 48 and 72 hours is about as close as we can get from the time of the injury to the time of the child's death. Now, myself, Your Honor, other folks in the same situation, I suspect wouldn't wait 48 minutes to have their child looked at under similar circumstances. That's why it is our professional opinion that this is a case of wanton murder and will be prosecuted as such.
We adopted legal justification from the Commonwealth, Your Honor. I want to make very clear, this case has been subject to more rumor than any other case that I've been involved with. Those rumors are not supported by the evidence. Mr. Taylor and I have ethical obligations to not go out there in public and review or reveal all sorts of evidence. But I want to make very clear that these allegations well, there are many false things out in the public that simply are not supported by the evidence. And while we have an ethical obligation not to go out and crow about those things, we believe that at a trial of this matter, the public will be able to see what the actual evidence is in this case.
All right. Mr. Taylor, anything else?
Sure.
You signed this agreed order. You agree with all the findings set forth in the agreed order.
And Judge, I would also say this investigation is not complete. There may be other people charged. Once the evidence is fully, once we have all the evidence in this case, there may be other individuals charged. All that we are doing today is seeking to amend the indictment that reflects the evidence as it is. And as it is, it does not support. And I believe I'm ethically compelled to present this case with the evidence that we have that supports wanton murder. It does not support an intentional murder that would justify the imposition of the death penalty. And that's all we're doing.
All right. Anything else, counsel?
No, Your Honor.
No, sir.
All right, the court, having reviewed the agreed order and the Commonwealth and defense stipulating that there's no evidence that the defendant inflicted the injury. There's no evidence. Commonwealth will not be able to prove intentional killing by the defendant, Erica Lawson, and that defendant's role in this is a failure to provide care, for lack of a better word, which would justify a murder charge, but not a death penalty notice. Does the court surmise that fairly?
Your Honor, that will be the Commonwealth's theory. And of course, the Commonwealth will vigorously prosecute this. We will vigorously defend this. There is evidence. The parties will continue to work through this, but with all facts drawn in the favor of the Commonwealth, their theory of trial must be a one murder theory.
All right, the court will enter this agreed order. What next for this case, gentlemen? I gather it's too soon to start talking about a trial date, or do we start talking about a trial date?
If we start talking about a trial date, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would say that there's still evidence out there that's being pursued. I think the late fall of the year would be the earliest we would be prepared to try this case. I think it's helpful to get us moving. This case is sat for some time. A trial date with maybe a status conference and pre-trial would be helpful. We're not opposed to mediation. We want to get it moving.
How many days to try this case?
On a non-capital, I would say probably 6 days. A capital trial would have taken about a month. I think that non-capital, we can do this in 6 or 7.
Well, based on what you all are saying, the court's not satisfied that we're ready for a trial date yet. I'm going to give you one more pretrial conference. And at the next pretrial conference, in between now and the next pretrial conference, I would like counsel to work together and complete whatever investigation needs to be completed and exchange whatever discovery may come up, with the idea that we'll get a trial date at our next pretrial conference. That's what, to me, what I'm hearing. It's just not ready for a trial date yet. May 5th at 9?
I think that's too early, Judge.
Okay.
I think at the very least late summer.
For a pretrial conference?
Yes, sir.
All right.
We've still got evidence that hasn't been developed, other than to just come back and tell you we're not ready.
Okay.
I don't know that it benefits us.
All right. So be it.
I hate to be rude, I'll be out the month of July. Would it be okay if we looked at August?
August 4th,
It'll be okay with you.
We can make it work.
August 4th. Is that a Monday, or do you want 9 or 1:30?
We can do 9.
All right.
Is that a motion day, Judge?
Regular motion day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else?
Sir.
Not this time, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you all.
Thanks, Judge.
All right, that concludes that. Okay, so we briefly heard that the medical, so this is where we heard the medical examiner said there was no SA on this poor little girl, thank God. We know that she was injured. We don't know exactly how. It says 48 to 72 hours from the time of the injury to the time of her passing. The state believes this is a case of wanton deletion. The judge says failure to provide care, which would justify deletion, but not the DP. Then they said he wants to have a trial date for the late fall, but I think it was the defense that said 6 days for non-capital, 1 month for a capital. So when this does go to trial, 6 days for non-capital, 1 for capital. But I think they took it off. I think they took the capital, the DP off the table because she doesn't have any priors, and plus it's not. What did they? I had that all written down. Let me see here. Okay. So there was no aggravating factors. Commonwealth does not believe the DP is warranted and cannot prove whether the 17-month-old girl was deleted intentionally. So that's probably why DP is off the table. And now they're looking at August 4th for the next motion. All right. So, I got to sneeze. Hold on. Excuse me. All right. Next up is all right. This next one's pretty interesting. Unless do you guys have some more? Anything else in here we need to say? Oh, Missy Russell, got to go. Canada and Finland game is on. Have a great day. All right. Thank you for being with us. Sorry. Teresa Dirksmeyer, I wonder who else might be involved. Yeah. Not sure. I really like the, Julie says, enjoy. I really enjoy the audio quality of these trials, and some of them are like really, really good, right? So that Florida versus Oscar Solis, I'm really looking forward to that just from the audio and the video. I mean, that's like some really good, clear audio. So, all right. So next up we have New Jersey versus Sean Higgins. So this is the National Hockey League. These guys were Matthew and Johnny Gaudreau. Gaudreau. I think that's how they were. I was going to say Gaudreau, but I think it's Gaudreau. They were, Matthew is 29 and Johnny is 31. Johnny was known as Mr. Hockey or Johnny Hockey. He played for the Columbus, is it Blue Stars? So the background on this is, and Sean Higgins is the defendant. All right, so the background on this is Sean Higgins, 44, is currently facing legal proceedings in connection with the tragic passings of NHL star Johnny Gaudreau and his brother Matthew. The fatal incident took place on August 29th, 2024 in Oldsman Township, New Jersey, when Higgins allegedly struck the brothers with his vehicle while they were cycling. So it's really sad. They were on their bikes. It was before their sister's wedding. Higgins was trying to pass two other vehicles. Higgins has admitted to drinking 5 or 6 beers before driving and had a blood alcohol level of 0.087, which is above New Jersey's limit of 0.08. I think that's pretty much standard, is 0.08. So yes, Gaudreau. So the Gaudreau brothers are from Salem, New Jersey. They grew up in Carneys Point, New Jersey, where they developed their hockey skills before advancing to higher levels of competition. Oh, did I say wife? Sorry, his brother. Meant to say brother. Johnny Gaudreau has 11 seasons in the NHL. He began with Calgary. They selected him in the 4th round in the 2011 NHL draft. He played with Calgary from 2014 to 2022. What are you doing? What are you doing? Oh, Super Bowl emerges. All right. He then signed with the Columbus Blue Jackets. That's what it is. Columbus Blue Jackets, where he was with until he passed away. Now his brother Matthew, younger brother, he basically was playing in the minor leagues. He played with several teams in the American Hockey League and then the ECHL. He played with Bridgeport, Worcester, and the Reading Royals. He did have a brief stint with the Stockton Heat, which is the AHL. All right, so this guy Higgins was allegedly driving under the impairment and hit these guys. So. Oh, Selena K, you followed this. Okay. We are following it now. Thank you for joining us on this one. Okay. Irish Amy, was this a hit and run deal? Seems like it. Doesn't say that did he flee the, oh, yep. So here's his charges. Okay, so the date of the incident was August 29th of 2024. The charges are 2 counts of second-degree vehicular homicide, 2 counts of first-degree aggravated manslaughter, 4th-degree tampering with device, and 2nd-degree leaving the scene of a fatal accident. So yes, he did leave. So this was a hit and run. All right, so this was a hit and run. If convicted, Higgins faces a maximum sentence of 20 years in prison. I'm guessing 10 years for each. All right. So this is a lot of, this one's about 25 minutes. There's about 6 videos that I'm going to show you, but let's get to them. All in all, it's about 25 minutes. Oops. That didn't work.
A court appearance today.
Okay, sorry. Okay, so this one's by Zoom. We don't know yet, Selena. I don't know if it's... We don't know yet, Selena, so we're waiting to find out. As of right now, I do not know that. When the court date is. When the trial has been set. We're not sure yet.
For the man accused of driving under the influence and killing an NHL star and his brother, 43-year-old Sean Higgins was denied bail.
Police say Higgins crashed into Johnny Gaudreau and his brother Matthew while they were riding their bikes late last month. Tonight, we're learning new details about Higgins.
Friday night, the big story on Action News is the suspect charged in the deaths of the Gaudreau brothers held without bond.
Today in court, prosecutors described a history of alleged road rage and aggressive driving. Action News reporter Charles Watson live in Sewell with those details tonight. Charles.
Yeah, Rick and Shari, folks we spoke to say the deaths of the Gaudreau brothers is still fresh and painful as they get ready to celebrate the two brothers tonight at their hometown ice rink. Meantime, we're learning that the suspected drunk driver accused of hitting the two brothers may have a history of road rage.
As the story unfolds, it just gets, worse and worse.
As the community continues to grieve the loss of NHL star Johnny Gaudreau and his brother Matthew at this growing memorial, the alleged drunk driver prosecutors say is responsible for their tragic deaths will remain behind bars without bond. A judge making the call today at a virtual hearing that revealed suspected drunk driver Sean Higgins allegedly admitted to police that he had been drinking while driving prior to the fatal crash that killed the Gaudreau brothers.
We are dealing with a driving pattern and action on the night of that was sheerly a matter of impatience, anger, and recklessness.
Prosecutors argue that Higgins has a history of road rage, pointing to a witness accounts that allege the suspect sped around their vehicles before fatally striking the brothers.
He is simply impatient and angry at the speed of the two vehicles that are in front of him. He has been drinking.
Attorneys for Higgins argued that he was barely over the legal limit and later described him as a law-abiding citizen.
He's not a flight risk, Judge. Prior to this incident, he'd be what we would call a model citizen.
Attorneys for Higgins argued that he was barely over the legal limit, but that argument wasn't enough to win the judge over. Outside the hockey rink, where the Gaudreau brothers will be celebrated tonight, folks who knew and admired the two, like Scott Shelton, couldn't help but talk about how special Johnny and Matthew were.
It's very surreal. He's in the All-Star game 2 years ago, and you hear the story.
Coach Matty just took time out to talk, and we had a good time.
This as they still try to wrap their heads around the unfortunate circumstances that stripped them away from everyone.
You took 2 good lives, and for what?
Yeah, and you can see the growing memorial behind me full of hockey sticks, photos, flowers, and Skittles. We're told that was a favorite of Johnny. We're also told the Gaudreau family will be in attendance tonight for this celebration. And, of course, Johnny and Matthew's 2 wives who, of course, are pregnant. We're live tonight in Sewell. Charles Watson, Channel 6, Action News. Shari.
Okay, Charles, thanks for the update.
All right. I didn't realize that their wives were pregnant as well. My goodness, that's terrible, right? They're so young, you know. That's tough. Yep. Both of them. Seems like both of them were. All right, so we seem to be dropping some frames, so our internet connection might be a little wonky, but just hang in there with us. Dwayne asks Higgins from, yeah, that's Brian Higgins. Dwayne, that's Brian Higgins. And yes, he's from Canton. I know, when we saw that, we're like, Higgins. Yeah. Irish Amy, wow, this is just horrendous. I know, and he just barely over the legal. Dude, you were legally drunk. I'm sorry. You're legally drunk. You hit these people. Sorry. Guilty. You know. But we'll watch on. We'll watch on. We will continue on. All right, so let's see. This one is another short clip. We have all these short clips to show you guys.
It's been 2 weeks since...
Sorry. All right. Okay.
It's been 2 weeks since Columbus Blue Jackets star Johnny Gaudreau and his brother Matthew were killed in their hometown while riding their bikes. Today, the man charged with killing them faced a New Jersey judge. Sean Higgins is charged with 2 counts of vehicular manslaughter after he was accused of hitting the brothers. NBC4's Jackie Gillis joins us with what happened in court. Jackie?
Andrea, an emotional Higgins began tearing up during his hearing as his attorney was calling him a well-respected and loving individual who is a husband and a father of 2 young girls. The prosecution, however, believes he's a flight risk and a danger to the community should he be released. The defense stated that up until this point, Higgins has no prior criminal history, adding that his immediate family is in New Jersey, so he's not a flight risk. They asked for him to be released due to those reasons. The prosecution, however, says he's a danger to the community based on the amount of evidence they've collected and admission from Higgins himself. According to investigators, Higgins admitted to having 5 or 6 beers before the crash. His blood alcohol level came back as a .087, which is above the legal limit. The prosecution added that while on scene, Higgins stated to police to have not even seen the brothers. However, the 2 cars that were in front of him stated that they did see them and moved over safely. During the hearing, the prosecution alleged that after getting off work around 3 o'clock, Higgins began drinking and driving around for hours, talking to a friend on the phone before the crash. According to the defense, Higgins made a horrible decision that night, but he is a good person.
And as he's driving around, he's having that conversation with the friend, and he also admits, Mr. Higgins, to the state police that he is drinking in the vehicle.
The individuals also say that the actions on that night, on August 29th, are not reflective of who Mr. Higgins is. And that's why we put these letters together, Judge.
After hearing arguments from both the state and defense, the judge has decided to keep Higgins detained. His next hearing is scheduled for October 15th. Andrea.
All right, Jackie, thank you. It's been 2 weeks since Columbus Blue Jackets.
Sorry about that. All right, so yeah, tough, right? Selena Kay, you watch them both play hockey? Dwayne, you gonna throw your phone away on an Army base, right? Yeah, both wives were pregnant. Well, they're young, right? They're 29, 31, you know? These guys are young. Some would say even like this is the height of their lives, if you will. right? And he was driving around drinking. So he's on the phone, distracted, drinking, distracted, driving. I mean, what is this guy thinking? What is this guy thinking? Irish Amy, thing is with my friend's dad unalived in the same way by drunk driver. He may well be a good person, but she was forever traumatized over it. Yeah, of course. Yeah. And again, I mean, one action doesn't make a person. I get that, but I'm sorry, Mr. Higgins. You were drinking, you were driving, you were over the limit, you hit 2 people, and you deleted them. You gotta face the music. You may be a model citizen and a great dad, but you certainly were not that night. You certainly were not that night. So you got to face the consequences. All right. So now the next one is 11 minutes. So this is lawyers for driver want charges dismissed. Oh, yeah. Now they want the charges dismissed. Meanwhile, poor Devin Perkins was like, his blood alcohol level was like 0.001, and he's facing 30 years to life. I mean, sometimes our justice system doesn't always get it right. Does not get it right. And this guy wants, and he's only facing 20 years, and he wants to have the charges dismissed. I mean,
all right, counsel, let's
kidding me.
Proceed.
I mean, seriously. And then he's going to make these families go through a he's going to make these families go through a hearing, you know. So, all right, we're going to move on. So this one is he wants the charges dismissed.
All right, counsel, let's proceed next with the matter of State of New Jersey versus Sean Higgins under indictment 2412-405. And we'll have to bring Mr. Higgins out. Counsel will enter their appearances in the Higgins matter.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Michael Mester, appearing on behalf of the state.
Afternoon, Your Honor. Richard F. Kleinberger III from the firm of Kleinberger and Nussey, appearing on behalf of defendant Sean Higgins, along with co-counsel.
Judge, thank you. Good afternoon. For the record, it's Matthew Portello on behalf of Mr. Higgins, along with Mr. Kleinberger as co-counsel.
Thank you. Good afternoon, counsel. We're here for an initial case disposition conference. Counsel, it's my understanding I received earlier today several motions that were filed at this time by the defense, and my intent is to do scheduling orders for briefing if defense is going to be filing briefs as well as reply time for the state. So under the circumstances, you filed the applications. I'll ask you how long it will take to provide any necessary briefs.
With regard to the dismissal motion, part of what we need besides the scheduling order is throughout the grand jury transcript, the state makes references to photographs and exhibits. They're not attached to the grand jury notes. So I would need those first before I prepare. So I need, if, for example, if they say exhibit 1, I would need the photo or the diagram marked as exhibit 1 that was utilized at the grand jury. If it was in color, I would need a color photo of that as well.
Judge, I'm going to follow up with Mr. Mester requesting that information.
Mr. Mester, do you have those documents in your possession at some point you can turn them over to the
I do, Your Honor. Yeah, I can have them to him before the end of the week.
Wonderful.
I would ask that I get a copy of the grand jury transcript as well to kind of go through what was or wasn't. It was a few months ago, so I don't know exactly which. I do have the photos. Just want to make sure I have the right things that I'm handing over.
Sure. So counsel can turn over the copy of the transcript to Mr. Mester, and with the understanding that you'll identify the documents and the photographs or diagrams that you're looking for. Yes, Mr. Klein.
There's a little concern. So exhibits are marked. If exhibits are marked to grand jury, they're reserved, correct?
They should be.
Okay. So when he said he wasn't sure what he showed or not, I got a little concerned for a minute there that this was not going to be a recreation of the record.
It isn't, Your Honor. I
Okay.
have multiple
Just making sure.
photos, and I don't think I used every one in the presentment.
Understood. So there may have been several photographs that he had prepared for the presentation, but only used certain photographs.
Just so we're clear, I want the ones that
That
were
were actually
marked and used. Yes. And
Again, I need the
Yeah.
information.
So
The
you'll
transcript.
I'm going to email the transcript either this afternoon or first thing tomorrow morning.
Perfect. And once you get the transcript, you can review it and then provide the necessary exhibits.
And then if I could get I guess a letter specifically detailing which ones as well.
all,
All
it's in the notice.
All the exhibits that are identified in the grand jury transcript are the exhibits being sought by the defense.
Correct. That's in the notice.
Did you receive the notice of motion?
It was e-filed this morning.
Yeah, about
Filed.
9:30, 11 o'clock
Right.
this morning.
So obviously, Mr. Messer, he's been in court all morning, so I'll take an opportunity to review it. But if you want to just follow up with a detailed letter, exactly what you're looking for, I'm sure Mr. Messer will be happy to turn it over.
Just everything. So
Understood. So at that point, are you prepared to proceed, at least at this point, with briefing schedules for the motion? I know you're seeking some discovery regarding other related type of plea offers.
correct, John.
So are you prepared to proceed on that? At least for briefing?
Yeah.
How long will you need to file a brief?
3 weeks.
Let's take a look at the calendar. 3 weeks takes us to the 25th, I believe. So what we'll do is defense brief, we do 225. And that is the brief regarding prior plea offers by the state. And Mr. Mestern, how long do you need to respond to that?
I'll need 3 weeks as well.
Absolutely. So that takes us then to 318 for the response. And Mr. Feinberger and or Mr. Portella, obviously we won't schedule anything on the motion to dismiss unless and until you get everything that you need. And then once you get those documents, I can do a briefing schedule for that. Unless you want to do a briefing schedule.
Can we do it today, John?
That way we know if we get everything by
Friday?
Friday. If there's an issue, we'll contact the court.
Sure. Do you want to use that same 3 weeks?
That works for me. That works.
And Mr. Mestern, same 3 weeks?
It's fine, Your Honor.
All right. Do you want to just say then all the motions that were filed are going to be on that same schedule, 3 weeks?
Sure.
For the state, 3 weeks for the defense?
Sure.
That work?
works.
The one regarding the blood, Your Honor, I don't think we need an actual motion. I do believe the blood request is proper.
Chain of custody?
It was more than that. It was chain of custody, refrigeration records, everything. If there's something the state objects to that, they can let us know. But everything that I asked for is standard in any other blood case I've had in New Jersey.
So in essence, it's not a motion, it's a discovery request.
Right, but we requested discovery initially. Certain things were missing, which is why I filed like this to preserve any issues that may occur.
Understood.
And I'll reach out to the lab and let them know what the request is, and then and they'll provide me with whatever it is they have.
Yeah, I mean,
regarding
under the
this.
circumstances, you should be able to establish and provide them with chain of custody.
It's not really chain of custody. It's more, for lack of a better term, chain type documents for blood draws.
Understood. And Mr. Kleinberger, if you receive all that, then there'll be no need to argue that.
Correct.
Any other issues that you would like to discuss today?
Judge, I just can inquire of the state because we've received about 17 separate packets of discovery from the state, and it didn't look like everything was complete. We just want to make sure that the state has anything else that they are intending to turn over, that we get that rather quickly, Judge.
Thank you, Mr. Messner. Is there anything else that you have in your possession that you feel obviously you need to turn over to the defense?
Your Honor, over the last 2 weeks, I did send over various documents and media in the case. And so as far as the state's concerned, everything discovery-wise on the state's end has been turned over. State's ready to proceed at this time.
Thank you. Is there any reciprocal discovery that you gentlemen need to turn over to the state?
Not yet. And so does the state have any expert? Do you have any expert reports or any expert The state police reports that was discovered, sent out and discovered.
That's it?
Is what the state. Right?
Okay. And is there a blood draw expert?
The chemist that did the blood draw analysis is who we would call.
Okay. Once we go through everything.
And then if defense has an expert, obviously we'll take a look at that. And if we need to refute their expert, then we would get an expert.
Sure.
Okay.
Reasonable.
Yes.
So let's do this. All the filings are due no later than March 18th. We'll need to bring it back hearing date sometime thereafter. And I would like to do it on a day that we don't have a full in this calendar, in case things do get a little lengthy. Also, what do your schedules look like at this time on March the 26th?
I'm available, Your Honor.
Let's open that day, Judge. I'm open.
We should have availability of courtrooms, correct? All right, let's schedule it. Let's bring it back March the 26th. It's an off day, so this that day, and we will schedule it for 9 a.m. on the 26th of March. And I suspect it'll be in this courtroom, but it could be in one of the other courtrooms on the other side of the room. Yeah, but we'll notify you as to which courtroom it is as we get.
And Judge, that's listed as the FCDC and the motion argument.
That will be FCDC as well as motions.
And Judge, as far as excludable time is concerned, up to 2A162, I'm assuming we're just leaving everything now because there's no set discovery end date.
Well, at this point in time, there are motions filed. So because the defense motions filed, theoretically, we'd be looking at excludable time.
Okay.
And I obviously was going to ask for excludable time.
So we're going to bring it back, as I indicated, on Wednesday, 3/26 for the motions, as well as FCDC. Any and all time between today's date and that date will be excludable.
Let me scan that. I'll send it to you.
Anything further, counsel?
No, Judge. No, that's it, Judge. Thank you.
Right, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yes. And Judge will receive the scheduling order.
Absolutely. My law firm will make sure that gets out to you.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Judge.
Thanks, Judge.
All right, so that was, they're talking about, he wants all the charges dismissed. I don't know, didn't really hear much about that. They think it's going to be a 6-week trial, 3 weeks for both sides. And then judge wants all filings due on March 18th and then March 26th. Motions in FCDC, whatever that is. All right, I got this one. Okay, so this one I wanted to play because we're going to actually hear from the defendant. Kind of want to hear what he sounds like. This one's short. It's like about 2 minutes. All right. Let's just see what.
You're charged now with 2 counts.
All right. So this was a while ago, but I just want to hear what he has to say, or I want to hear what he hear his voice. Okay. Oops.
Of second-degree vehicular homicide. Both of those charges are punishable by a maximum 10 years in New Jersey State Prison. Do you understand that those are the charges to bring you before this court and those are the potential penalties that you face?
Yes, Your Honor.
At today's hearing, you do have certain rights. Among those rights are the right to be present, and you are in fact present here today in the virtual courtroom. You also have a right to be represented by an attorney, and today you're represented by Mr. Dooley. You additionally have a right to remain silent. Keep in mind anything you say here today may be used against you. Note that while Mr. Dooley is your attorney for today's proceeding, he may or may not be the attorney assigned to represent you as your case proceeds through the court system if you are ultimately still represented by the public defender's office. Have you given any thought at all at this time as to whether you want to continue to be represented by the public defender's office or whether you'll be hiring your own attorney?
I'll be hiring my attorney in the future, Your Honor.
With the holiday, I believe that takes us to next Thursday, September 5th for the detention hearing.
That is correct. So, Mr. Higgins, your detention hearing is going to come back before this court on September the 5th. They'll be brought back to court for a hearing on that day. In the meantime, between now and your court date on Thursday, the state must turn over to your attorney discovery. That's any and all reports or documents in the state's possession which are relevant to their application to detain you, as well as any and all exculpatory evidence must be turned over to your attorney between now and the hearing on the 5th.
So when I actually do hire an attorney or get an attorney, obviously I have very limited contact with anyone now. I don't have a phone. I can't really reach anybody. How do I get that process started with them?
So, Mr. Higgins, if you're interested in hiring counsel, you need to speak to somebody at the jail, and they can help you facilitate contacting people. If you have family or friends on the outside who are willing to assist you in doing that, you may be able to reach out to them in order to get that done, okay?
Understood.
Right. At this time, we're going to excuse you from court today. We'll see you back in court on Thursday.
So I'm here until Thursday?
Yes, sir. Yeah. Once the state files a motion for your pretrial detention, the statutes and court rules require me to hold you over for a minimum 72 hours before your hearing. Because we have a weekend and we have a Monday holiday, 72 hours becomes Thursday. Any other questions?
Not this time, Your Honor.
All right, so I just wanted to hear him talk. Just wanted to see what his deal was. I don't know, Julie. You asked what the time difference was. Where is that? Why is he wearing that vest? A lot of them do. I think, yeah. I noticed that a lot with the white. I'm sorry, that green vest. I've noticed that a lot. Yes, there's a Delta airplane upside down. We saw that. Julie, you asked a question. Let me try and bring it up. Charmaine, does he have in a turtle suit? Julie, why can't I find that? What the time? How long was it between? Doggone it! I know you. Oh, there it is. Okay, Julie, do we know how much time transpired from the time of the accident to when they arrested him and tested his blood? We do not. At least I don't. It might be out there, but I do not know. Hey, Marsh 13. Oh, Irish Amy says Julie LLOL. Marsh 13. Hello. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate you. All right. So this last one. Okay, this is the last one for this trial. This case. So this is. Oh, okay. Yeah. So this is interesting. He rejects a plea deal. So he clearly wants to take this to trial. He thinks he didn't do anything wrong. He's going to put this poor family through.
All right, we're back on the record. This is now the matter of state of New Jersey.
Sorry, he's going to put this poor family through a trial with these pregnant women. The wives are pregnant, and he wants it to go to trial. So, all right, here we go.
All right, we're back on the record. This is now the matter of state of New Jersey versus Sean Higgins under indictment 2412-400I. Counsel, your appearances for the record.
Good morning, Your Honor. Michael Mester, appearing on behalf of the state.
Morning, Your Honor. Richard F. Kleinberg III from the firm of Kleinberg and Nussey, appearing with co-counsel on behalf of defendant Sean Higgins.
Judge, thank you. Good morning. For the record, it's Matthew Portella on behalf of Mr. Higgins, along with co-counsel Mr. Kleinberg.
All right, good morning, counsel. Mr. Kleinberger and Portella, have you had an opportunity to review the indictment with your client?
We have, Judge. We're going to enter a not guilty plea on his behalf. Waiver reading of the indictment, Judge. We did receive multiple packets of discovery from the state electronically through the portal. Mr. Kleinberg and I have reviewed that. We've compiled a list to send back to the state judge, Mr. Mestern, regarding the additional items. We're still awaiting receipt of the grand jury transcript. Mr. Kleinberger ordered that the day that we learned that Mr. Higgins was indicted. Judge, I've also completed, and I submitted it to the court after we've all reviewed it, the arraignment order, Judge, which contains a list of the outstanding discovery, the offer from the state, which is in writing on a December 23, 2024 letter, as well as the outline of the motions, Judge, that we anticipate filing.
Just to supplement, we did originally, when the order was prepared, we said see attached for the offer. We understand that the state made a typographical error when they gave us the offer, so we might have to amend that as to the order with regard to that. And with regard to the motions that are to be filed, we will need a scheduling order. There is the anticipated motion to dismiss certain counts of the indictment, as well as a probable suppression motion. I'm not sure how Your Honor wants to handle it. Common sense would dictate if we did the dismissal motion first and then go from there.
We can do a scheduling order at ICDC.
Okay.
And Mr. Messner, just a brief recitation of the state's case and the state's offer.
Thank you, Your Honor. It's alleged on the 29th day of August 2024, Mr. Higgins was driving his vehicle in Oldham's Township when he passed two vehicles. When doing so, he struck Mr. Jonathan and Matthew Gaudreau, who were on their bicycles. They succumbed to their injuries on scene. Mr. Higgins then continued a quarter of a mile down the road where his car was stopped. Once he got out of the car, he discarded various items that were evidence in the case. The case was presented to the grand jury back on December 11th, 2024, and the jurors returned an indictment for 2 counts of reckless vehicular homicide, second degree, 2 counts of aggravated manslaughter, first degree, tampering with physical evidence, fourth degree, and leaving the scene of a fatal accident. State's offer at this time, the initial plea offer, is in exchange for a plea to both aggravated manslaughter charges. The state will recommend 15 years in the New Jersey State Prison. He would have to serve 85% of that pursuant to the No Early Release Act before he would be eligible for parole. He would also have to plead to leaving the scene of a motor vehicle accident for 5, and the state would recommend a 5-year New Jersey prison term for that. The 2 aggravated manslaughter charges would run consecutive to each other, consecutive to the leaving the scene of a fatal motor vehicle accident, for an aggregate of 35 years in New Jersey State Prison.
Thank you, Mr. Messner. So at this time, the offer stands 35 years, subject, at least 30 that would be subject to nearer.
Correct, Your Honor. And the state would also recommend a plea to the driving while intoxicated at sentencing.
Very well.
Judge, we just had to change the paragraph 1. Paragraph 1 was a 20-year offer from the state, so we need to change that.
So the aggregate is 35 with 30 at nearer.
Correct, Your Honor.
What we're going to do is bring it back for an ICDC. That date will be 2/4. Between now and then, counsel, you can work on the discovery issues. Obviously, alert the court if there's any concerns or issues with regard to discovery. When we come back on 2/4, we'll set a briefing schedule for the motions.
Thank you. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. I got this other. Hold on. So it looks like there's some body cam. Ooh, yeah. Okay, we got body cam. I found some body cam. Let's check this out. Yeah, they were on bicycles, not motorcycles, bicycles. It was their sister's wedding. They were like biking around on their sister's wedding, like 2 brothers would do or whatever. Oh, and then here we found out that apparently they had been drinking, meaning the brothers had been drinking. So this guy wants this to be thrown out because they were drinking. Can you imagine? All right, here, let's check this out. Here's some body cam. All right, let's check this out.
Higgins was driving when he hit Johnny and Matthew Gaudreau as they were riding on bicycles. A crash report from New Jersey State Police show he struck the brothers while trying to pass another car.
In this newly obtained body camera footage from police, it shows police conducting a sobriety test shortly after that crash. You also hear Higgins admit to drinking several beers before getting behind the wheel.
All right, you said it's been about an hour since your last drink?
About that, yeah.
And how many did you drink?
I mean, since like noon today, like 5 or 6.
6 since noon?
Yeah.
Beer or what was it?
Beer, just beer.
We're still going through this video, and we'll have more from this footage coming up on NBC4 at 7. You can also watch this full video that we received later tonight on NBC4i.com.
All right, so Julie, yeah, there's your answer. So it was pretty much right away. So he says he fled the scene, but then I guess they picked him up. They said it was shortly after the accident. Yeah, Devin, yeah, Julie, but he didn't flee the scene. He was there. He had to be transported to the hospital. You know, he was really messed up, and his blood alcohol level was like 0.001 or something. It was like way low, way low. All right, I want to find. Sorry, I'm just all right, I'm going to play this. I hope we don't I don't think we'll get in trouble because we're just reporting the news, right? So this is just news. All right, so let's check this out.
Good.
All right.